Welcome to Grand Final. That
wasn't us, but we are us. Welcome to the Cyber Athlete Valorant Collegiate Invitational. My name is Jaeger, and of course joined by Zaya, and this is going to be the Grand Finals after weeks and weeks of very intense competition. MRALT versus BU Esports. Before we talk about them, I would like to let you guys know we're doing a giveaway. That's right, for every single match, 100 USD's worth of monies to be given away. All you guys have to do is find the keyword. Actually, you know what? That's not the first step. The first step is head over to here to twitch.tv/cyberathletetv and make sure you guys are keeping your ears open, sorry, for the keyword, because we got 10 keywords, and that means, you know, you got 10 chances for you guys to win that heckin' money for you guys. So make sure you guys are guessing those words, putting them into the chat, and then we'll have someone, a representative from Cyber Athlete, to message you guys. And so, on to the game. MRALT versus BU Esports. It's going to be a best of 5. The Thai team versus the Indonesian team. And you've heard our, basically our predictions from across a bunch of the casters. We got basically like, 3, 4. Okay, there you go. 4 for BU Esports, and, well, everyone else for MRALT. And for good reason. Last time we saw them play, they were looking pretty formidable.
True, and again, as mentioned, we did see that they really made a name into the scene here, and it's no question as to why the others think that MRALT will be taking the cake. But you know what? Again, it's still a matter of skill. Anything can happen at this point. BU Esports can actually take this around, but I don't know. My sides are taking that it's the Indonesian team.
Yep, I mean, I definitely agree. And actually, we're already jumping into the first map. It is going to be Ascent, and the agent picks are happening at this very moment as well. And so, here we go. Into the game. We've given you...
Beratlet, TV, jangan lupa di follow. Dan kalian harus nge-spam keyword yang sudah disediakan oleh panitia.
Nah, keywordnya itu adalah...
Game pertama, keywordnya adalah...
Cash.
CHSH.
Cash uang, cash money. Ya. Jadi buat teman-teman bisa spam langsung cash di Twitch. Jangan lupa untuk di follow juga ya Twitch dari Cyber Athlete. Dan here we go. Game pertama antara MRALT UNTAR melawan BU Esports. Mana suaranya, yo?
Bakar dulu, karena ada perwakilan di dompet 5 orang dari pemain UNTAR. Ada Onyx Raisu, Budi Meister, Maestro, Max, dan juga Raplin.
Sementara dari BU Esports di sini ada Lemis, Nek, Queen, Bozo, Titikorn, dan P.
Itu dia kedua tim terkuat di CVCI sejauh ini. MRALT belum pernah kalah artinya.
Ya, MRALT 100% dari semua map yang mereka mainkan itu 100% kemenangan, win rate-nya 100%. Jadi nggak pernah kalah sama sekali, undefeatable banget.
Belum pernah kalah sama sekali dan mengalami kekalahan pertama pada turnamen kali ini. MRALT UNTAR.
Let's see how it works.
Dari agent line up-nya ini Esports ya. Bahkan sama.
Ya,
sama persis.
Gua mikirnya adalah Sentinel biasanya posisi jangkar.
It would be an early lead that basically they could carry forward once they go to the defender side, to win a couple more rounds. But we also want to see MRALT on that defense, how well they start things off. Because if you've got a good defense, when you're on the side of when you're on the
Trading
side,
kill, Rafa dicoba untuk mendapatkan reflect-nya, tapi sudah masuk ke dalam side sekarang Max. Reflect dengan range-nya cukup jauh jaraknya, jadi tidak bisa mendapatkan aim yang diinginkan.
Spike planted.
Last player standing. Jump shot klasik dari Bozo dan jump headshot kedua. Jump shot maksud gua, Bozo dapetin 3 kill.
Esports starting things off with a win in this round. Classic in the hands of Bozo, jumping up and down. For the frenzy again. For no reason. And well, this is something we've been seeing time and time again a lot more recently here for the defender side. That Bucky is such a painful thing to work against.
And again, as you mentioned,
Cover going out.
here, our readers really highlighted for the past few weeks right now. So again, this is a one-side smoke. Takes the shot, and that's going to be the first casualty here. Attacker side will be
Revealing area.
He uses that recon bolt here, very nice. I also like the camera effects to this.
Yeah, there's some professionalism going in here, and as you can see, that recon bolt in towards mid is you know, it's basically not going to find anyone, because no one wants to find anyone. 3 players over towards the A side. Budimeister is going to be the first one in contact.
Cover going out.
There's a lot of noise happening right now, and so smoke goes down just to try and delay that as his teammates are starting to rotate. Not rapidly trying to kill with the classic. It's going to be a free pistol to pick up there as well. And so that's going to be a little bit more firepower for the two.
Meanwhile, the attackers here slowly trying to make their way onto the path. Ready for the Bucky. Wait, and that's gonna be a kill. He's gonna have that trade to regain a little bit of health right there. And Budimeister is just staying, and they will
30
attempt a
seconds
counter
left.
here, but goes outside of the catwalk. Anyway, Bozo here will be making his way onto Marketplace as Tay will be waiting for its prey here on to be long. Not gonna peek anytime soon here as the Silva tries to.
One enemy remaining.
He'll be taking down Bozo, and that's going to be a thrifty round for our defenders.
That's already a really bad sign for BU Esports. You've got a Vandal on your side, you've got the SMGs, you should be able to take these down. Budimeister finding a double kill with the Bucky, rapidly finding 2 kills. 1 kill with a classic, and the 2nd kill with a ghost. That's not what you want, especially when you're carrying the Vandal. And so it just goes to show MRALT look a little bit more calm, a little bit more collected. And already they found their first round in that second, taking away after BU Esports win the pistol. And now they're forced back onto Ghosts, onto Bucky, and to a little bit of armor. So it's going to be a half buy. Hopefully they can buy in the next round.
Looking there, standing up here, right here. All the likely that everything is going to be long. Plants like again, very good.
Down.
Spike planted.
Taking a peek here, will be missing his shot, but he will be having it anyway. And that's going to be a double from the closer. Take Reese's life away here, takes a little bit of it.
One enemy remaining.
Here, and that's going to be another 2K. And again, the fact that they know how to retake this round for the side of MRALT is really fascinating, because if you see that BU Esports tries to sack up B, goes really aggressive and goes in a faster pace. But the thing is, MRALT denying that fact away.
Detail there as well. BU Esports, they don't leave anyone to watch that flank coming in. And even if they had, Risu dashes straight in towards B short, making sure that, you know, behind him is completely open, which means that his teammates can there also watch his flank, because that forces you to try and take a fight as a pincer into that B site. And so as they make their way in, they don't even have to hold the site, they just hang back inside of spawn and let them take the site, and then they fight their way back in. This is consistently an attacker-sided map, and if you're playing it like an attacker, you're pushing on that defense.
Had that operator on standing garden area, making a little bit of noise here onto A short as they will try, and they basically have more population onto mid side. The thing is, the good thing about the defenders is that they don't really go against them. They just wait for someone to get them, but actually no, actually surprise that. So that's going to be 4 versus 5. Now forces the attackers to rotate, if I'm not mistaken. There, a very long way onto the attacker spawn, onto Killjoy, onto B lobby. Goes in towards there. The setup is pretty interesting here because they're not moving unless they either hear the attackers in the area or the spike has been planted.
Yeah, it's pure information game at this point. They don't want to overextend. They just want to get the information where they're going so they can know where to set themselves up for that retake. Raflean.
30 seconds left.
Dangerous. Out comes the ult. There goes one finds two, and the late disappears. And that's immediately the spike drop.
Spike drop here as
One enemy remaining.
We'll be taking 3K there, taking down Tay, and Lami is on
10 seconds left.
Currently right now, so Risu will be on the hunt. So with only 5 seconds, I think they won't be able to make that plant anymore, and this is going to be a round.
The barrel. Barrel.
Oh! Most likely.
Oh no, he's alive. He's fine. He's running around, I think. Yeah, there you go. You see him. He's making his way around. So, wasn't a DC. I guess he was just trying to hold the angle. Maybe didn't hear the players in mid. But, I mean, we did say Raflean, the player to watch for, 8 kills in 4 rounds. That's quite the KD, 8-1. That's not an easy feat to have. And you can see already the kills starting to come in from the entire team. Only Bozo is really managing to find kills outside of BU Esports. Everyone else 1 kill or 0. Mex and Queen, both Killjoys not really having a great start so far into this game. And that cash is also being kept on the ropes basically for BU Esports.
True, and of course with the economy of our attackers really messed up right now. They're forced to either use a classic or go for a half fly with this But right now they are going to stack up on the A right here. Risu will be using the up. Get out of my way! Onto the head of the side. Dark covers is used as well here onto the doors and as well as the shadows. Really a good in it, but look at this. The shock dart was able to take Risu down, replete for the trade. But nice as well for another kill of his own for the trade as well. Queen will be taking down the Queen in the process, but next will be taking down Bozo again. So this is a 2 versus 2 fight, but take no help.
Last player standing.
Inside the wall is
there they are.
Turrets onto heaven, but was destroyed by Maestro using the shock dart onto the doors right there earlier, but did not hit anyone at this point.
One enemy remaining.
Hiding Maestro will be taking down Queen onto Hell's side. Goes around the containers right here. Not able to spot the Omen just yet. And look at that stick-horn with the 3K here to at least get the round for themselves.
There you go. Well played there by Stick-horn. To find 3 kills to secure them at least the second round here. That was 3 in a row for MRALT. That's going to be a win for BU Esports. And MRALT still have the lead. But, you know, 2 of them were well played by a Stick-horn there. So Omen for BU Esports.
Of course, and again, as you mentioned, he did really pretty well there, taking at least a clutch for themselves. Not really filling up the gap that they have in terms of points, but against time, at least having a decent weaponry on their sides right now. So again, stack up. If you notice, they're basically alternating their paths at this point, stacking up A. Look at that. The drone is going to
You should run.
to at least delay the push here. Lockdown's going to be however, was able to spot out the Stick-horn right there onto the side. Buddy Meister with Omen right here uses the paranoia to block any vision from our attackers. Uses the round step to reposition onto middle side. Will probably go onto marketplace at this point and just wait for someone on to the site. So again, look at this. Smokes coming in from the jet will be covered by into the marketplace. Gave a bit of space to go and plant. Under series 2 be used will be sidestepping and dashing away first before going in. Blade Storm is over, but Lammy will be taking it down. Max for the trade, however, and Bucky to be used. Oh, actually, just playing with the audio.
Last player standing.
But Tay takes down Mex in the process here. Uses the turrets here for Buddy Meister. Can it be a clutch though? Oh no, that is a deny from Tay, and this evens out our rounds.
Yeah, Buddy Meister there trying to beat the timing of that of the turret spotting him. And so as he makes his way through, unfortunately his information was given. But now we're 3-3. And I was a little bit suspect there because BU Esports they don't have don't like to go for splits in these fights, but unfortunately for the side of MRALT, they didn't anticipate just a full bum rush into that B site. It worked out well for BU Esports. They've kept the scoreline very, very decent here. Brought it back after that little kerfuffle in the second round. But now, full gun round here for both sides. We're seeing rifles in the hands of every single player. And so...
Of course. I mean, both of our teams really in a close fight right now. So you can't really blame them since the cash for this is just really high and you would really want to win it. But look, it's one-way smoke, but was in favor of Queen here as the Killjoy takes down our own for our defender's side. So right now, Lammy and Company is already stacking up A main right here. I like it, however, how the Jet and the Sova is not really getting deterred into peeking and going in aggressively as much. So right now, again, uses the recon bolt here to detect anyone who could be in the area. So as well, being on the B side for any potential rotate, and look at that, yes, a lot were scanned at that point, so this forces them to rotate. This could be tricky since again Riflin is in the area, so any information gathering can be into their hands right now. So look at this. Oh, Mex here was able to spot out onto Marketplace, takes it down. Nice aim. The Killjoy here, and look at this, a very
30
long
seconds left.
way ahead onto B side. I guess at this point Riflin is trying a little bit here. He's still near, but numbers do matter as Abby will take him down the process. And look at this, a lot of smokes are covering up the long here. Tag will be going for the plant here, but there's some time here.
Spike planted.
And 3-2. Try to at least injure the Killjoy to help. The lockdown. Good opportunity for our defenders to go inside, but Taylor will be taking down 9.
Last player
and
standing.
Bozo as well will be taking down a defender, so I think this calls for a save for Risu at this point, since you don't really want to gamble a 4v1 situation, especially if both are in favor of BU Esports.
It's pretty good stuff coming in from BU Esports, taking every single one of these fights as they make their way through short, make their way through stairs. That Hunter's Fury as well to destroy the lockdown. It's good stuff coming in inside BU Esports to keep himself now in the lead. And so Emerald faltering a little bit. Do keep in mind, however, BU Esports are on the attacker side. This is infamously their side. Emerald, they have to do a little bit more on this defense, but I mean, they've already got 3 rounds. If they were to get 1 more or 2 more, they're pretty much set for the second half.
True, and I think in terms of actually doing something in terms of their defending, I think it's not bad to be a bit more aggressive this time around, since they already made an impression here at this point that, oh, okay, they're just holding, just waiting for retakes. So it gives at least an idea for BU Esports to go, okay, let's just stack it all up and just wait for our post-plant situations. But right now, Men's here onto the boathouse,
destroyed.
getting those certificates. A lot of people are. This is the lead here to go and reposition. Alarm bot was triggered there, and Mex here trying to invest a little bit, and this is the shots, but Bodymeister will be taking down Tay. This is a 4v4 fight, so the Reno was not able to use to regenerate health. Oh, Lammy was able to spot out Mex on the boathouse, takes the Killjoy down as well. Goes and keeps the shot right on too long to deny any who's coming in from the defenders.
That's right, so now it's going to be the Aldrone going in first, getting information where these last players are. Let's see if they can make their way back in here, because Raflin is still alive, Buddermeister is still alive. These are players that you don't want to be going up against, especially in this kind of a clutch situation. Didicon taking a little bit of damage as he teleports on top of the boxes. 74 HP remaining, and just Raflin wiping as much as he can. Spray down comes in, and every single player goes down for BU Esports. And Emerald, they brought it back into a 4 versus 4.
Very nice play coming in from him, and again, like you mentioned, if they are able to make points that is in favor of Emerald here, they are set for the second half. Look at the quick stats right here. They have good weaponry for both sides of our teams, but Raflin is 10-4, and comparing it into Bozo here, it's not really that bad. It's just that in terms of actually winning aim duels, it's a highly likely chance Rafine will be winning that out. But you know what? We don't want to discredit Esports just yet here because they managed to even the odds out. So you have to take that into account as well. And by that, Bozo will be taking down Risu and Rafine for the trade, taking down the Bitcoin on the process. Wall bangs up onto the middle side here as Tay is
Deploying drone.
at hand into mid top. Lammy here uses the drone to detect anyone in the vicinity, but yeah, okay, so was able to spot out the Silva there and forces to reposition the long arm. Clean, however, was able to spot out the Sova into catwalk here. Looking how the set up for the Sova here, tries to push it out, and the way that Raflin just goes back and reposition it a higher angle, you know, it's a good call since the higher chances of winning that fight can be in the Reyna's hands. Was able to peek it out there, used still here. Recon also both of them basically just used their utilities there as Tay and Killjoy makes a long way on to A, not knowing that the Omen is in the vicinity as well. Let's see.
30 seconds left.
That's right. I mean, that's a close angle for Buddy Mice to be playing here. As this peek comes in.
Gets the headshot. Makes it a 2. Oh, actually, no. Tay denies it. And this is a 2 versus 2 fight now. One though, we'll be spotting out Tay, and that's going to be a kill coming in. So 2 versus 1.
10 seconds
At this
left.
point, he's a bit sandwiched right here. Uses the recon vault, sure, but take note that the kill any retake can come in. But that's going to be a triple actually coming from Raflin. Very nice. And Spy Tally,
Yup, every time. Roughly 3K, another one in the round. That's 11 kills in the first 9 rounds. And we're now approaching the end of this first half. And MRALT, they're leading. Considering the fact they're on the defender side, this is really good news for them. BU Esports, they've done some good damage on this attacker side, but they need to get at least the last 3 rounds if they want to have a chance on that defender side.
The Decorn on the Omen using the Judge right here. Pretty interesting. Might go for a closer combat here for later. But yeah, as mentioned, the Decorn has placed himself above into a main right here. Just waiting, I guess, for this one-way smoke to actually go out.
It's replaced.
Oh, it's replaced. Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, it's not perfect, though. It actually goes down, which means...
Raflin, though, may have some vision onto the top of it. But no, was able to spot out Bozo, but Bozo is going to win that fight. And that's going to be a 2K coming in. So this is an opening now for our attackers, too. But Risu here did not fire the gun just yet. Will be spotting out Lammy, takes it down. But Tay here for that trade with the Blade Storm. And that is a point for our attackers here to even our board.
It's an instant headshot with the Blade Storm as well. Well shot there by Tay, and BU Esports, they bring it a little bit closer. There's 2 more to go. And, I mean, BU Esports, they need these. They need these, because Emeralds, they've already done the damage they need to do on this attacker side. Unless BU Esports have some amazing defense planned out, Emerald may have a field day once they switch sides, as they do seem to be focused on this A side yet again. It's always a slow take that comes in. Buddy Meister this time won't place it passively. Instead, pushes forward and completely... I still gets the kill onto Tay before he goes down, but there are the refrags. Risu and Buddy Meister both going down, and that's going to be the A side cracked open by BU Esports.
This is the good thing about BU Esports, capitalizing their advantages.
Spike planted.
The drone though on to a site right here for
Enemy
at
mark.
least an amount of information. That was a lot actually. So Maestro has an either onto Heaven or the Hell side. Next though, oh, the Decorn, however, will be taking down Rafine there. So 2
Last player
or
standing.
Bozo also takes down Max in the long run. And Maestro with this frenzy, I think it's time to go back.
You got damage to the wall as well.
Ooh!
Yeah, he tried. I mean, you know, decent effort. I mean, there's no need to really save it at that point. They were all saving it
Last
anyway.
round
So they
before the
give the lead
switch.
back to BU Esports. Now they're going to have some rivals to work with. Let's see who takes the final round of this first half. I think it is...
Guns, Risu onto the middle side. So right now, they stack up B this time around, and as mentioned, we did notice the alternating pattern.
You should
that
run.
Esports had whenever
Revealing
they are
area.
sites here on to a second. Use a pretty early lead here. Maestro tries to fire up the Discord onto the backside here, coming in from their spawn. And this is good because they can sandwich the members of the Esports here onto the site. But Lamy, though, will deny that fact as he takes down Risu.
Spike planted.
In the process. So right now here, Hunter's Fury to be used once again onto B-Long. Bozo will be taking down the lead. As well as Buddy Meister here next for the trade. Takes down Bozo. That's going to be a 2K here. Takes down Tay. Locked down now. Ready to use here. They might need their end right here. As Max, that's going to be a 3K. That is looking good. Clutch can happen, however. Lockdown to
One enemy remaining.
detained here. Okay, onto Boathouse here. Can't afford the knife here. But nonetheless, that's going to be a quad for Max here. And no time for the defuse. Oh, okay, there's time. Okay, there's time.
Yeah, it was a bit close.
Yes.
4 seconds remaining, but there you go. And well played by Mex. Obviously, at the start of the game, both these Killjoys weren't getting that much damage put out. But at this point, they've managed to do it, and there it is, 6-6. Emerald, they've done a hell of a defense here, and now they're on that attacker side. We're seeing 3 Ghosts, a Frenzy, and some half armor with the classic there from Maestro. Again, thank you to Cyber Athlete for the entirety of CVCI. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, friends. As it was a split retake, as you guys said, and that spike defuse came in just in time. So there you go.
And of course, since this is the second half of our game, expect people to only have classics and you know, things that they don't need to buy just yet, since they don't still have the economy for it.
Or rather, the cash.
Yes,
Maybe.
or the cash for it. And yeah, just have to wait and see. But right now, again, this is a battle between MRALT and BU Esports. So let's see how things go. You take note, however, that MRALT left the spike onto mid top. So basically, I think they're attempting to at least take mid control first, take down 2 members of the Esports before committing into a site. Uses the paranoia though. Lamy will be taking down Risu in that process. So Thick Corn here hides pretty well, tries to jiggle peek, not gonna find Buddy Meister here as he just goes into the corners. A nice attempt coming in from Lamy there. Oh, that was just quick reflexes from Buddy Meister. Takes out the recon ball at a fast pace and Shrouded step to was able to spot out Tay onto the garden though as Bozo takes down. Here, let's see how things are gonna go. Tay the okay, Maestro will go for the shutdown and Queen to end the round in their favor, and this is the round for them.
Keep in mind, BU Esports, they've now won both pistol rounds. That's not an easy feat. It seems to be BU Esports seems to be the better team when it comes to the pistols. Now, we're waiting for if we're going to see Emerald again steal away that second round, because that would be devastating for BU Esports. As we're actually seeing the Stinger coming out. This could be the full spike, but oh, actually it's sold. Are we actually going to see a conservative Emerald here? Because it makes sense. They're on the attacker side. It's not so easy to get into positions where you can find those kills. And BU Esports, they shouldn't be pushing on that defense. So it makes sense. You wouldn't invest too much. Just want to do a little bit of economy damage. As out comes the recon bolt straight into the A side. No one is watching. That spike can go straight down.
Straight down indeed, and the alarm bot to be used as well. But this information gathering for Queen right now as they already set up A right here. 2 members
Spike
are on
planted.
the outside. Take note that there is gun difference, so the clutch potentials for BU Esports is possible. Risu, however, with the jumper here onto Garden, who peeks out the rain out. The shot was missed, and Bozo will take down Risu across Lamy as well with the shock dart, taking down her lean here as Tay takes down the Spectre here, and this is just an almost clean fight for BU Esports. But again, weaponry is also essential. But at least for the next round, Emerald has better weapons.
Look how much damage they did. They actually nearly found the Killjoy on the Jet there. That would have been great for them. They only find the 1 kill, which I guess is fair. They didn't invest too much into this. And so now, 6-8, BU Esports, 2 rounds in the lead. And Emerald, they've got the weapons to work with now. They've got the Vandals, they've got the Phantom. Let's see how they do on their attacker side.
Setting up B once again, so they have a pretty similar pattern here earlier with BU Esports. It's just that this time we didn't really see them. So this one goes aggressively as well as Jet. That will go back. Bozo takes 2K. Next for the trade. Lammy will be taking down as well. So forces a 2 versus 3 fight. Clouds everywhere here at this point to delay the MRALT here to decline as well with this judge, if I'm not mistaken. Will try to just make noise here, but Buddy Meister will deny that fact. Shock darts to be used onto the corners here. Tay is in the entrance though. This can...
One enemy remaining.
But you know what? Buddy Meister will just take down Tay and they will be making the plant happen onto B side. So Queen is a bit of... okay, that was a nice call. Taking the Bucky away, goes for the Vandal that's available in the area. Sova can, I guess, be the bait here because they can go for just trades at this point. If ever Queen was able to spot out Sova here, so at least they now have an idea that the Killjoy is on to the side. Drones to be used here, spots it on the Speedway. At this point, it's either Queen goes for the save or goes for a full commit because, yeah, time is ticking. Let's see, goes into the corners here, goes down, makes a right at this point, and Buddy Meister to take a 3K here to redeem this.
Imagine that. They bring it down to a 2 versus 3 and they find every single kill they need to find. It's actually all in the back of Budimeister there. 3K to his name. He's at the top of the scoreboard right now. 14 kills. Roughly in second with 13. Bozo is doing such a good job inside of BU Esports. 18 kills, leading the server, and a 2-0 KD still. But MRALT finding that round. That was the first rough round that we get to see, and that was a very aggressive BU Esports. They all gambled on it being that B-side hit, and they gambled correctly, but unfortunately when it came to the actual duels, they all went in favor of them.
Not sure if that is supposed to be an auto or a bit of a win. Lammy will be taking 2K here, and that is just a take. Bozo takes 3K to end it all up.
MRALT there not being as meticulous as you expect to see. MRALT, the last time we saw them, they were very smart. They were checking a lot of corners, being very safe. Here, we're seeing a straight up B rush, and that's going to get shut down, especially when you're pushing through smokes like that. There needs to be a bit of patience on their side, a little bit more time to make sure that you've got a clear site to go into, because people can peek. Just because you've checked the corner doesn't mean there's no one willing to swing from behind that corner. And so MRALT, they're hopefully not going to let that happen again. They're going to be a little bit more careful at this point as they've stacked all their numbers over towards mid instead. And playing so close to each other, I feel like they're not taking advantage of the fact that individually they are better players.
So we'll be spraying all throughout. Takes one for both sides. With Frenzy Mex as the next Bozo don't worry that trade.
One enemy remaining.
Lammy will take down Maestro, but forces now a 1 versus 3. And this is a different game right now, seeing as it's not really bad to be aggressive, but they should really forget to really check the corners and secure at least the air first, because that's their usual game to play. Especially in the previous week, because this is really something new for the usual gameplay that MRALT has.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind that it's not really like a lot of teamwork happening here for BU Esports, but more Bozo being such a formidable force, getting all the right timings on the kills, and fading out as well. After every 22-9 at this point. It's double digits for BU Esports. MRALT, they need to band together as this team and take down Bozo, because Bozo is the biggest hurdle they have right now.
And that could be their objective right here. Taking down Bozo means higher chances of them taking full control of the site. So right now, drone is to be used here on QA for might be able to spot out the kill there on the side.
Begins.
The Hunter's Fury, but look at
Blocking sight.
Very nice that activate the Hunter's Fury as the process. But Meister there takes down Tay, who was up and towards Heaven's side. Buddy Meister now goes for the plan 4 versus 3. Taking the is both the Reina and the Sova is on to Heaven here. Clutch is possible if they just wait for at least go for the peak. Because they can go for trades. Numbers are in the advantage of Emerald. So speaking of numbers, Buddy takes down the corn. And I think Rafleen was able to spot up
One enemy remaining.
onto the floor. He goes to down one. Maestro forced the trade. 3 versus 1 here, Lammy. Nice decision to go for the save instead. Oh!
Risu hunting.
Risu hunting! And of course the hunt was worth it. As this time Emerald's round for that taking. And if I'm not mistaken, please, I hope my math is correct. This is the 19th round of our first match.
That's right.
Alright.
Easy math.
Easy
as,
math. Yes.
Emerald bring themselves to within 2 rounds distance from BU Esports. Their rifle rounds are looking very promising. We are seeing a lot of kills still coming in for the side of BU Esports though, and it's all coming in from very good positioning on their side, as well as playing around their utility really well. So Emerald still a little bit more care when they're making switches, making sure that they're watching all of their angles. On that attack, you gotta be defensive as well. Bozo starting to kick off with a headshot onto Risu.
Okay, this at least delays any potential push that Emerald could have done in the process, but I think they're trying to take mid-control here as they slowly make their way onto the catwalk for Rafleen. Be careful with the corners, I say, because they are really good at the rebound here. Speaking of that, Bozo takes out the process as clean as
Cutting
well.
their vision.
So it's not looking good for Emerald in terms of actually dueling with their aims at this point. There will be having
Cover going out.
Last player
and
standing.
the trade is gonna happen, and the timing there at that point, since he was going to use the dark cover, but Tay goes in for the push, knowing that Buddy Meister was there in the area. So with only the Killjoy remaining on, takes
30
down
seconds left.
Bozo. And interesting shotlight to be used. Replay ball detected mechs. Places a first and another shot dart by Lammy, and that's going to get the round in the side of BU Esports.
And that must be annoying. And what I'm seeing from Emerald, it's not good teamwork. I'm not sure why. Bozo's playing inside of short there, and instead of them pushing together, trying to get that peak and give themselves the biggest advantage, Emerald, they peek one by one into short, and they both go down. That's what's going to happen if you're not peeking with your teammates. We're not seeing that kind of teamwork that we expected to see. Actually, that most of the casters were expecting to see. You saw it was an 8-4. The odds basically that we gave these guys.
Get out of my way!
So far, not delivering. But Emerald, don't forget, this is one of 5 maps.
Lock in sight.
At 3-0, I never thought that was going to be the card. BU Esports, they're still a team to reckon, to be reckoned.
True. And yeah, as you mentioned, I feel some kind of disconnection that's happening with Emerald right here, especially they are taking sites, and angles are to be looked
You
out
should
for
run.
as well. One way smoke. Buddy Meister though will be taking down the Tick one here with the Spectre. Lockdown to be used by Max right here. So they will be planting down the spike at this point. So Maestro just tries to see any flanks that can happen here. Most probably Bozo, because he, basically that you would really place your duelist as I initiated. A lot of clouds, a lot of utilities are used right here. So Bozo will be taking down Maestro there, who was watching supposedly the flank. So Tay will be taking down a Risu as well. Buddy Meister for the trade, as well as Max taking down Bozo here. Rafleen will be detained, as that is going to be a 3K for Tay. Tay is defusing, however, and Buddy Meister just went for the save instead. So this is match point, but they can still turn this around. But again, I feel a certain type of disconnection coming in from Emerald right now. Their calls are quite uncanny here, and
I can buy.
usually you'd see them just really hold off, pick off at least 2 members, but this time they're just really run and gun, to say the least.
It's not structured right now. And to be fair, they have a 6th member that they played with last time, and he doesn't seem to be here today. I'm not sure if that's an IGL or what.
Revealing area.
But I don't know. It seems to be making a difference. The damage be done. Queen gets the refrag, and if you get Rafleen going down that early on, you're in big trouble. You're in a 4 versus 5 now. It's 8-12, and you don't have one of your best players alive.
Alright. This is the smokes right here. Might go for, not gonna use the upcraft however, but just peeks on below. As, okay, the spike and back is looking nicer right now. So Reese's just making noise onto heaven through the lay. And at least for Buddy Master not to die. So drone again will be spotting out Reese. I'm pretty sure. Bozo here will be destroying the doors. Tries to go for Lear and peek. That's your usual play. Okay, we'll go around flank out Maestro, who's basically into a main. So looking at this, Lammy takes down Risu. Bozo takes down Buddy Master. 1 versus 4. This could be game now at this point for Team BU Esports.
It is going to be in 13-8. That's not the. That is not.
Defenders win.
Result we expected for the first map. We expected BU Esports not to be taking that, especially on that defender side, but just goes to show they had a really good defender side. They not only found 7 rounds on their defender side, they looked a lot more put together, and suddenly it throws all the predictions into question because that Emerald is not the Emerald we saw you know, a couple of weeks ago. That's not what we expected to see. We expected to see cohesion. We expected to see double peaks. We expected to see that individual skill coming in as well, taking advantage of that. And as well as the fact that for the side of BU Esports, Bozo really came to life throughout that entire game.
Really
and so,
popped off. Yes.
yeah, really, really well played. We do have the head-to-head coming up in just a minute. We'll show that to you guys. But remember, we are having the giveaway. We said the keywords a number of times during the game. Every time we gave emphasis to something and made it sound like very weird casting.
Stressed out.
Yeah. It meant we were saying the keyword. There's a little hint for you guys. You guys can win 100 USD.
Yeah, indeed. I was about to mention that you should notice it so that that there's a more challenge to them actually fighting the keyword. But yeah. And
right.
yeah, since this is a best of 5 match, first game goes to BU Esports. So let's see how things go out.
Interview time.
Hey everybody, by now you guys are really used to that commercial. We've been running the Ready Up commercial for 13 weeks now as part of CVCI. But we haven't had the opportunity to really discuss exactly what Ready Up is and it does for you. So since we're here at the finals and kind of going through and talking to some of the leaders in the industry, we thought we couldn't do better than bringing on the CEO of Ready Up himself to go ahead and discuss exactly what Ready Up is, and I'm going to go ahead and bring him up right now. Hello, Roderick. How are you today?
Hey, Scott. Doing great. Hey, thanks for having me on the show.
No, that's awesome. You know something? We've known each other for a very long time, and I'm very excited to bring you on because you guys have launched a cool new product that's based out of the United States, but it is a global product called Ready Up. And can you tell us a little bit about what Ready Up is?
Sure, absolutely. So Ready Up is kind of like your interactive guide to gaming and esports. And what we help gamers do is find, follow, and join into events. An event could be anything from an esports tournament. It might be a new release. It might be, maybe there's a concert going on in Fortnite. Whatever events are happening in gaming, we're going to cover them. We're going to allow our gamers to discover them. If they want to follow them, they can add them to their calendar. Meaning, so if you're on, Gmail or if you have an Apple iCalendar, you can add those to that. And then we allow you to join in, meaning you could enter these tournaments, you could download the game, you could watch the stream, etc. So
now, how many platforms are you guys operating on currently?
So we are operating with a whole bunch of different tournament operators. In addition to Cyber Athlete in the U.S., we're working with ESL, and that's on a global basis. Collegiate Star League, the National Association of Collegiate Esports. We have partnerships with a company called Status Effect, which is the agency record for Sea of Thieves. We were working with Unicorn, working with Top Golf. So we're working with a lot of the tournament operators that have events that they want people to find, follow, and join in.
Now, this isn't just PC tournaments, correct? I mean, these tournaments are across like Xbox, PlayStation.
correct, Scott. We are agnostic. Having worked in gaming a long time like you have, we know that gamers play multiple games across multiple platforms, across multiple genres. So we're agnostic. So, it could be a PC tournament, it could be an Xbox, it could be a PlayStation, it could be a mobile tournament. Might be a release of a game, and, companies and publishers make events out of that. We're really kind of agnostic to, what it is. As long as it's interesting to the gamer, we're going to cover it.
Now, it's interesting because not only are you working with different companies and platforms, but a gamer can log on to Ready Up themselves and set up their own tournaments to broadcast out there as well, correct?
That's correct. So we'll be offering that as a service shortly for tournament organizers. Whether you're a large tournament organizer like yourself, or if you're just a small tournament organizer, we'll allow you to enter in your events into Ready Up and then enable you to broadcast, whether that be through your social channels, whether that be through, through websites or through friends who have socials. We'll allow you to distribute that so you can get people to find, follow, and join into your event.
That's awesome. All right. Well, let me ask you a question. Since we are in Southeast Asia and we are trying to bring a more stabilized collegiate platform to Southeast Asia, because as you may or may not know, universities and colleges within Southeast Asia don't have collegiate sport. They're all purely academic.
Right.
So what would your advice or what would you say to the schools out there? Why is it important for schools to participate in esports programs?
Well, I think first off, what makes it fun about just having a sports program is that it's always fun to support your school. So, I mean, I think, there's always that kind of fan angle where it's a great way to support your school. Obviously, you're in school for academics, and I love the fact that esports are a way for people who are in schools to get more involved. But I think at the end of the day, it's really fun to compete for your school, and esports is a great way for people to, get people behind them that are part of their collegiate community and support them while they're playing a competition against, a rival school or a rival country.
Well said. All right, so let's go ahead and end this and get back to the next round. Do you have any last words or anything to say before we go ahead and sign off?
Well, what a great competition. I just want to say congratulations to the two teams, and congratulations to all the participants who have been playing in the tournaments throughout the season. We're looking forward to supporting all you guys, and go out there and get it. It's going to be a great 2021.
All right, thank you, Roderick. Hey, guys, check out Ready Up. The URL's down here at the bottom. The song that they did for their ad is very catchy, so we're going to bring you out just like we brought you back in. We'll see you guys on the match.
Well, there you can see it, guys. There's the head-to-head. Buddy Meister, the Omen, and Bozo, the Reina. Those two at the very top of the boards there. 226 average, 27 kills, and 12 deaths. That's over 2.0 KD. And the eco rating is just above as well, but the first bloods were about the same. But the fact that they've got the support Buddermeister, Omen, at the top of the board means that Rafli needs to step up a little bit because you're the duelist. So does their Reina. Risu. Risu wasn't having as much impact as you'd expect to come in from a Jet main. So yeah, I just need a little bit more in terms of performance from them. In terms of the giveaway, well, we do have our first winner, and I'd like to announce from Thailand, it is Liza, Lzzaa, Liza, or Elza.
Elza.
Yeah, and that's a viewer from Thailand, and you've won yourself 100 USD or the same amount in Thai baht. So do keep that in mind, and congratulations to you. You'll be messaged and notified of your success. And so congratulations, and we'll be heading into the second game very shortly. Not sure what map is going to be coming up next. I generally have in my background what map comes next, but we're live today. We're right
Yes.
next to each other for the first time. Normally when we're at Cast CVCI, we're on
Online.
opposite sides of the Philippines, and so there you go. And I don't know, will Emerald bounce back straight away? I think they've probably gotten warmed up by this point. It all depends on Risu and Rafleen starting to, get into the game, starting to provide those kills they need to provide, not relying on Buddenmeister to find all those kills. And also depends on their picks going into the next game as well, because I would like to see something that suits what's currently happening in their team, in terms of the fact that you've got a couple of players getting a lot more kills than the others. I'm not saying move Buddenmeister onto a duelist, but I would like to see Asian picks that promote fights for duelists, because all 5 of them can duel. We've seen that. Even Mex was finding clutches 1 versus 4s.
True.
And, I mean, it was Ascent, obviously. BU Esports, they seem to excel on Ascent. The last time we saw them play was against their countrymen, and it was quite the thrashing they gave their countrymen as well. And so, for the rest of these maps, we still have, if we go the full distance, we still have Icebox to go, Haven, Split, and Bind. And so, whoever has the deeper map pool by the end of this best of 5 will be the winners. And of course, it could also be through the fact that maybe the 3 maps that one of the teams is good at come up first before the other 2 maps come up. And so that it's a small factor. But in the end, if you're losing 3 maps, it means you weren't the better team. And yeah, I mean, we saw the predictions, 8-4. It should have gone to Emerald. I mean, according to our predictions, but Caster's Curse times 8 can be a bit of a problem.
I told you. I do have a thing called Caster's Curse. But again, I think for Emerald, they can still, gain another point for themselves here come match number 2. I think they just have to tweak the things that they were a bit lackluster during our first match. Basically, they didn't really see or looked into the angles, pushed really aggressively, and did not really watch out for the flanks that happened earlier. So as you mentioned, 8-4 predictions for our respective talents in different regions, mind you. So yeah, so if I'm proven wrong at this point in terms of my predictions, I'm not gonna be mad at this point. I'm gonna be happy because I like to be proven wrong sometimes.
I mean, if you have the Caster's Curse, it means you're a legitimate caster. So do keep that in mind as well, as we will be jumping into Bind. We're already picking the agents, and we're going straight into the second game.
Yes.
And so here we go.
Just to give you an idea on what agents that both of our teams can pick for Bind. And take note, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory does not fail me, most of the time it does, but Emerald was able to play in the map Bind really comfortably. So I'm also setting expectations for our Indonesian team, but not discrediting BU Esports as well, because they did take our first match, but that was in Ascent. So map difference also can be called out here. If BE Esports was able to train themselves enough to actually be more familiarized with this map, I think they can, go far ahead into the distance and take match number 2.
There you go. Well, we're jumping in now, and
3, 2, 1.
it's gonna be a bindy boy.
Bindy boy.
Yeah, as it will be it's gonna be almost the exact same lineup coming in from the side of BU Esports. For Emerald, they have switched out the Killjoy for a Cypher, which is fair enough, especially here on Bind. On that defense, those tripwires can be such a problem, especially when you're jumping out of hookah, or when you're making your way down short. It can be such a big problem to deal with when you're getting slowed constantly.
True.
As well as the fact that here on the attacker side, it's a big map. It's easy to get flanked, but when you've got a Cypher on your side, a lot of information to be gained, and you can be watching your flanks without even having to be there.
Again, this is the pistol round, so you won't really expect everyone to completely buy utilities here. We see ghosts, we see classics, and of course here Flean having the frenzy to boot. Others already just went to half by go for the half armor here to at least be a bit more crunchy whenever they try to aim, fight for their aim duels here. So Bozo makes it quickly onto Showers alongside with the Killjoy here, as the others in Team Emerald goes in straight towards A short here. A lot of covers are to be used onto U-Hall and into the site as well. So Tay here was able to spot out the Sova here. Also that Shock Tart kind of was, I guess, attempted to at least take down one. But look at this, Raflin with the frenzy takes down Bozo on to U-Hall. Saw that smokes right there, a little bit of jiggles coming in, and that's going to be a second kill coming in from Raflin. And Thiticorn will be having that trade taking down a Max right here, who usually you would not want to take down, to be taken down onto your team. But nonetheless, Buddy Meister though will be planting the spike here, probably uses the shrouded step to reposition, but Queen however takes down Maestro into A short, hides along the boxes. Buddy Meister uses his shrouded step. Queen did not spot that out though, and Raflin for a 3k, Thiticorn for the trade. So Risu here onto the spike, was able to spot out Thiticorn, and this is a round for Team Emerald.
There you go. It came down to the wire, though. Thiticorn definitely could have pulled that off, but getting that first pistol round is the first one we've seen from Emerald all day long. And it's a good start here for their attacker side. Raflin, AFK, just sitting in spawn for a second.
I like it how Risu just places himself near the spike. That's insurance policy, basically. Since even though that their numbers were into their advantage, you would really want to secure those kills as much as possible. So right now, I think they will be doing a similar strategy because, hey, why fix something that isn't technically broken? And they did win the first round using that kind of setup, so why not? And speaking of setup, Raflin again will be taking the first blood here as takes down Thiticorn with the Spectre, but I think that was just noise up to that point. Notice how the Sova and the Cypher is just placing themselves here onto mid, making their way onto hookah apparently, as Raflin maybe using himself as a distraction here since he was located by the recon bolt. So now most of our members of our attackers are making their way onto B site. The drone was able to spot out Barisu, will be taking down Lamy there in the long run into the tin cans. Max will be planting down the spike. They're just waiting for Bozo to go out into the teleporter, and the gun difference is real as Maestro takes down that Reyna. So Tay here with the shorty, not gonna do much there as the judge is the upper play here. Queen with the stinger, waits out for this cage to be triggered, but Buddy Meister to just end it like that with the Spectre. This is now looking good, and this is supposed to be the play that Emerald should have happened during our first match. But you know what? Again, they are sitting very comfortably in this map, so to be expected, Emerald gets that second round.
That's right. BU Esports now have the rifles to work with. They got the cash to do so, and Emerald, they're still on a bonus round here. We're still seeing the judges coming out, the Spectres, and so now we need to see something creative from the side of Emerald, right? Smokes to give themselves the close fights, and to just give themselves enough space where they can get those kills without giving too many long-range angles. As Tay, there it is, long range is going to be the Phantoms reigning supreme as you get 2 kills coming in for both the Jet and the Killjoy. Smoke goes down a little bit too late, and now they're going to have to back away from that A site as 4 players rotated over. Over and towards that B site, it's going to be Thiticorn playing long with the judge, so he can play up close if someone pushes up for B long, or if someone jumps out of hookah.
They're going to split their setups right here as the Cypher a while ago tries to go for Showers, but I think it's a bit too risky to go alone with the spike, not having anyone to go and refrag for you, so might as well go and follow your friends once they've at least cleared up hookah. So a lot of fiascos happening right here onto elbow this time. Shocker to delay at least of a push, and Buddy Meister just goes in for the kill, takes down Lamy here. Was able to spot out the rain if I reckon though, but Buddy Meister just to reposition himself onto the backside uses the dark cover. Paranoia though coming in from Thiticorn. Now Mex to plant the spike inside the tin can. Maestro will be taking down the flank here into the hookah side. So gets a better weaponry into the jet. Again, Titicorn to
Look at all their
use his dart.
HP.
Yeah, very, very low and very risky. So this gives them at least an opportunity to go in for the push. He has to be very careful. We're going inside as Buddy Meister takes down Queen right there, who tries to go into the smoke. Bozo will take down a trade. Maestro takes down to the core. 1 versus 2. Take note that the clutch can happen. And that's going to be a 3K for Bozo. And the defuse is going to happen here with a lot of time. And again, around 4B Esports there. Very nice clutch coming in from Bozo.
Yeah, luckily there for Bozo, both members remaining was so low in HP, and I really like that play from Maestro. He rotates through hookah to go all the way up towards B long and get a better angle into the site, but that information was already given. I feel like they could have definitely won that if they'd been a little bit more patient. MRALT, it all comes down to where that spike went down. They planted inside of the tube. That means that you don't get any angles on towards that spike, and so you have to get into a position where you can push inside and get the diffuser. And so it was high risk and no reward at all.
For MRALT, to say the least. And yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. As, look at this, very aggressive push forward side of MRALT this time around going into hookah. But the Titicorn will be able to spot it out. Lamy as well to take down Maestro. Repositions onto the corners since they already have an idea that there is one into the boxes. But Buddy Meister here, I think, knows a thing or two. Goes back into hookah here with a better angle to take down Titicorn with the judge. Takes, again, a different position this time around. Tay with the judge as well into mid. Take note of the spikes at B long. So the way that they position themselves here, they're guarding up whoever tries to flank here. And if I'm not mistaken, does Buddy Meister have an ulti? I was not able to see, but then again, Lamy here with a lot of patience coming in, takes down Rafleen onto B long. Uses the recon bolt, was able to detect mechs there. So jumps off to Garden. I think that's not a likely position that you would want to position yourself, and that's a 3K for Lamy here to Bozo to end the round. And BU Esports already set their footing onto first match, but now onto the second, they're just making it all better. I think they're prepared for this.
Again, MRALT not checking corners. Rafleen pushes out and doesn't expect anyone to be sitting underneath hookah. That's such an overlooked position to be in, as well as the fact that it was a crossfire between elbow towards under hookah. MRALT, they're not being careful. BU Esports are just going to keep punishing that over and over and over again. And MRALT, they need to start applying a little bit more care, just to anywhere across the map. Just pay attention just a little bit, and you'll be surviving all of these fights coming in. You'll be taking advantage, because Sova goes down there. They push their way in, and not expecting Titicorn to be sitting on top and for his head to be exposed there. Buttermeister goes down for free.
And again, another one-way smoke for Titicorn right here, using his utilities really efficiently at this point. So Tay will be spotting out Mex, takes it down. Lamy as well, taking down Rafleen. And that's going to be a 2K for Risu at this point. So they know they have the spike into their hands. So they're spraying it all around, using the utility. Titicorn go for the push. He knows he has a gun difference, and that's just a good play. Flawless fight coming in from BU Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you did say a number of times in the last game, disjointed were MRALT, and again here they've not ironed out those creases. We're seeing so many individual pushes. We're seeing just a lack of teamwork that we're not used to seeing from these guys, and it's not what you expect from MRALT. We saw such a good team, and you know, especially for an Indonesian team, they're supposed to be at the very top. But when it comes to grand finals, Thai teams, they do come to life. And BU Esports, I mean, we're seeing it now. They've taken the lead back yet again. They're leading a second map.
And look at that information gathering that the Sova was able to play at hand here. So Buddy Meister may go in towards elbow right here. Goes in towards, spots out the kill. Joy will be taking that kill down. Buddy Meister to use Paranoia, but did not see Lamy in the vicinity, and it costs his life. So Risu will be having trades 3 versus 4 in favor of MRALT in terms of numbers. So Mech this time places the spike outside, so at least they now have a good position to go for the post plant. So right now here, Risu inside tin cans, however, just waiting for someone to go for the peek here. Spots out the Ticorn, takes it down, dashes in. Tay goes into elbow side. So Tay has an idea that someone's in there now. Takes and wins the aim duel there. Uses the smoke to reposition most likely. Mex, however, will be going inside the smoke. Wrong angle to go in, but Rafleen saves his life. And Mex also takes on Bozo, and that evens out our round.
Nice shot there from Mex. They even out the score line here on their attacker side. It's now a 3-3. And we're seeing 6 ults on the board at this point. Across the entire server, and that Killjoy ult can be such a nuisance, especially on those retakes for the side of BU Esports. And so MRALT need to be a little bit more careful about that, as well as the fact that they have the Sova ult, which means they can get that spike down and then play from a distance. But that can be countered by the other Sova as well.
And again, look at this, placing the tripwires on Tay. Again, this is to basically watch the flank here. Thiticorn takes down the camera, which is located onto B long, positions himself now onto hookah. But look at this, stacked up the numbers of Emerald here onto B long. So just because the camera's taken down doesn't really shaken them to take this area. So Buddy Meister uses paranoia here. A lot of smokes to be covered at this point. They will try and take down Thiticorn here at this point. This time around, I like it how Reese is looking at the angles here. Finally takes down the Omen here into our B site. So right now, Bozo here still places himself onto A. But I think this could call now for him to go and teleport. But to be greeted by Maestro onto hookah. So look at this setup. Rafleen takes 2, make it 3. Risu for the operator kill. This is just looking good. All depleted into Bozo here, who basically was able to get out of the teleporter, makes his way to teleporter. I don't think he has enough time though to go for the defuse, and a save might work in his hands.
Absolutely. I mean, you definitely should. You're in a 1 versus 5, and the spike is ticked down to nothing, and so a 4 from the board here for Emerald. They retake the lead. That's a couple of rounds. Oh, Maestro, that was not necessary. They've lost 2 players at the very end there. Bozo finding a free kill into Buddy Meister.
They still thought that Bozo was still into the teleporter.
Yeah, and well, a bit of damage done to the economy, but not going to be too much to worry about, as they can still buy up. They've got plenty of money in the bank to work with. And BU Esports, their money is now starting to dwindle just a little bit. You can see they're down to 2K and 1.5 across 2 players. Everyone else sub 1K. That's not going to be enough for a buy in the next round should the damage come through from the side of Emerald. And so this is an important round for BU Esports.
True, or else their cash is going to go and be haywire at this point onto the next. But look at this. Lammy was able to snipe away Risu very early into our round. So look at this, dark covers to be used to deny any vision from the sniper here. And Maestro to use the drone off coming in from showers. A little bit of a peek. Rafleen takes and wins the duel. To be traded out by Bozo. Hunter's Fury to basically just confuse out Buddy Meister in the process. Next though, we'll go for the trade. Places the cameras onto a short here to at least gather some information. Queen and Maestro just waits for them. Also with the recon bolt, and look at this, just the timing is on to Sova, but Lammy, however, takes his clone down. Was able to spot out the Cypher here. That's thrice, alright? So both of them was able to at least detect themselves in the long run. And I think Cage is to be triggered. Attempted to go and teleport, but Thiticorn to end it all out. And I love it how Lammy just utilizes his recon bolts, his shock darts to just currently place Maestro in that corner so that Thiticorn will have a lot of time into a short.
Yeah, consistently finding ways to reveal the enemy can be... I mean, again, it's ironic, isn't it? Going up against Mex, who supposedly can see you, but Sova saw you first, and that's a big problem to have. And so 4-4, BU Esports, they keep the scoreline even on this defender side, and they've been proven a good defender side as well. Emerald, they needed to win that round. They had to break BU Esports just there. That would have been a 3-5. That would have been the economy going in their favor, and a 3-6 would have been in line for them. Instead, BU Esports, they take a much-needed round.
Alright, so they already have an idea that there are people crowded onto B long, just spraying it all out to at least delay any push. Gets the orb, might go for the teleport here. And I think the Cypher followed through. they already have the idea now that a lot of people are stacked up onto A. Notice how 3 members on in A short did not fully push. I think they just basically made some noise. Speaking of noise here, Bozo takes down Risu off angle there, and Buddy Meister for the trade. Bozo ever spots out someone into U-Haul, basically Raplane here, but was double peeked by Buddy Meister and Mex. And Lamy, though, will be sniping out Mex away off the board. 2 versus 2. Take note that Buddy Meister is detained. So, the angle, though, he is in a good position to just hide. So, that didn't really do much. But at least, it gave at least a bit of a location to, at least they have an idea to where they are right now. But Buddy Meister making his way into tank here.
This
They
spike
don't have
is
the
so far
spike.
removed. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, they need to fight their way back in with so little time left. Out comes the Paranoia. That swing had to happen as soon as the Paranoia comes out. But Buddy Meister will find the kill. There's Lamy with the refrag. That spike can start going down. There's going to be the recon bolt. And it's actually not going to reach Maestro. So there is a free plan. Anne can back away and try and get into a position that works for him. But out in the open, there's the flick coming in from Lamy, and it's going to be a 5th on the board for BU Esports. Don't peek against the operator.
Especially if you've already planted the spike, you could just at least wait for Lamy to go down, change some guns, and when the when he is attempting to go for the defuse, that's where you go and get the kill, because you already have the luxury to wait.
Bit of a blunder there for the side of MRALT and for Maestro specifically. And I don't know, you don't want to be peeking into that. Lamy Snacks has not been missing his shots at all, and so why would you think that would be an okay play? Well, regardless, MRALT, they'll be buying into this round. We're seeing 4 rifles in their hands. Didicon again with that judge, and they know exactly how to play this defense. And I mean, people can say it's a cheap thing to do, having a judge sitting inside of hookah. There's a crossfire as well. But, I mean, if you want to win, you need to play with every advantage you can take. Raffleen taking 1. That's Didicon to take 1 more, but it's going to be Maestro with the refrag. Keeping the numbers even here as Lamy can try and isolate these fights. Raffleen goes down as well. Paranoia missed. There's another kill coming in. Lamy Snacks, he's on a roll here, and now in the 1 versus 3. And the last player alive yet again is going to be Mex. And what more can he do at this point? He's got no body to use his ult on. He doesn't have that much utility to work with to get that space, and that spike is dropped in hookah. That's too far removed. Lamy Snacks knows exactly where he is now. There's the missed shot. That's a rare miss as well, as Mex will take that kill, looking for the headshot onto the remaining players. There's one more. Can he find the last player? 0 bullets left. Has to go for the reload. Has no idea where Bozo is. This jump up would mean everything. The spike, the cage gets triggered, hiding in the edge of the cage. Should be expecting it. There it is. Bozo, a headshot. Mex, nice try, but it will be BU Esports finding a 6th round on the board.
Gets the operator for Lamy to use for now. And again, this is a bit of a bad feat for Emerald at this point. I mean, we do get their idea. They have, in terms of clutches, they have it. It's just that to keep hold of, let's say, into their post-plan situations, it's not really working out. So again, because they, if I'm not mistaken, they lost another round into their stuff, they are forced to half buy, and some actually didn't buy and went for some classics instead. And look at this, Citycorn again doing that similar strategy with the judge. Raffleen was able to spot it out, but this time I like it how he didn't push as per usual. Teleporter here, Tay will be taking down Raffleen Maestro for the trade. Citycorn tried to step into the boxes, but that was spotted by the Sova here. And look at this, all throughout a messy fight, but forces out a 2 versus 3. Take note that the Cypher is low on health, so any flick can happen that takes away his life. Speaking of, Queen will be taking down Risu instead. So a disadvantage at hand for the side of Emerald right here. Bozo is just waiting for someone to actually go into the Leer. Was not gonna blind Buddy Meister here. He went out for the stinger take, but with only 1 HP, if I'm not mistaken. Just go for the ult.
Oh, he thought that he was going to be defusing. That's a nice try there, but 7-4. BU Esports, they're doing it. This is a big lead now, and they have the potential to go to 8 as well.
True. And once they just basically set
Last
things
round
up,
in the half.
if they make it into an 8-4, they're just basically leading their way towards victory on second half. Unless, of course, Emerald do something about it. And I still don't want to discredit them since this is defender's side for for Emerald here. So them being the defenders onto the next half may have some changes. But yeah, still a bit disjointed at this point. Makes me really go into question right now.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so, because this lead, this was unthinkable. Last time I saw them play, BU Esports, they were looking flat. Maybe it was just an off day for them. But here, this is a team that's been practicing a lot. They want this win. They want it badly. As Rafleen pushing before the smoke can plume, Tay will be going down. Bozo is there for a refrag. Both Reynas have taken down both Jets. As Thidicorn has actually found a way into the flank, and there should be a free kill. But almost whiffed the first shot, but the kill's coming in anyway. Lemmy Snacks and Thidicorn both finding the kills. Now in the 1 versus 2, Mex always in this situation, and there it is. Thidicorn, great position, and 8th on the board for BU Esports. An almost flawless defender side round. And Emerald, they have a lot to prove here and a lot of work to do.
True. And okay, so here, looking at Emerald, it's not really looking good for them. I think this time this is their off day. But again, pistol round classics are to be droned out here. But look at this, Ghosts, Frenzies, alter out forward side of Emerald here. So they can make magic happen. They can force, to closing up the gaps that we have into our boards if they manage to hold their grounds off. And looking at the setups here, 3 onto A, 2 onto B, and look how our attackers are split in terms of placing themselves here onto B. One is B long, one is at hookah. So they have a different play in terms of strategy though. But Risu was detected by the drone. Uses the smoke to place it into the garden to at least deny some vision for later. So dark covers to be used onto Elbow's site. Mex was able to spot out. That's a nerdy camera. But again, Tay here takes down Risu with the classic. And Mex tries to attempt the strategy of Bozo earlier by placing himself onto smoke. Alarm bot to be discovered here. Queen, though, will be taking down Mex with a classic again. Buddymeister for the trade. That's going to be a 2K. Tay will be taking down Rafleen in the long run as well. Bozo with Maestro. Only Buddymeister remaining. Clutch can be possible if he was able to sight out the Jet. But you know what? Bozo is still high on his feet here and ends the round.
9-4. What is going on here? You know, Thai teams, it's either they go all the way to the end and they win it, or they get knocked out in the quarterfinals. It always seems to be the case when it comes to C tournaments, and it seems to be no different here. BU Esports, they're looking so confident to go for these fights. We're also seeing a lot of mistakes being made. Mex missing the headshot there onto Queen. That's not what you expect to see.
Yes.
Exactly.
True. This is not your usual Emerald gameplay or recipe that they would try. And look at this. An aggressive peek coming in from Buddymeister with the Sheriff, knowing that there is gun difference, and knowing that you are defenders, you shouldn't really be the one to go in and go all out. But nonetheless, Risu will be taking a trade here, 4 versus 3. And Risu was detected by the Recon Bolt Shock Dart to hit a casualty. That's another Shock Dart only taken out by Lamy. Bozo taking down next, and Lamy to end the round 10-4. This is not your usual feat. And if this goes on, economy is going to really drop for the side of MRALT here, and a lot more advantage for BU Esports.
Yeah, double digits to 4 points. You're in big danger, Emerald. Like, you expect a lot more than this at this point. They're trying to force the issue. We're seeing the Spectres coming out now. They want to do as much damage as they can because they need to get back into this. 10-5, 10-6, 10-7. You have to get that ball rolling. Otherwise, BU Esports, they're just going to roll it all the way to the end. And a 13-4 defeat from BU Esports when you're Emerald, that's a big demotivator.
You do not want that to happen as much as possible. So right now they are going to place themselves on to B, only to see that look at this. BU Esports is on a different feet right now. They are the attackers. Usually you'd have the impression that they are the ones going in and just rushing. But look at this. Taking a hold, splitting themselves from hookah to B long, waits for someone to peek them and goes for the kill. That's the usual strategy that MRALT did against the other teams from before. I think they really did their homework here. But Reflame, though, will be taking down Tay. So this is good. At least they took down their initiator here, or the duelist per se.
I love that setup in the B side. All 3 players staying outside. They put the camera inside of the site, not down long like they normally do, and that means they can just walk into the site, and there they get the information. Those smokes start to come out, and they're playing this just like we saw them play on Ascent, where it's just basically let's go for the retakes. Let's let them get stay at the site, get into good positions. Maestro swinging in from elbow. There's a free kill. That's well played there from Emerald. And so, damage coming in early here for Emerald. This is what you expect to see a lot more from the Indonesian team, as BU Esports just walking in and going down.
This is a long rotate coming in from Killjoy right here, on the way to the cave, not going into a short as well. So, okay, this is interesting. From the showers to the cave, I expected to go with to B, but look at this. Plants to A instead. So that was a bit of a hefty work, but you know what? It got the job done. And so Lammy here spots out Refleen here. That's going to be 3K for Bozo as well. So only Risu remaining here. Uses some smoke. Fakes the defuse for audio cue. Peeks out. Was able to survive right here. Look at this. The Swarm bot to corner her out. And that Queen just ends up this round. 11-4. Unsightly sight.
Risu made a mistake there. Expected after tapping the spike to have the gun coming out, peeks out with the knife still in hand. And that would have been a free kill onto the Sova, but they should not have lost that. That was a 3 versus 5. And on the back of 1 kill from Bozo with a Bulldog, they all put their cards on that B site. That A site's left completely open. Sova can then watch the flank and then gets the kill up onto Heaven as well. That's so well played from BU Esports. And that is a mid-round strat call that is very rare to see in Southeast Asia. These guys have a lot of potential.
A lot of potentials indeed. And the fact that they are holding their ground. They're not the usual aggressive attackers as you would see. They're just basically waiting for some casualties to go into their sides before committing into a push. And notice how it forced Emerald to be in a reactive state wherein someone was already watching A. But because of all the fiasco that happened at B, it forced them to rotate. And that made A open. So right now we are seeing a similar feat because this is basically the winning ball for BU Esports. Reflane right now using the Bucky here in hopes that they can deny any pushes. But look at this though. Buddy Meister and Max will be taking a kill of their own. So this time around 3 versus 5. Emerald has to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is match point on the line here for BU Esports. Tay making his way in, not even looking the right way. Tay actually gives away his position, and that could be a little bit of a problem as Tay is already down to 77 HP. There's the re-peek, a nice shot there from Risu, a headshot onto Tay. And now it's a 2 versus 5. They just need to hold on to this, not give away free kills just because they get a bit confident because they've got a 2-man advantage or a 3-man advantage.
True. But again, 2 versus 5. Omen has the spike Refleen here, and alongside with, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Sova on below. Oh no, it's a Cypher.
Yeah.
To re-peek right there. You don't have much time, but slowly rotating onto showers here as the Ticorn goes in to be greeted by Risu. So at least a save is gonna happen here for the side of BU Esports. So this is a bit of a breather to say the least for Emerald at this point, but still was taken down. Bozo takes down Mex here. Risu as well takes down the Ticorn, which is fair enough. But again, a little bit breather, but they have to put in a lot of effort with all of those gaps that was created.
Yeah, I mean, BU Esports, they've got 2 rounds to go. They're comfortable to just give up a round like that. That's absolutely fine. Emerald, they're still 6 rounds behind. They still need 8 more to go. And it's a lot of work necessary here for the side of Emerald.
A lot of
This
work.
is just the start. They need a lot more.
And to pull it off, they basically need to be a bit more patient at this time around, because I noticed that Emerald being the defenders here, if you did notice earlier that Buddy Meister tried to go in with only the Sheriff, that's not a best play that you would want to. You would want to rush in if you have better weaponry, and they have to consider that. But this time around, both of our teams have the decent weapons. So I guess it's just about Emerald patiently waiting for those peaks and winning their aim duels here. Second, they have to watch out for their flanks and the angles as well, because I think that's more of the lackluster at this point for MRALT. If they are able to do that, just like what Risu did here onto A, this could probably work for MRALT here. But as mentioned, a lot of effort has to be placed here since it's 11-5.
See what this pause is for. I'm wondering if it's tactical or technical. Probably tactical at this point, and if it was tactical, it would be called by MRALT. BU Esports, they seem to be stacking up over here towards the A site. They've got 4 players ready to push in towards mid, and you've got, of course, Thidicorn watching over towards the teleporter, just in case someone pushed their way through. And MRALT, they're fine to put 3 players over towards that B site, along with all of Cypher's traps. And so Risu, Budimeister, they have a lot of work to do on that A site, should that push start to come in.
And still, we're having quick pause, but early setups here coming in from MRALT. 3-2 lineup here for the defenders. Pretty interesting though how they stack up B, since the Cypher is there and the Sova for some information. The Reyna could have gone to A, since A is a bit wider in comparison with the B side. But nonetheless, the way that BU Esports set them up looks like they will be going for a push here, considering that the spike is in the hands of Tay. Could dash in, uses the smoke. That's a possible feat, but this is a nice position for Risu though, if ever tries to take advantage of that play. But again, with Risu being elevated, there's a higher chance he could win the aim duel here. Takes out the drone, but that also gave away his information, so forces to position himself onto the site itself. So as mentioned, dashes in, goes for the plant spike here, tries to end this as early as possible, but Budimeister will deny Bozo here. So this could be a possible round for MRALT. A lot of swarm bots should be used very early though. Shock darts as well into the corners. Not gonna hit Risu this time around. They probably learned their lesson here. Earthling though will be having that Bucky kill. Taking down Tay away, goes into the smoke, takes down the Jacorn here, uses some invulnerabilities to just jump off and hide into the corners here, as Lammy will be taking down Risu, but the defenders was able to defuse the spike, just made some noise right there, but still, Lammy takes at least a consolation to take down Rafleen.
For that 19 kills for Bozo and for Lammy Snacks. They're getting into this. MRALT, they're 5 rounds behind now. They've managed to link 2 together. But BU Esports, they've still got the guns to work with. And so they're not out of the woods just yet. They've got a long way to go still. And it's not going to be easy. BU Esports, they're still looking very scary here.
And at least we are now starting to see a bit of effort for MRALT here. But with every round that when they have to take note that they should be fighting for match points, because still this is the advantage of you having a lot of points that you were able to gather up during the first round. You can be a bit of lax here, but this time I think MRALT here has at least set their footing here. Taking down Thichicorn early means that they denied smokes coming in from BU Esports. So this is a good call. Maestro places himself here into the corners. And I think they already have an idea that at least one of the attackers is in towards Hookah. Jumps off. Was not able to take any hits coming from Lammy. But the shock dart though will deplete at least an amount of HP to Maestro. Uses the recon bolt first, but was firstly detected by Lammy's recon bolt, and Tay just go in for the push and the kill. Rafleen though will be having a trade onto Hookah. And look at this. Tay for the trade, taking down Budimeister, who was attempting to flank B long.
Okay, so the spike is now rotating over towards the A site. They're going to try and sell this fake with Jet and with the Raze. With the Reyna. But actually, never mind. They have to decide against it because it's such a big risk. You're pushing in with a Killjoy. You've got no way of entering, and so it will be the commitment. You can see Cypher's actually rotated through spawn. Everyone are outplaying themselves here because now they've just opened up the site yet again. 10 seconds remaining. The spike is getting planted, and it's a 2 versus 3 on the retake. Emerald are thinking way too hard about this.
True. Mex now was able to spot someone onto Hookah, but take note that there is a possibility that others can be on the site. With that swarm bot being thrown, that could be a giveaway. But look at this, Tay for the quad, make it an ace for Tay to finish this off, and this is a match point round. coming in from BU Esports. That's a bit of a question to dash in towards the smoke, considering that is number 1, there's a swarm bot, number 2, there's smokes, and I think the possibility of one being into sight was a bit neglected there by Risu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Lamy Snacks is a member of NG. NG is a professional esports team in Thailand. They're probably one of the best for FPS. And so he's a very experienced player. You can see it there. He's got NG at the very start of his name. And so that must be a big boon for them, because last time we saw BU Esports playing, Lamy Snacks, I don't think he had this level. I don't think he had this kind of training. He's definitely stepped up a couple of pegs here. And so now, MRALT, they've rotated 3 players over towards the A site instead, as it looks like BU Esports have adjusted. Instead, 4 players over towards B. And who do they have to defend with? They've got a Cypher, and they've got a Jet, sorry, as Mex will find the first kill.
Alright, there again, another camera was able to track at least members who are on to belong. Take note, they stacked up 4 members there, with Mex taking down the Killjoy. That is a giveaway in terms of their location. But you know what, as mentioned, Lamy will be taking down Risu, who managed to at least take down 2 members of the Esports. So now the spike is in the hands of the Omen. Might go for a rotate at this point right here. But look at this. Mex eyeing out for Bozo here onto site, giving information to his team, and not yet releasing the recon tracker that the Cypher has. Spike planted on inside tin cans. Your Maestro will be taking down Unicorn. And I like it how Mex just did not release it, at least not to give away to where the camera's located. And Mex will be taking down Bozo here, so this could be a bit of tricky for Lamy at this point. Uses the Leer for Rafleen here. And take note, Lamy is low on health, so Rafleen can win this, but look at that, Lamy still was able to get the 3K. And Rafleen with the knife out, not the best scenario.
Trying to bait out a shot, I guess, but like Rafleen's movement seems to not be on point at this point in time. Yeah, it's like, we've seen now twice Rafleen using that ult, or rather using the Wraith form basically to try and get information. Bounces into a box, bounces into a wall, just then peeking out, exposing side of the body with the knife out, and not going back into cover. It's so strange to see. As BU Esports, they're looking like a flawless team so far.
Nice intuition for Rafleen, however, to check out Showers right now. Gets the peek, but was not able to win it, as Queen will be taking that refrag, basically, because that's double peaked. But right now, Buddy Meister here already knows that they're here. Ult is going to be used by the Ticorn, cancelled, however, so they might go in their way towards Showers. I think they realize that Emerald's not really paying much of attention to this place, though. Maestro will be taking down Lamy, and 3 versus 4 fight. Numbers in favor of Emerald. Let's see how things goes for them. Risu will be placing some smokes onto the entrance of Showers here. Bozo just waits for it to go down and wait for any potential peaks. Just made some noise. However, look at this. Tay and Thiticorn are into A short. Might probably go and rotate, but the camera of Cypher is there on standby. So attackers here has to make a decision whether or not to go for rotate or go for the commit.
30 seconds left.
They're all on this A site now. Take making, oh my goodness, the headshot onto Maestro. Trying to get the follow-up. I'm missing every single shot. And straight back over towards the B site with the spike. And that is going to be the advantage for BU Esports. Mex has a lot to do here. It's a 2 versus 1. Spike is going down, and it's going to be such a difficult retake. You've got no way to make your way back in. As Mex finds the first.
Okay, Tay with the judge right here, and Mex was able to clutch this game out, still keeping the game alive there, 12-8. At least they managed to put their efforts into good use right now. So 4 more rounds, if I'm not mistaken. My math is not good. Oh no.
Yep, 4 more rounds to go. I mean, 7 HP remaining there for Mex, and that's done a lot of damage to their economy. Look what they've got left to work with. It's not a lot of cash to make use of. Rafleen gonna have to make use of maybe a Spectre. Can't really afford the full. Actually, can't afford the full armor. Rafleen. by full armor? Or well, maybe there's no need. You know, obviously got the ult ready, and so you can upgrade immediately. Actually switches out to the Bucky instead. And so it's a bit of a gamble, especially when you've got a match point team you're up against.
I think for BU Esports, you look at how split their positions are currently right now. Reina and the Jet. Basically, the duelists for BU Esports here just guarding out B side. And they might make some noise, I guess. And look at this. Spike is in towards the middle, so they might plan any potential rotates here if ever MRALT can take down one. But look at this. Lammy, however, will be taking on Buddy Meister on to U-Hall. And using his utilities just as bait to force out Buddy Meister and reposition in his favorable manner is just really good thinking for Lammy at this point. So right now they might be committing towards B here when they already take down one of these smokes for Emerald and 4 versus 5. And we do see that BU Esports really has some good post plans, especially to clutch things out. But not discrediting Emerald still because the efforts are really seen here. Dash is in though, but was not able to take down Tay. Queen also will be taking down Reese in the process. Tay to boost himself up onto the roof here to take down Rafleen. 1 versus 5. I think this is GG.
I mean, watch this. The A's coming in. Just kidding. Maestro going to be going down there as Lammy Snacks. Appropriate, getting the last kill as Lammy Snacks was an absolute fire the entire time there. And so seriously well played there by Lammy Snacks. Obviously you could pick up for NG as well. But really, BU Esports, they're 2-0 right now. Who would have seen this coming? We're going on to a third map. This could be the final map. If BU Esports keep up this level of confidence, of aim and teamwork, Emerald don't stand a chance, which is such a weird thing to say after everything that's been said so far.
True. And basically what happened was a big switcheroo in terms of gameplay. The way that you expect Emerald to see play here is what's being seen onto BU Esports and vice versa. So I am really uplifting my caster's curse at this point. And you know, BU Esports might win our third map unless of course the map is not in favor of BU Esports and Emerald can force game 4.
Yeah, I mean, it would take an absolute miracle to get that reverse sweep, right? It goes to BU Esports and somehow they bring it back with 3 games in a row. It would be so difficult. In terms of their current mental state, they may be a bit tilted. They may be a bit demotivated. Maybe they feel like they're not hitting their shots. That could be such a big factor as well. So many things go into this that can be affecting the way they're playing today. But BU Esports, they're rising to the occasion, and that's all you can really say at that point. Because if you've got a better team rise to the occasion, it means they deserve the win. Emerald, they've so far not really shown us. We're seeing glimpses every now and then of their individual prowess, but in terms of the teamwork, we're just not seeing it at all.
Very disjointed. I mean, we did mention that during the first match, and it is a bit of evident again into the second one.
Well, we're going into the interview.
Insight CVCI Finals. I hope you guys are enjoying the gameplay and everything else. We are back with our second interview with a company that we are very excited about. Now, as you guys know, content creation has rocked the world during COVID in 2020. CVCI and Cyber Athlete is no different. You know, creation of content and getting your information out there is incredibly important. And everybody is looking for an edge to try to figure out how to get their content out there and proliferate it as the best that we possibly can. So a group of people based out of the United States have come up with an idea. It is an app for your phone, and it's called Claim Your Fame. And we are going to bring the CEO of Claim Your Fame on right now to talk about exactly what they're doing. And I'm very excited. I want to introduce you guys to Michael Crossman. There he is. Hey, Michael, how are you? Welcome to CVCI Finals, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Scott. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Great. So, again, content is king right now with everybody being home and everybody trying to do things. And you have created a unique app that is going to help people get their content out there. Can you tell us a little bit about it and how it works?
Sure. So Claim Your Fame is an app, free, completely free, to help you build your brand. And so nowadays, everyone is helping with building their social media profiles, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And as a gamer, that is free content that you can get out there. And so what our app does is we created a system where we help you level your brand identity by showcasing the ideas that you've put out there. So whether you're streaming or content creating, our app showcases that, and it levels your brand up, so it brings value to what you're looking to do as a gamer or a streamer or content creator, and it makes it fun. So you create some different events, you share some of your videos, and every time you do something like this, it helps you level your brand. And brand's a big thing nowadays, especially since everybody is going to say, hey, check out my page, check out my live stream. And so what we did is we wanted to make it easier for companies and users to reach out together and see what everyone is making. And the leveling idea was a cool idea to make it fun, like a gamification of what already the work that you're already putting in, and it just allows other users to have that fun with it.
So yeah, I think I get the general concept. So influencers or mega influencers and everything else don't typically get credit. Once you hit a certain level, it doesn't feel like you can go anyplace.
Sure.
I mean, you might go ahead and say, hey, I like this tweet, and then that tweet becomes very popular. But other than you doing it, know that you helped the buddy out or help someone that you didn't know out, there's no way for you to kind of get credit for that or continue to build your brand. So what you've done is you've gamified the process. So as an influencer, Lord knows I'm not an influencer, but if I were a mega influencer and I wanted to help someone out because I appreciated their content, I could do that and raise my brand level and awareness while I'm helping someone else out. Is that what you're saying?
Definitely. And the reason why it's important, we thought it was important to level your brand is, you're going in, you're streaming, you're producing content every day. And at the end of the day, it may seem like you're not getting a lot done, but you're creating this content that you can put out to the world. And we want to reward people for that. And whether it's the long grind of getting started and saying, hey, how do I get started on streaming? Like, where do I go? How do I hit different audiences? This app will help you manage those different, you manage your Instagram and how to influence your Instagram to your stream and how to take your stream and promote it on your Instagram. So it's a fun way of doing it, but it's a way of a rewarding system so that when you're out there looking for a sponsor or looking to for an organization or a team, you can bring value saying, this is the content that I've created and this is the stuff that I've already put my work into.
That's awesome. So considering we're in Southeast Asia and what we're trying to do is help create a stabilized platform for the colleges and universities out here who don't currently do collegiate sports. They're purely academic. This is a tool that they could use. So, what do you say is the importance? What would you say to these schools, the importance of them supporting esports is, and with a tool, something like you?
Sure. I think our tool really helps, startups like that. So, different programs are looking to reach different audiences, and there's not really like a big go-to in different areas, and especially Southeast Asia. There's no like go-to, like, oh, I want an esports organization. How do I start it? How do I get it going? And this can help you start building that, whether it's, you create a profile in the app and then it helps you build your Instagram or your Twitch or your Twitter. And, it really helps you reach that audience. But also as an individual that's going to school for it or going to school and being a gamer, this also helps you bring value and awareness to these different programs that are happening. So the schools are getting the awareness, the players are getting the awareness, and then it builds that community.
That's awesome. All right, we got to get back to the matches. So before we leave, you're going to be one of the people that are doing one of our giveaways. Why don't you tell us what you're giving away and how it's happening?
Sure. So we're giving away a Kraken Kitty headset from Razer. And the way we're going to do it is if you download the app, there will be an event for the CVCI on the Claim Your Fame profile. And if you check in, we'll have a week-long check-in. If you check in with your username, you will be entered into this giveaway. And so at the end of the week, we'll look at everyone that has checked in and pick a winner.
That's awesome. So thank you very much, Michael Crossman. We appreciate everything that you're doing, and we'll talk to you real soon. So take care.
Thank you. Good luck, guys.
Hey, guys. So I'm leaving this up on the screen for a few more seconds. It is Claim Your Fame. It's available on both Google Play and the Apple Store. Go download it to your phones, create your profile, and then check into our event, which is the CVCI Finals event, and you have a chance to win that wonderful Kraken Kitty headset. So let's get back to the matches. Thank you.
And we're on to map number 3. And if you saw the head-to-head there, it was, of course, your boy Lammy Snacks and Raffleen, of course, at the top. But Lammy Snacks was outscoring Raffleen by a huge, huge margin. And just goes to show how good that Sova was playing there. And, well, we do have another winner for the giveaway for 100 USD. Remember that you can get you guys can get yourselves 100 USD by guessing the keyword. You get 10 chances. So you know, make sure whenever we're putting emphasis on words, that could be a keyword.
Supposed to be a secret, but why don't you announce our second winner?
Our winner is Some Bell. Some Bell. There's Some Bell out there.
Over the rainbow.
Some Bell over the rainbow. Some Bell. You have won yourself 100 USD. You'll be messaged by someone from Cyber Athlete, and you'll be enjoying yourself 100 USD. So congratulations to you. And, well, if you wonder what our next map is going to be, it's going to be Haven.
Haven.
That's right. BU Esports, last time we saw them play, they absolutely thrashed on Haven. And so if MRALT can't get the game together now, this is going to be done. This is going to be over and done with.
I mean, I did mention that earlier, that this can be a 3-0 unless the map does not favor BU Esports. So, yeah, like you said, if MRALT isn't really going to set their footing here and assert dominance at this point, it's going to be a 3-0 for BU Esports. But, you know, again, I do have the caster's curse, and since I called that out, there's a chance probably that Emerald will be taking this point away and force us a game number 4.
So the lineups are exactly the same for both teams. Now everyone has switched over to the Cypher, and let's see if this is going to be the start of the end, or if this will be the start of a start for Emerald.
True. And Emerald being the defenders here, usually Haven is to have the impression of attacker sided if you are able to at least take control of first 4 to 5 rounds of first half. But looking at this, Lamy will be using the recon bolt very early on to a site, will not actually detect anyone in the vicinity. So Thittercorn here tries to make his way inside garage, only to accompany Lamy instead here onto mid. So they do have a rough idea, however, that no one is basically peeking and just waiting for someone to go into a site. So take note as well that Haven is a 3-sided map. So they just basically went in here for the side of the Esports. So this is going to be trades all over the board here, but numbers are in the hands of MRALT right here, as we are starting to see Buddy Meister with this Reina as the duelist. So they did utilize Buddy Meister as their initiation to its maximum potential. And there you go, Emerald here will be taking their first round.
There you go. Good round there from Emerald. You can see them actually working as a team for once. Mex covering as the spike gets diffused. That wide swing from Bozo, I think if that flash comes out and that was a much more shallow peak, that would have been in their favor. But maybe not expecting just a hold there coming in from the side of Mex. But regardless, Buddy Meister, Mex, 2 kills apiece. And a nice attempt there from BU Esports, but CP,
Oh, this
TT,
is
and
interesting.
KN.
Tay was seated down to be traded by CPTT this
Yeah.
time around. So this is all good because there is the element of mystery for EB Esports. So let's see how this new jet plays along. Goes for the peak. Risu will be taking down Bozo early here onto sewers. Meanwhile, CPBT will try to at least take dash in probably onto A site as expected here. But Meister, however, will be taking down the jet here. And this is going to be a triple coming in from Risu. Very unstoppable at this point for Emerald. But, you know, this is still too early since we do have that certain trend that we did see during the first and second match, that usually first 3 rounds Emerald has it, then suddenly BU Esports pops off.
And they need to get a number of rounds here on their attacker side, because it's the side that you're expected to get more damage on, considering, you know, there's 3 sites. That defense is going to be split. They've got 2 players on garage right now. Mid is completely open. And then 2 players over towards A, and they've got the Soviet in the back of C as well. There, as you said it, once those rifles come out, Buddy goes straight down. Why is Buddy on the Reina this time? That's an interesting switch, as Raflin is on the Omen instead. And maybe just because Buddy Meister's been feeling a little bit more confident throughout the day. He's consistently been at the top of the scoreboard. It's fair enough. Bozo waiting on the other side of this smoke, waiting for that to fade. Raflin sitting on the other side, and that spike is still sitting over towards their spawn.
Alright, Bozo has not yet took notice of Raflin here onto the top side and took advantage of that to take down Bozo. 3 versus 4. Take note that Omen, I was supposed to say Omen is low on health, but was, you know, being caught by the, what do you call it, shock dart coming in from Lamy. So the spike is already planted here, planted for C long, to say the least. CPPT onto the very edge of this corner to wait for someone to peek onto city site. So Maestro here takes a bit of a jiggle peek, was able to detect 2, but did not really anticipate that CPPT's on the corner there. Goes for the trades, but Queen to end this round up 2-1 again. This is very tricky for Emerald, considering that they don't, all throughout our rounds, they did really go ahead and dominate at least a first half.
That was a very good round coming in from BU Esports. We can see the way they're working together. That damage that comes in from Bozo, and then the finish off by Lamy Snacks, who is still just keeping ahead of the score there. And they're just playing so well off each other and finishing off each other's kills. We're not seeing too many double kills coming in for the side of BU, for the side of Emerald. Just like that, again, we get to see it's not an exchange frag onto Risu, but it's an exchange regardless onto Maestro. And so no kill goes unanswered. They're all playing off each other, and yeah, just brilliant stuff here from BU Esports.
And here's the thing, MRALT is again being on a reactive state here. Just because some people made some noise onto A, look how quickly they rotate towards it, leaving both sides open and up for grabs for BU Esports. Look at this. Even though that, well, basically they can't see what we can see, but they still is very cautious whenever they enter into C-Long here. So CP double T, there you go, was able to dash in and goes in towards C side, smokes out City. Bozo will go for the kill here. So off Spike is planted again on C-Long. Again, placing himself onto the corners here. They have to learn their lesson at some point that someone is in the corners here onto the boxes. So City Corner will take down Risu, but Meister for the tray uses a bit of invulnerability there. But will be taken down by Lamy either way. The 2 versus 1. They know that Raffine is in garage. Was able to take down Bozo here. Recon Bolt is not going to detect him. Jiggle peeks. Uses the covers to go at least place it on half the fuse. But there's Fury though in the right timing to get that 3K for Lamy.
I reckon what just went through his mind there, where he sits on it and then he looks at the Sova and he's like, oh wait a minute, he's got his ult ready, and then nowhere to hide. It's like, yeah, you know what, you're right, you can take this round. BU Esports tie things up, and they've actually damaged MRALT's cash economy all the way down, and so we won't be seeing the force buy here. Instead, it will be the Bucky coming out, a bit of armor, the pistols coming out as well, and BU Esports, they now have the opportunity to take the lead here.
Force is out a classic for Risu, as you did mention that Cash is a bit of a haywire for the side of MRALT right here, and looking how BU Esports set themselves up, it's a bit of a split. No one's really crowding out at least 1 or 2 sites in this area. So if you look at it, Spike's just being dropped onto window. They want to get information first as much as possible. But look at this though. CP was able to take down Raffine here on C Cubby, but Queen also taking down Risu there. Buddy Meister with the Sheriff who takes down Piticorn as a trade, but they have an idea that someone is at least in the area. Maestro takes down, and Lamy as well for the trade. 2 versus 3 in favor of BU Esports here. And look at this, their Jet is also popping off right here, attacking Bozo at this point, and Lamy to end it all up. And yeah, speaking of Lamy, he's been very consistent all throughout our matches here.
Yeah, I mean, when they needed to show up the most, look at him, 8 kills to his name in the first 5 rounds. We're on to the 6th now. And that consistency from Lamy and from Bozo as well has been keeping them ahead of MRALT so far. MRALT, they just haven't had any of their players really starting to pop off. We saw a couple of 3Ks, 4Ks, not the aces we saw come out from BU Esports. Really good stuff so far, and even now they've switched out one of their players. CPTT doing so good already, starting things off.
Here. Dying best girl, guys. But anyway, looking at this, looks like this time around BU Esports is going to go on an aggressive approach. I think they just made their footing here onto Haven as CP is going to take down Raffine. Ooh, that rhymes. Bozo taking down Mex as Lamy will be planting the spike. Buddy Meister putting himself onto Garage closely to get hit by that Hunter's Fury, but nonetheless Maestro at least got a bit of information, to say the least. Buddy Meister to go with that all-out hit there, taking down Bozo. And 3 versus 4. Take note, Spike is planted, and Piticorn will be taking down. Buddy Meister, who is into the garage, takes advantage of that off-angle play. And looking at this, the Jet.
That's a jiggle peek and a half there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Queen takes down Risu with the information. There's Lamy Snacks to take down Maestro, and just like that, it's a 4-2. BU Esports, they've taken the lead away.
How amazing, because you did mention that BU Esports Haven play isn't really as much in comparison with MRALT, but looks like the tables have turned, at least for the previous rounds that we've had, and I'm pretty concerned for MRALT here because, okay, sure, since this is a 3-sided map, it's basically a common thing to disperse yourself up, but the thing is your retakes is not really going well for you, and that has to be fixed right here because as mentioned, they're a bit disjointed. Not just that, but the way that they position themselves and whenever they try to go and lurk. The thing about not looking at their angles is also play here. But look at this. Buddy Meister's going to take down Queen here. So this is good. They managed to at least dwindle down the members of BU Esports. So Refleen already might have an idea that someone is into cover. Still peeks right here, but CPWT still takes down Refleen there.
CVCT has been so instrumental on those C takes. Look at the rotates coming in from Emerald. 3 players make their way over from that A side over towards this C side, and it's a difficult thing to work with when you've got your players on the wrong side. Look at this. They've now pushed them over towards the B side. Now A is completely open, and BU Esports are reading this perfectly. They know exactly where to go.
Where to go indeed. So this time they stacked up A right here, and again, you did say that it is open, so
30 seconds
at
left.
this point they should be rotating here, but still staying onto City is not the thing that you would want to, because it kind of takes time to go and rotate. And with them, when you let's say this Reina and this Cypher goes towards, let's say, A site onto spawn, you only just give a lot of time.
10 seconds
But look
left.
at that. Looks like Maestro's gonna jinx me out. Takes
enemy
down 2,
remaining.
make it a 3. This is a 3K. Forces out a 3 versus 1 now. The spike is in their hands. Probably nice sometimes that I have, the curse here, because I jinxed them out and it worked in their favor. So yeah, it's good. It's all looking good, Emerald. Keep it coming. I'm gonna say some stuff and you jinx it for me, alright?
That was a really good position there from Maestro to catch them before that spike could go down. I don't know why they wanted to go for that deep spike plan, because I hate that position. It can be seen from heaven. They just have to jump up. If you plant behind the boxes for a long, no one can peek you from spawn, no one can peek you from heaven, and you got the defense from long and from sewer. So why not plant there? Why instead have you gone for that attempted plan, and then also given Maestro the 3K from one position? It's a bit baffling, to say the least. Oh, look at the damage done! Jet's so low, so is Sova. BU Esports, Maestro has been such a good defense so far for this A side.
Ult to be used by Refleen here onto A, but this also gives an opportunity for BU Esports to go and rotate. But Risu, to deny that back here, who was attempting to go onto window there. So at least Risu now has an idea that initially the spike was in the hands of Cypher. Probably gonna go and go in towards garage here. Look at this. Lamy though still tries to watch out for mid right here. Maestro takes on Bozo and Maestro as well for Lamy. So this is looking good now this time from Emerald. And I'm also liking it because my jinxing powers are still in play. But nonetheless, Risu to spot out the Nicorn, gets that shot, and finally to even things out. This may be the start of a start or an ending to an ending. I don't. You know what? You take cover of this.
I mean, I'm sure they get what you mean, and I mean they've done this multiple times, right? Emerald, they can keep evening things out, but when it comes time to closing things out, it doesn't happen. I've not seen Emerald get to double digits all day long. BU Esports, they've been doing it consistently.
And yeah, you did mention, right, that when it comes to like opening up their feet, Emerald's pretty good at it, but closing it looks like they're telling an open-ended story here. But the story doesn't really have a good journey for the first and second match. But nonetheless, look at this. Drone is to be taken down. Lamy here just going for the peek and kill. Takes down Refleen onto garage here. That was just insane.
That's a wall bang through to spawn. That must be so annoying.
True.
And there's Risu with her teammate's body behind him. And that spike is going over towards C. Again, they've got the camera set up here from the Cypher. They have Sova again holding over towards A. Out comes the smoke. It should be a good fake, but Maestro sees no other players as the push comes in. Bozo's found Mex, and now the 3 versus 4.
Okay, Buddy Maestro spots out CPWT right here. Risu takes down Bozo onto garage. Dashes in. And 3 versus 2 this time around. Maestro, I already... Ooh, look at this. Never mind, Buddy Maestro will be taking down Lamy onto City. And Risu to end this out. Looks like Emerald is starting to... I'm not going to say it because I might jinx it, but why don't you say it, right?
Yeah, it's... For what feels like a long time, Emerald have the lead yet again. BU Esports have quieted down just a little bit. Maybe that aggression from CPTT is starting to get a little bit too obvious. They're expecting that push to come in time and time again because CPTT has just been lurking by himself non-stop, trying to get that early damage done. And so far, it's not getting the results they want. Lamy Snacks is still being consistent, but the rest of his team have yet to really show up here. Stitikon will be pushing into this A
Risu?
site. 3 players over towards A.
Risu, why are you? All right, okay, for
Waiting for the recon.
Yeah, but again,
Oh!
okay, there's a price to pay. But look at this, the Buddy Meister got their backs right here. That's gonna be a 3K, dwindling it all out to 3 versus 1 at this point. Make it a quad. You know what, Buddy Meister here is starting to pop off with this Reina pick, and you know what, this is the good thing that comes with confidence, and you really know, and with the intuitions that you've got, it's really paying pretty well for the side of MRALT right here. 6-4. This is the 11th round. 2 more before the second half. Let's see if MRALT can finally get their point, or will BU Esports pop off again?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, BU Esports are now starting to lose these aim duels. And they're allowing Emerald to get away with these multi-kills when it's difficult to go for the double peek onto Arena, right? Because that first kill comes in, they can just use their evade skill, and that position is so good. Ralphine finds a double kill before going down, but they've just lost their Omen. No more smokes for the side of Emerald, except for the ones on their Jet.
And Jet is basically on a half health at this point, so they're solely depending on CPTT, especially when trying to take control of the site, dashing into reposition as well. Look at this, Buddy Meister will be taking down the spike carrier here. Spots out the Reina, but chooses to at least go for a reposition here before ending it all out. Risu also with that double pick. This is just good. This is the team play that we've been looking for since our first and second matches.
Yeah, it seems to be the change for Buddy Meister to switch over to the Reina and Rafleen to be on the Omen has started to pay dividends. 17 kills for Buddy Meister so far. Emerald, they're leading going into the second half. There is no doubt about it. 7-4. And as you said, this is the last round. Do they go 8-4? It's going to be a 7-5. BU Esports, can they close things out?
Haven makes games, I think, at this point, Jaeger. And Emerald, whatever buff you had during the break earlier, you just keep taking it, you know, because this is good signs or good omens for you. But again, BU Esports here has the ability to go and clutch themselves up, so this is still not yet over for them. It could be a bit of a pinch though if this were to be an 8-4, but nonetheless they can still have some efforts to do come the second half. But look at this, Buddy Meister already going in, watching in for any potential flank. They might meet ends by the Cypher over here. It goes in very carefully, takes the peek right here. And that was a bit risky, taking down the tripwire first before the Cypher. That could have been a casualty, but you know what? Buddy Meister really on point with his aim right now. And Risu as well with his sniping capabilities forces a 2 versus 4 out. And Buddy Meister places himself in another similar feat to Rafleen here. Gets the Jet, goes an invisibility, and to finish it off with a 3K, 8-4. Favor of Emerald.
BU Esports not really setting up. I mean, you can see the tripwire is in place to collect that sort of a flank, but they weren't peeking it together. They would go up against Buddy Meister, and Buddy Meister has been so consistent. 20-5, 4-0 KD. That's insane. And so now Emerald, if they win this pistol, we could be seeing our 4th map.
True. And yeah, we did mention that Lamy is the only one being consistent at this point, considering that CPTT is starting to be a bit predictable in terms of him being aggressive into our sites. That's the reason why, if you notice, he's been coming along with his friends rather than just lurking and just going for a bit of a flank there. But going back here, basically at this point they're coming for their pass. There might be a bit of a sticky situation, but nonetheless, Buddy Meister here. This is the sold out, so classics can also come at hand. Oh, look at that peek coming in. Queen will be taking down my Buddy Meister, but Rafleen for the trade. So was able to be detected there as Tricorn stays here into the smokes for now. Look at this, they are already planting the spike here as here to be destroyed. CPTT was able to spot out Rafleen, takes it down, Bozo as well, but Maestro takes it. Okay, make it. Oh, actually no, as CPT was able to shut down Maestro here and to end it up Bozo to end Mex here, 8-5.
And that scoreline doesn't look as far as 8-4 does it? Absolutely. Like 3 rounds to go for them to tie things back up. BU Esports, it was not a clean pistol round. They still had to work hard for it. But MRALT, I mean, you can see them. We can see the way BU Esports was playing there, right? Playing super aggressive, pushing into smokes, trying to get into aggressive positions on the initial defense. MRALT, they can start to expect that sort of thing to come up from BU Esports. So BU Esports, they're still on the ropes, and they need to pay attention to the way that BU Esports, to the way MRALT are attacking these sites.
Ooh, headshot this time for Lamy right there. Was able to see that Reyna's there though. That's just good jiggle for Lamy. I want to say evade, but that doesn't really rhyme. So that's an easy 3K for Lamy. And the other members as well. This is starting to keep BU Esports back on track. So as much as possible, there is still a moment of lax for Emerald right here, since they are ahead of 2 points, but they would want to abuse this as much as possible if they want to force out a game 4. So this time around, it's a different feat since both of our members already switched sides. BU Esports defense is very, I would say a bit threatening, because they know how to really check their angles, right? They know how to go for double peeks if necessary, and they really have to look out for that one, because look at this. They are defenders, but they're going towards C. Long here might go for any potential flanks onto behinds. Meanwhile, Team Emerald going in towards the smoke here, trying to make sure that B is clear first. Uses the Leer to block any vision, also with the smokes for A and C link. Shock Dart not to get anyone from being hit. The spike is planted though, planted for a window. So this is good. This is an open plant at this point. But Meister is a bit too late in terms of that aim, but still the gun difference is at play here, as a lot of members windowed down the members of Emerald right here, as CPTT takes a lot of kills as well as Funny roughly will be taking down Queen, but the Decorn will be also taking his life away. And okay, who gets to defuse? Alright, it's being defused at this point. So 8-7. Man, I really do have the curse.
1 round's difference now. Emerald, they're going to have the rifles coming out here. We've got the Vandals, we've got the Phantoms, and so now they need to start shutting down this map, because BU Esports, they've got momentum on their side right now, and they're about to tie up the score. If they win with what little weapons they have, a couple of Spectres and a Judge, then that could definitely spell the end for Emerald, because that's going to reset their money. There's going to be free guns for BU Esports, and that's going to be momentum for them as well. Plus, they already have 2 maps worth of momentum going into this map.
This is interesting. BU Esports has a lot of cash, but CPTT uses a Stinger for this round. And a Judge also to boot for the other member. I do forgot who was able to get that, but nonetheless, very interesting choice of weaponry for BU Esports right here. Bit of confident, to say the least, but right now, 2 members of Emerald is into a long, but look at this Blade Storm, perfectly executed by CPTT right here, as he takes down Reyna very early, and Omen rather, and looking at this 4 versus 4 evens at the odds. A long way to see, but that was just high game sense coming in from CPTT, taking down another one on to this phone.
Three players here to defend post plant spike, as Buddenmeister gets a free kill onto Lamy and escapes, as out in the open, CPTT's been so good so far. There's a 4K for CPTT. Risu all the way up in C long. Smoke goes down, tapping the spike. Spots a player on the edge of the smoke. And this is such a difficult position to be in. Risu doesn't have the draft coming as well. Finds the headshot. Thidicorn going down. The spike still being defused. There's the spray, and Risu's going to clutch it out. It will be the first round for Emerald on the attacker side, and that came down to the wire, surviving on 69 HP.
That is just a nerve-wracking performance for Risu, but you know what? It got the job done, and still a 2-point gap here. And this is looking good. As we mentioned, that because Tay was replaced by CPTT, there is this sort of mystery that can come out from BU Esports. But the thing is, with a lot of mystery also comes with a lot of answers. So I guess MRALT is starting to at least adjust to whatever BU Esports is giving them. But again, look at this. Maestro, though, basically used Risu as bait right there and just pushed in and took down their Cypher. So this time around, Emerald has the upper hand in terms of numbers. But setting them up here, they're not basically going to go and commit A, but heading towards middle site. So they have an option between B and C. Most likely it's going to be C at this point, since they might have an idea that only one is guarding that area, because this is 3 sites. So one site has to be sacrificed, to say the least. So I like the attempt how Lamy tries to avoid the drone, but it's really inevitable. So was detected though, but not really going to go for any commit here for the side of Emerald, as they are trying to make their way onto C. So they are able to go ahead of it, as Maestro will be taking down the Jet here. So 4 versus 3. Looks like Emerald's got their footing this time around. Buddy Meister just waits for someone to go outside here on to windows. Uses the Lear first up above. Not gonna deny any vision from Buddy Meister, but the aim duel is gonna be won by Bozo anyway. So Rape positions on to City now. Omen, Reina, and the Sova in there. Time is ticking though. Oh, Risu takes down the Record. Raflin also, and that's the thing. This is looking good now. This time we are seeing 2 digits from Emerald.
For the first time today, and it feels good as BU Esports 3 rounds behind, and they don't really have much to work with. I'm seeing a Bucky in their hands, and so how much damage can we really expect them to make in this round remains to be seen, as we're seeing basically disjointed buys here. It's going to be an operator, it's going to be a couple of vandals. Actually, they're investing as much as they can, and it could be a mistake. We'll see if that's going to be the case. But BU Esports, if they lose this next round, this probably leads to the 4th.
Cash is not going to be at play for BU Esports if they lose this round. And I understand where you're coming from, since this is 10-7. They could save for not to have better weaponry on the next round. But the thing is, if you spend too much and really going in for a commit, you have to be confident that you will win the round to be a bit more stable, to say the least. But look at this though. They managed to take out the cameras onto sewers, which basically isn't much of a thing for Emerald right now, as they are still trying to hold ground and check any information that they can here onto A site. Uses the recon vault only to spot the Cypher here. Dashes in, repositions onto Hell site. Buddy Meister takes down the clean CPTT for the trade here. Takes down another, but Raflin for the shutdown. 3 versus 3 now. Hunter's Fury in a close call. Not gonna hit Raflin at this point. Whips his shots, but managed to make it out as Risu takes down Tricorn here and positions onto the side now. Spike is already planted here, and planted for a long, if I am not mistaken. Oh yeah, no, actually planted on the corners right here. This is a bit risky. Oh, a bit of off-air shot, but the double peek is going to happen here. The camera is going to spot out Risu. Oh, actually, that was the Cypher. My bad. And Lamy here just places himself onto Hell, goes in towards the angle, takes down Megs right here. I think at this point, Risu's just waiting for any potential defuse audio cue, to say the least, before going out. And familiarizing with this, Risu knows that it's just fake, and the time is in his hand here. Ooh, managed to go up, but Lamy was able to go for that wall bang, but doesn't have time to go and defuse. And this is the 11th round for the side of Emerald.
My goodness, that was a nice try there, but 11-7 BU Esports. They shouldn't have too much money left. We're seeing Vandal still managing to come out there, and CPTT, what will you be using this round? You don't have an ult to work with anymore. It's going to have to be a shotgun or perhaps a bulldog, whereas Emerald, they don't have that much money either, to be fair, but they do have the weapons going into this round, so they've got the advantage. So Emerald, they're well set on their way towards closing out this map. BU Esports, we're seeing them kill every single member there of Emerald, but just unable to close out that round.
through. And look at this, dashes in, but it's going to be denied right now. This is going to be a very chaotic fight. What is a 3 versus 2 this time around? But look at the Sova with only a little bit of health to work with. TP will be taking down Maestro in the long run. Is that going to be a 2? No, Raflin shuts him down. Titicorn this time around will at least go and rotate alongside Cypher and the Omen to go way towards the spawn onto A. So Titicorn here has a choice, basically.
What is this?
Oh, this is interesting.
Thiticorn,
planted.
200 IQ.
Alright, going all the way into the tunnels. Oh, but because Titicorn destroys that tripwire, they already have an idea that he's in the area. But look at that smoke kill, judge kill coming in from Titicorn with the judge. Jumps up, but it's not enough to take down Mex right here. But manages to take Mex all the way up down to 26 HP. But you know what? Take note, MRALT using the gaps that they've created, you know, furthered it all out and leading towards match point. They have to win is to force a game 4.
Thiticorn knew exactly where to look there. That was insane from him. Unfortunately, unable to get that kill because of that judge. And so 12-7 match point for Emerald, BU Esports. This is a big difference from what we saw on the last map. What if it's the Jet? What if the Jet's the problem?
What if though? But look at this. They're going on a different feet. This time they are the aggressive ones. Almost a clean take for Rizu there, who were detected by the recon ball, but nonetheless sprays onto City, places herself into box, goes down once again, goes into corner, and while everything is happening for Rizu there, the spike is planted onto box. It's basically planted for C long at this point, so they could position themselves in a favorable manner. And flankers will come from C long right here. Was able to spot out Maestro. Let's see if they spot out Mex here. They could have used that into their advantage at this point. So that is going to be a 3K coming in from Titicorn at this point, going in towards, but was shut down by Buddy Meister. But look at this though, Bozo in the behind takes a 2K, and this is going to be the round now for BU Esports.
Left themselves very little time there, but there you go. As it will be, as you say, the round for BU Esports, and 4 rounds to go if they want to bring this into overtime. But Emerald, they only need 1. They just need to get 1 good take into one of these sites to get as many kills as they can, because BU Esports, it's not going to be easy to recreate that round. How many times can you get into a position where you've got players pushing long together and you can get that damage on the way back in? We can see from the side of Emerald, they've actually force-bought up a number of Stingers, Sheriffs. We're seeing a Classic still in the hands of one of these players, interestingly enough. And so let's see how much damage they can do with the weapons they have invested into this round.
Split pushes or split flanks coming in from BU Esports is working for them pretty well. As look at this, Titicorn starting to pop off, taking down the Reyna as early as possible here for the side of MRALT. He covers up the recon ball, cannot see anyone. But I don't know if that was an off angle at this point. Takes away the tracking device here, hovers up the Blade Storm. One-way smokes the garage. Spike is now planted. Raflin goes in. CPTT spots it out, takes it down. 2 versus 5 now. That's going to be... we are starting to see that the Titicorn and CPTT is popping off at this point. Recon Bolt in a close call did not detect Mex here onto garage. The spike is diffusing and forces out a save. Pretty interesting though, as this is a stinger play. Why do you have to go out at this point? But okay, 9-12. BU Esports can still go and catch up. So basically, Remote has to, I say, go all out at this point, because this is basically a match game for BU Esports.
Yeah, they seem to start push their way into a site, push deep into their spawn, get some kills on their way in as well, make some space with the smokes from Risu and from Raflin, and just, you know, find a kill, make some space, make sure you're flashing for each other. You need to be getting as many kills before that spike goes down, because BU Esports right now, they're playing for retakes. They've been working so far. This time, they're getting aggressive. They've pushed up forward. Emerald seem to be aware of the possibility, and so instead, escapes around the corner. My goodness, CPTT. Thittercorn going to be taken down, and that's not good news for BU Esports. They're now on the back foot, having just lost that one player, and A site completely open.
But again, the trip bar can be used as a giveaway for side of B Esports to where they're initially at. And look at this, their setup already rotating from A link to the tunnel. Shock darts to be placed right here, but the spike hasn't been planted yet. So they just basically waited for Lamy to use his utilities before going and go for that plant. And so now they position themselves. Someone has to be coming in from A long, pretty sure, because they did plan it for that. Bozo will be taking down Risu here onto Heaven, and then can't wait to die. Buddy Meister will be going for the trade, however, here, but there's Recon Bolts. Was a bit distracted by there as Queen takes down Buddy Meister. Meister for the trade here, as Lamy will be taking down next in the long run, 2 versus 2 this time. McLean spots out Lamy, uses the Paranoia, was able to spot out the Reyna, and that is going to be game for Team MRALT here, forcing game number 4.
I just tuck this wire away. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. There you go. Emerald managed to actually take a map off of BU Esports. It started looking a little bit dicey there. That's probably the closest game we've had all day long. And you could see BU Esports, they're starting to get some wind under their wings. But just towards the end there, well played there by Buddy Meister coming in at the right time. That backstab and that lurk back into the site came at just the right time. Of course, there was the distraction coming in from A long as well, from the Sova. So really good teamwork there. That's what we wanted to see, right? We just wanted to see that kind of teamwork come in from the side of Emerald. And you can see it pays dividends. They found their first map. We'll be going on to the second map. And now they can maybe start that comeback into this game. Maybe they can show us how they got to these grand finals and show us that they're the team that deserve to be here.
True, and all more, at least, to say the least, that both of our teams really deserved their spot here onto grand finals, because they're really doing amazing plays at this point. And the fact that Emerald snags away a game away from BU Esports kept their competitive slots alive here.
That's right. We'll be having the head-to-head very shortly. Of course, there is the interview coming up as well, so do keep that in mind. But now I'm starting to look forward to what Emerald can bring to the table next. Like, we're seeing the double peak starting to come in. We're seeing distractions being made to play off each other. I mean, there also is the question of, did CPTT have a negative effect on the team? Or was that just a coincidence? Would that have been the same result regardless? We have basically no idea at this point. And so here we go into the interview as we have the War Goat to talk to us.
Here at the Cyber Athlete CVCI Finals. Very exciting things going on. We are excited to have our next guest on. With gaming and esports becoming so huge, it is equally important now for not only the players and the gamers to be able to get together, but companies and talent and everybody else to be able to communicate with each other and get to know each other. And we have a company out there called eFuse that is attempting to do exactly that. We're very excited about working with them coming in the year 2021. And we have Patrick Klein, the Chief Strategy Officer for eFuse, on with us right now. So I'm going to bring Patrick in here. Hey, Patrick, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me, Scott.
No, it's wonderful. So again, with all the people out there getting into esports and gaming, you can do something with like LinkedIn or things like that, which is just this massive pile of companies that are out there. But eFuse is attempting to do something unique, which is bring the world of gaming and electronics together into one place. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Yeah, so efuse.gg is a platform that is really built for gamers. Whether that you are a casual gamer, you're a competitive gamer, you're an influencer or a content creator, it's for you. And we want to make sure that every single person on this planet, it doesn't matter where you are, what level you are, that you have the ability, if you're passionate about gaming, if you love it, that you can come on our platform and build out a portfolio. And that portfolio, what we really want is we want it to be a place of truth. We want it to show you what your journey looks like while you've been into gaming. It could show you your stats. It can show you your work experience. You can link your socials, your Twitch. It can grow your stream. That's what I love about it. But we have so many different capabilities, Scott, on our platform that I think that an event like this with the finals is perfect, right? You're going to be able, as no matter where you are, what you're about, to go and take part in eFuse, and that's going to be find opportunities. How can you use your portfolio to find opportunities? These could be to play in events. These could be to learn about the industry. This could be to find an internship or a job all over the world. I think right now we have over 3,000 jobs right on our site that are live right now in the gaming industry. So if this is a passion that you want to make a profession, you can do that. You can apply right on efuse.gg. It's also a place to connect, like you said. We are all so passionate about what we do. And so often it's so fragmented within the gaming communities that you are a part of. And we really wanted to break down those barriers and those walls and really allow you to connect with people of all levels and all games. And so our lounge is just that. I can go read about the news. I can go read about learning articles. I can go watch events like Women of the Arena with is the best women playing for $25,000. What we really want this place to be is a place of truth, but also a place of connectivity. We like to say eFuse is the proving ground. It's the place to be discovered. It's where the invisible can be visible. And for some people, that could be 3 likes, that could be 3 followers, that could be 3 viewers. For some, it could be 3,000 or 30,000 or 3 million. And we care about all those people. And so an event like this, we're just super excited to be a part of. And thank you for giving us the platform to talk about efuse.gg, because if you have a chance, download the app, connect, be able to look and show the world what you're about. So there's a lot of people looking for you out there.
Well, and I truly appreciate that. Now, I haven't been able to get verified yet because I'm definitely not an influencer, but I got on and it was so intuitive. I mean, I was amazed at how fast I could set up an account. I was able to set up our company account, and I've been posting on there some of our events as we've been doing the weekly matches and things like that. And people I'd never heard of that were actually influencers that actually have been verified and have Twitch streams and everything else reached out and contacted us and said, "Hey, I'd love to talk to you about your events." And I'm like, wow, I've got a whole 3 followers and everything else. But it makes it really easy because you can register. There's teams on there. There's universities, which I think is important to us, and I think is a good question for you, which is in Southeast Asia, where the universities and schools are just starting to realize the importance of esports, but don't have any experience in managing or having any sort of collegiate sport in their environment. This is a great tool for them.
100%. I mean, the ability to build out an organization page and to share your story. So often we miss out on opportunities because we're not great storytellers of our own product. And what we've done is try to make it easy for you to do that. So you can come on just like a lot of the CDL teams or the Overwatch League teams or whomever it is that's on our platform, some of the biggest brands and influencers, like you said, they go on there and they share their mission. They build out this organization page. And that's what we want these college programs to do. Share what titles they're going to be competing in. Share what investments that they made, what majors they may have in the industry. And I think that's what makes it really special is I can go tell that story just like you, but I also can align that with other opportunities. So if I'm having a tournament, I can promote that right there. If I'm having a highlight reel that we just did about our team, I can promote it right there. And now you're seeing millions of eyeballs on that, and you're able to communicate without the noise of a LinkedIn or a Twitter or an Instagram. This is for gamers. It's intuitive because it's built by gamers, and we've been 100%. We like to say that we're the best listeners and the quickest actors. The community has truly built this, and that's what we want. We want feedback. We want we have 200 countries represented, and so that feedback is important no matter where that person is.
Well, that's great. We got to get back to the matches, Patrick. So you are also participating in a giveaway. Why don't you tell us exactly how we're doing that and what you're giving away?
Yeah, so we're going to give away a Razer Black Widow Tournament Edition Chroma V2 Green Switch gaming keyboard. This is a price at $139. This is something that we feel can really level up one of these people that are watching today. So it's really simple. You need to go to efuse.gg/o/CVCI20. And that is going to be an opportunity that you can sign in for. if you have an eFuse account, but I promise you when you download that account and download that app, you're going to be stuck to that, and you're going to be now communicating with gamers all over the world and some of your biggest heroes, whether that's, if PUBG's your game, it could be Choco Taco. If it's Warzone, it could be a Nick Merckx of the world. So we're super excited about the opportunity, Scott. Congratulations to the teams that are in the finals, and we look forward to being a part of this program in the future.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Again, this is eFuse. Go log on. Try to get on that keyboard. I guarantee you, once you log into the system, he's exactly right. It is addicting, and you'll be able to do everything. So thank you very, very much, Patrick, for joining us, and we'll talk to you real soon.
GG's.
Thanks. All right, guys, we're going to get back to the gaming here. We're going back to your casters and then back into the matches. We'll talk to you real soon. Enjoy the game.
Welcome back, and there you have it. MRALT, they've managed to steal away around, and now we're going to be going to game number 4. Not sure exactly what the map is going to be, but I'll update you as soon as it happens. But you also saw the head-to-head there, and that was at the top CPTT for BU Esports, who was absolutely amazing job. I mean, obviously, he hasn't been warming up with the rest of this team. Those first 2 games, he wasn't there. But Buddymeister switching over to the Reina seems to have made a big difference there for MRALT, because he was at the top of the scoreboard, and he led the charge to their very first win for today. And so the reverse sweep, is it possible? Remains to be seen.
Depends again onto the map, because if the map is really siding with BU Esports, then this could be game. But you know what? The shakeup coming in from Meister and, if I'm not mistaken, Rafleen switching up their roles can be one of the factors that can shaken up any tactics that can come from BU Esports. Because again, even though that BU Esports is ahead by 1 game here, we're having a 2-1 scoreline at the moment, but anything can happen here still. Number 1, you have to take consideration of the map. Number 2, their agents again on how they utilize it. Number 3, how they shake things up. With if either another 6-man would Tay return, would CPTT remain, or will for the side of MRALT, will Buddymeister retain as the Reina and Rafleen as the Omen, or will someone actually use a different kind of agent, since we've been seeing a lot of similar picks from both sides. The only difference is onto the Sentinels, which is the Cypher and the Killjoy.
And, well, because this tournament started before Icebox came out, I believe Icebox is not in the map pool, which is why you're going to see some repeating maps, as you will see here. As our 4th game for today, we're going to have Ascent yet again. This was a winning ground for BU Esports Emerald. They were struggling. They finished it out 13-8. And so, have they learned from that first game, or will we see a repeat? That is the question. Because going into this game, expecting the exact same lineup, right? From the side of BU Esports, you want to see that Killjoy again, the Sova, the Reina, the Jet, and the Omen. And for the side of Emerald, we may see that Cypher pick yet again instead of the Killjoy. So, yeah, I thought maybe that Cypher can make the difference, having those tripwires inside of B main or in towards A main or towards Garden, just to have a little bit more information to work with so they can start to work their way back into those sites, and maybe teamwork will actually be a factor going into this game. Because as we saw, CPTT joining in, they have more individual fragging power, but the teamwork lessened, which means they may want to take back their original jet and get themselves back into that position of dominance.
True, because basically it's not just about you having individual aspects, but also how well you're very synchronized with your team. And during the first 2 matches, BU Esports had the upper hand. So again, we will be having a similar lineup that BU Esports utilized during the very first match. Meanwhile, here for Emerald, Buddy Meister is going to be retained as the Reina here. So the switch is going to happen, since I think they are more confident with Buddy Meister in terms of utilizing the Reina. So this is a very early feat coming in from BU Esports as they try to take A main. So going in towards the shadows initially for them, and this time around the drone is to be used first before entering into the site. So CPTT is going to be remained here as well as the jet clouds up into heaven. He repositions into the sides, but look at this, Lamy will be taking down Mex right there onto Garden, and Raflane will be taking a trade here, and as well as Risu taking advantage of that fleeing Lamy there into A main, and this is a very aggressive retake coming in from Team Emerald.
Here.
Oh dear, and that last time we saw Ascent, BU Esports won both of those pistol rounds, and this time Emerald starting things off on the right foot. This change really has made a difference. Perhaps it's just renewed their confidence. And for the side of BU Esports, Lamy Snacks, obviously he's still being consistent, but everyone else not finding a single kill. That's something to worry about.
This time we are starting to see a bit of a limelight to how Emerald really plays this game. So look at this though, with BU Esports not split their positions this time as they stack up onto B site, uses the covers here as early shock darts in retaliation. CPTT dashes in 2 wards, but does having the spike around, so this can be an early plant coming in from them. But take note though, the other members of Team Emerald are into B long, so they just have to be very careful with peeking. But speaking of that, Buddy Meister though will be taking down Queen onto Marketplace here. Was able to swat up Bozo here, but Mex will be taking it down. Lamy will have a trade here, but that is going to be a 2k for Raflane here. Risu to end it all up there as he takes down CPTT, and this is the second round for Team Emerald.
Nearly finding the kill there onto Buddy Meister. Very low in HP. That would have been really good. You find 2 kills on a round like that where you spend nothing. That's a big plus. And now BU Esports, they're gonna have the rifles. Emerald, they've still got the Spectres, but was that a legit buy? No, it wasn't. I saw an operator for a second, but instead Risu gonna opt to go for the Phantom instead. Yeah, because you don't want to be giving away a free operator, not in a round like that. There's a very low chance that you win this sort of a round. And you can see the presence coming in from the side of BU Esports. You got players up towards high mid. You got 2 players over towards mid link. That Spike is sitting in mid, so mid control going to be the name of this game as they make their way in. And look at that, the presence pushing in. They know now that someone's pushing into garage, and so you can see just how useful that turret can be when you're on that attacker side, because you want to be watching all of your bases from the front and the back.
Because at this point, you don't really want to miss out a lot of corners right here. Even though this is Ascent, yes, a bit more compressed in comparison with both Bind and Haven. But the fact that these also cover up a lot of angles is something that you have to take into account. Look at this. Lamy will be taking down Raflane, and Raflane will be taking down CPTT on to supposedly the Heaven here, about to break the glass. But Risu, even though Raflane was taken down by CPTT there, Risu can still go for the trade nonetheless. So 3 versus 4 in favor of numbers for BU Esports. They are making their way towards B this time around. So, but that's also a good call for BU, since they did dwindle the numbers first before committing into the site, which is also a good point. So they have, you know, 1 less problem to attend to. Queen slowly peeks. We'll find out both the Cypher and the Jet here takes down. That's going to be a 3k, and Lamy to end it all up. This is going to be the game for BU Esports. And I did mention angles there, and nice attempt though for Emerald. It's just that has to be very careful this time around when basically traveling towards B long.
Okay, well, there you go. BU Esports, they managed to take their first round here. Emerald have enough money over to buy. Not going to be perfect armor coming in. You can see Risu, even with half armor, it's just not enough for a proper buy. And, I mean, it's a good first round here for BU Esports. Do keep in mind, we saw that BU Esports were better on their defender side. Now they have CPTT, perhaps we can expect a more aggressive, attacker-sided BU Esports.
Yes, true, because that is the usual play that CPTT did during Haven. Goes, gets the clouds in position, dashes in, updrafts into a better position. But right now, I think they're still starting to go and hold off first. And diminishing the numbers of Emerald could be their gameplay here. But Buddy Meister's going to deny that fact, taking down Bozo very early, which is a good sign for them. Make it another one. And take note, the one that's been taken out is their initiators and right there. But Titicorn will be having a trade here, as well as Rafleen, Queen as well. Forces out a 3 versus 2 fight. Numbers in favor of Emerald here, so they might sandwich them off here into a split position as Max takes down Lamy here, and Risu spots out the Queen. The Queen is going to take out Risu though, but the trade coming in from Max right there onto site is going to win the round.
That's such a shame. Queen is really coming to life here. Queen was very quiet the first couple of games. Now, top fragger Queen, trying to do everything. Unfortunately, Thittercorn unable to assist. The question here is, Bozo, CPTT, what are you guys doing? You guys are on 0 kills, and you're the duelists.
A very different performance in comparison with the first match that we had. Again, it was in Descent, and we did see that Bozo and Tay were the ones of top fragging it out during that time, but right now it's a different feat. Maybe it's because in the change of player can be of a factor there, but going back here, it looks like Buddy Meister on the Reyna and Rafleen onto Omen is really working out for Team Emerald.
Risu in such a cheesy
was
position
detected.
here. Oh dear. Out comes the ult, and he just has to back away. Yeah, there's Maestro. Just tucks himself into the corner and then gets straight back into position. And Risu's crossfire here can be so deadly. The thing here with both of these lineups is we've got no pop flashes, and we've got no mollies. Not a Brimstone, not a Phoenix, not a Viper to put down a bit of acid on the ground. You do have that at the very least. That's going to force Risu out of position. I forgot about the swarm grenade there. And so Risu had to make a bit of space. That's good placement of the utility, as the Killjoy is going to force them out of the B site. And now they have to wait as this push should start to come in. Those smokes haven't gone down yet, and this is all just a misdirect. Look at the rotate. The spike's going over towards A.
True. Basically, Killjoy is just being a nuisance onto B side as much as possible. As Thittercorn will be taking down Rafleen right here, who is spotted out onto guard, if I'm not mistaken. So makes his way onto Heaven. Max right here is in the area. Blade Storm is over, takes down. Well, that's a really nice flick coming in from Max right there, but trades are going to happen all throughout, forcing a 2 versus 2 fight.
Now comes the recon, and what information do they gather? Not much. As the recon ball gets destroyed immediately, there is the push coming in. Maestro looking for the flanker there, one. And now dashing into the site. Out comes the recon.
Can go for the defuse. At least onto half, but no, goes for the audio cue right here. Uses the shock dart.
Oh, 23.
Gonna force it into 23, and that's gonna be 3K for Lamy here. What a monstrous way to use his utilities right here.
That's quite brave of Risu there. You don't want to be peeking Lamy yourself, is it? Lamy has been so consistent throughout this entire day. We're 4 maps in. Who's at the top of the board still? Lamy Snacks. And there it is in a 1 versus 3. Managed to find all 3 kills. I mean, Lamy Snacks still at the top of the board here. And they're now 2 rounds in. Emerald still on 3. They still have that lead. But I think they may have damaged the economy just enough to find themselves a 3rd.
Cash is important for both sides of our teams right here, so you really want to win rounds as much as possible. So Buddy Meister is forced out with the Sheriff at this point, as the Flame with the Classic as well. Lamy here will be taking down Risu here, taking out the gun difference as well. So Queen will also be taking down Buddy Meister in the long run. So this can be a good opening for BU Esports to take control of the site. Notice, however, that they're making their way towards the Catway and onto A. And Queen will be ending this up with a beautiful 3K. And then everything rhymes. Hooray.
And, yeah, I mean, 3-3 now. That's the round you expect it to go just like that. Obviously, they only had pistols to work with, but you expect at least a little bit more damage coming from the side of Emerald. But Limey Snacks and Queen, both on 8 kills. Bozo has still yet to get into this game. CPTT kind of got into this game, but only 1 kill. It's everyone but the duelists really doing the damage here. Thittercorn had such good impact in that round previous to the last, where he was pushing in from short, finding the timing to swing and to pincer those players inside of Garden. You can see there's a heavy reliance of Garden here from the side of Emerald, because they want to keep that A site and mid control sort of just, you know, at arm's length. And so that position can be so good, but when you're being distracted, the way BU Esports are managing to divide this attention, it could be a really difficult task to hold on to Garden.
I like the character development that's coming in for BU Esports right here. You see that it's not just only one player who's popping off, especially all throughout our matches. We see Thittercorn, we see Queen starting to pull things out, but Buddy Meister here is gonna take Bozo off the board right here. This is a different performance that Bozo is showing us right now. Very different from the very first match that we did see that he is top fragging for his team. So going back right here, because Bozo was taken down into a short, this forces out at least some of our members to go and rotate. And this is a very long rotate coming in from CPWT. Will spot out. Risu over here dashes in, goes in time for the smokes right here with only 7 bullets. Might get the headshot right here, and it forces now a 5 versus 1. And this is going to be a flawless fight for Emerald, really regaining their gap right here.
BU Esports, they're really not afraid of pushing these smokes, and more often than not, it's to their detriment, because how many times have we seen them push through smokes and just get utterly obliterated? They need to be a lot more careful on those smokes. If they're going to come out, they need something to assist them, right? A smoke to go down to give them a bit of a wider berth to peek from, perhaps the dash to come out, a flash if they can. We need to see a little bit more of that, because it's very careless to push through a smoke like that. But regardless, we're going to be seeing 5 players over towards the B site now, and let's see if this stack is going to pay off.
Stack might pay off here, as the drone is going to be first use. This is a good strategy for Lamy here, since you don't really want to get taken down by that jet as quickly as possible, right? So right now, Risu repositions in towards B, long goes in towards the smoke for anyone who tries to go in. Since we did mention that BU Esports isn't really afraid to go inside smokes, so might as well go and check, right? So I love the denial coming in from Risu here. Takes all the utilities with Killjoy away onto Speedway. Here's the paranoia, was blinded and forces them to back away here. Shock dart to be used, and that's gonna take the life of Risu. Mex will be having a trade as well as Thittercorn here, 3 versus 3. They know that they're in, both has to spot out the Killjoy, takes down one, Lummy for the trade, Buddy Meister for another, Maestro to finish this all off, and this is a 5-3 game now.
Well played there by Emerald. Look at them spraying away, getting a little bit fired up here. They're now 2 rounds into the lead, and they've done the damage to the economy here for BU Esports. They're now down to the Classics yet again, and it is going to be the Vandals coming out again. Classics. Because no cash.
Cash got trashed
for the side
right
of BU Esports against Emerald.
Okay.
No split in the last round. Also, there's an omen in this game.
All right, I think that's way too much giveaway. But going back into our game right now, at this point, since this is our 4th game, this is also basically a matter of how much can a team endure and also their mental capacity at this state. Because sometimes when you already come onto the 3rd round, you get to be all tilted, you get to be all panicky at most times. And we're seeing a different side of Emerald this time around. This is the kind of gameplay that we did expect to see during the first 2 matches. But right now, they're just basically fighting for this reverse sweep to come along. So they are in mid so far for the side of BU Esports right here to use some shadows onto mid area. I think this is for CPWT to utilize with, since he is in the corner. But Maestro will be using that recon bolt as a reply. So I'm not sure if it detected well, it's not in range, but look at this. Lamy will be taken down next right here onto Marketplace. Maestro will be expecting a lot of enemies right here as he takes down TPTT. They know that the spike is in their hands at this point, into the hands of Sova with a half health. Shock dart to be used in return. This is what Lamy was doing, but did not really hit at much. And Lamy will be taking a 3K in return. Forces now Rafleen to do a potential clutch. But look at this though. Instead of going towards B, they're heading towards A short. Trying
10 seconds
to
left.
at least go behind. They don't have time though. Spike will be planted and Rafleen, there you go. I thought you got a bit lost in the hay there, but move towards Heaven side. Bunny hops all the way there. I think he already has an idea that someone's at hell here at this point, so goes to slowly peek. Actually, at this point, the Esports can just go for the refrag. Carefully going down, will be spotted out by the recon bot. Will be wallbanged there, and that's gonna be a quad for Lamy.
That's such a good shot. A wall bang through the floor. And 5-4 now, BU Esports. They win that on the back of a force buy. We saw, you know, Sheriffs, and we saw Vandals getting picked up and whatever else, and they make it work.
They are making it work, trying their best to at least close in the gap to what MRALT has been doing. They really want to win this fight. I mean, you can't really blame it. All the cash that you can like win here, it's no joke. You can buy skins from there.
That kill from Bozo with the Sheriff, that was his first kill for this entire game.
It just means that he has to really step up his game at this point. But look at this, Queen getting that first blood here. But next is going to go for the trade, taking down Titicorn. 4 versus 4 now. But take note that Queen is low on health. So the drone is going to be destroyed in a timely manner. Reese here very covered up with the Bladestorm. Spots out the Reyna. Uses the smokes again to reposition. And off to the back he goes here. At this point, they're starting to make their way through A. But the Reyna has the spike here, so has to be very careful. A split setup for MRALT right here, leaving Sova behind onto B for any potential rotate. But at this point, I think they will go for a commit here as they're making their way towards A main. Tripwire is their take note. So they just have, if they destroy it, that's a giveaway. Uses the Leer right here. Rafleen is gonna back up with the Bucky here, takes the shot, gets the kill. Bozo for the trade, TPTT with another 2 versus 3 this time. And Queen is still alive. Next right here, onto the back of Heaven here as the swarm grenade is to be detonated. As looking at this, Maestro who tries to peek, uses the drone first for any information, but was easily destroyed, so that basically denies that fact. Bozo here, that's gonna be a 3K coming in from him. What a way to redeem himself right there, you know, being a bit of a bottom frag onto the previous rounds. I guess that's a good reward for him.
Yeah, 5-5 now. BU Esports yet again. They're matching their stats from the first game with how well they were doing on that attacker side. Of course, we did see it was a 6-6 at the first half. And, well, what can they do at this point? Once they switch over to that defender side where they did have the advantage, I'm not sure what MRALT are going to do, because at this point, they're already in a safe zone. Having that 5 points on their scoreline for their attacker side, that's a really good result to have. Risu barely survived, not even going to survive. Titicorn through the smoke, going to find the kill. There is going to be a refract from Buddermeister, but 87 HP remaining. Didn't go for the heal there. Nice shot there from Rafleen to redeem them.
Alright, this is getting a bit pinchy for both sides of our team, but the ult is going to be used by Max right here. Oh, he did not see Lamy from the behind, and the Lamy takes down Max right there. 3 versus 3 now. Rafleen for the trade, uses Paranoia on to that door. Oh, actually, no, that was covered. And now he uses the Paranoia. But look at that! Bozo was able to spot it out and goes for the wallbang kill. Hunter's Fury to be used by Maestro right here. Was able to spot out one. Will the casualty go? Actually, no, it's going to go to Buddymeister right here, who was able to use that Hunter's Fury as basically a bait for the others. And that's going to be a 3K for Buddymeister here. This is really looking good for MRALT, but not going to disregard BE Esports because they can still go for a 6-6.
That's right. And you can see Lamy Snacks wasn't expecting there to be a Reyna inside of the site there. Had already passed the server, and you're looking at as well the fact that coming in from heaven, Maestro could have done a lot more damage there as well. But just playing by himself, I think Buddy Meister's starting to get his confidence. And again, this switch between Rafflin and Buddy Meister has done so much good for Emerald so far.
You're seeing a lot of ultimates in play for BU Esports at this point, and only the mistaken, only the who was the second fragger from Emerald? Yeah, whoever's the second one basically has his ult ready. Lockdown to be used right here, gonna detain no one. But the turret is also a giveaway that someone is in towards B lobby. Raflin will be taking down the Tectron here. Mex flips a little, but Lamy will be taking down the shot anyway. Look at this though. Raflin was able to spot out the Killjoy, and Buddy Meister takes down Lamy. 3 versus 3 now, and tries to wallbang onto site. Meanwhile, they're making their way towards side of things, and CBWT was able to operate her and take down Buddy Meister, and Reese here updrafts was able to spot out people into the boathouse, takes down one, but Raflin gonna go for a 3K, and this is also their round 7-5, and we're now proceeding to the next half.
The spike is diffused.
Nice retake there. It takes every single player, and if you win it, that's all that matters. BU Esports now on the defender side, the side that they were doing so much better on. And let's see if Emerald have now figured out a way to get past it. If this adjustment in terms of their duelist for their controller is going to be the difference, and the thing that leads this to be Emerald closing out and giving us a 5th map, or if this will be BU Esports repeating their own history from today to bring us a 3rd and final map.
All right, 7-5. This is the 13th round, and of course, since this is the pistol round, you see Classic, Frenzy, and Ghost, and all over.
Most importantly, Classic.
Most importantly, Classic, since they still don't have the cash to buy essential weaponry. So look at this Recon Bolt, not gonna detect anyone so far into the middle side, but still they are able to go ahead and place themselves onto Marketplace. Reina will definitely come in from spawn right here. Was able to spot out the Omen, takes it down very early. This is a good job for Buddy Meister, and this is also nice for Risu because he gave cover for Buddy Meister to reposition from Marketplace. Now they are inside the site. Risu at least take a bit of a damage from that shock dart. Lamy will be taking out Risu there in the long run, but next for the trade, 4 versus 3 now, and numbers favored for Emerald, and plant the spike on to, I think it's planted for the common planting ground here. Raflin spots out the Killjoy, takes it down, and all the more dwindles the members of BU Esports. But take note, the Omen and the Reina is low on health, so the clutch is doable.
I mean, the time is running down so low, and as you said, the HP going to be a bit of a problem. Out comes a bit of paranoia, but it's a team paranoia there. Not finding its mark just yet, as White swing out. Maestro going to find the kill, and Bozo left with so much to do. Healing out, finds another kill, looking for a little bit more, but the timer is already gone at this point. Mex just has to hold on. Oh, Bozo's found it. But that spike is gone, and it's going to be an 8th on the board for Emerald.
Indeed, and this is going to be an 8-5, and that was actually a close call for Team Emerald, not going to lie, since, 1, health is a factor there, and number 2, the fact that Bozo, even though he was a bottom frag earlier, he still has that clutch potential that they don't really want to underestimate at.
So the SMGs come out, the anti-eco for Emerald, and Lamy. That Bucky, let's see how much damage he can do with that Bucky, because you don't have too much mobility when you're a Sova. And so perhaps can force people into his position with a couple of well-placed shock darts. Remains to be seen. But they're looking to definitely do as much damage as they can, because Emerald, they're 3 rounds away now. BU Esports, they have to make up that difference and still close out this game, as Mex has just shut down Queen, who's peeked unnecessarily in towards a main. And out comes the smoke. They look like they're ready to push through that as well. And they've put 3 players over towards this A site. Make that 4. Reynolds making his way in, and it's going to be 3 players with the spike over to B.
Open B side for the taking for the side of Emerald right here. That's just a very nice pick. If this was drama school, Emerald could have won for this round, you know? And going back into our game, Maestro was able to plant the spike, spots out a lot of people onto B long. So that's information already for the side of our attackers here. Risu doing a good job taking down the Reina. 3 versus 4 now. Someone's destroying into the marketplace. Risu just dashes in and goes for the kill. Maestro also taking that shot, taking down TP double T. Oh, of course, Maestro's gonna end it. And I like it how Emerald is using the strategies that BU Esports are using against them. You know, just going in towards the smoke and pushing whenever they have the chance. This is basically a very good reflexes, or at least good response coming in from Emerald this time.
This BU Esports seem to be choking at this point. Emerald, they're really starting to get ahead, and BU Esports, they've had this momentum going, and it's all just disappeared. And we're seeing, like, the exact same thing happening coming in from the side of Emerald, where they won both pistol rounds, and they can start to run away with this. BU Esports, I don't know, we see a little bit more. They've got the rifles to work with now. They need to take this round. They need to get into this game. At 9-8, that's the best possible scenario to start things off.
True, and shock darts to be used, but this time not gonna get anyone at least hurt, to say the least. Spikes dropped onto B lobby, so I think the game plan for Emerald here is to just take control of at least this side. Again, they're leaving B side open. What is up? Anyway, I think they're getting too much reactive on any noises that Emerald's doing onto A and mid. This leads to a tendency for them to openly leave B unguarded. So this is good. But look at this. Lamy with the patience game waits for someone to go in towards mid and takes down essential members. Actually, all of them are essential, but mostly they're doing most of the work, which is Buddy Meister and Raplene. And all this just comes down. 2 versus 1 now. Maestro has to do magics, but CP double T denies that fact and finally gets around for the team.
It cost them a lot, though. Look how low CPTT is. 27 HP remaining. Reina, of course, very, very healthy, but Bozo hasn't had too much impact so far. Perhaps now they're on the defender side, we can start to see a bit more given by the rest of the BU Esports members.
And I'm starting to see that in terms of being, yeah, you did mention that BU Esports is getting choked, and I think it's because the fact that they did have the match game. Basically, the third game is pretty tricky at that point, so you can really understand that there is some amount of jitters that can come into play here that can affect their mental fortitude. But going back right here, looks like a split positions for Team Emerald right here. Spike is dropped onto their spawn, so this could be a usual gameplay that they could do. Just diminish the numbers first. Look at this Judge Gaming coming in from Thitchercorn, but the trade is gonna happen here anytime soon as the numbers are evened out once again. So Bozo and the Sova is onto B long, Jet and the Reina is onto A. Meanwhile, on the side of Emerald, still in a very dispersed position, Reina here just waits for someone to actually peek onto Garage, but they might go mid and then go entrance verse their way all to B. Because, yeah, I think they did learn their lesson, so that's why they placed all the utilities of Killjoy into B site. That's why at least they can leave it alone with some gathered information at this point.
How has Risu managed to get all the way into spawn? They left mid completely open. They've got 3 players over towards B. Here's Risu, who can collect all these. Oh, out comes the recon ball. That's well placed. They're okay to leave it because they've got a recon ball to work with still. CPTT ult out in the ready to push through this smoke, and out in the open, there's the first headshot, looking for the second, will find it, and just like that, BU Esports shut down Emerald, and it's going to be 9-7.
Alright, again, you did mention that they are very good in terms of the defenses here, especially onto Ascent. Take note that this is their first winning map for the side of BU Esports, so they can utilize it again. I think for the first half, they are a bit of a bit of lax, to say the least, in terms of the way they set up themselves, leaving B side open and being reactive into whatever noise that Emerald's doing. But I think so far, if they can continue to keep that performance from the previous round, they can be able to pop off here. Uses the Leer very early, if you notice. Uses the smokes right here. Risu will be that quick. Goes for the Blade Storm. Misses a bit of some shots, but still gets it into the long run. Take note, that's a classic kill. 2K at that, and CPTT will be shutting it down with a Vandal. You know, gun difference, guys, yes? And Shock Dart will injure Max a little bit here, and CPTT will be having a triple, and to end it all up, Titicorn will have a double for the team.
That's what the judge as well switches over to the Vandal, and now BU Esports, we're starting to see that defense coming together. It's looking very, very solid at this point. And MRALT, they're looking a little bit flat yet again, a little bit one-dimensional. It's just been nothing but one-by-one rushes. This time they're going to go for a bit of a split, where they've got 2 players going over towards mid, 3 players over towards a main. Perhaps it's actually going to be a split over towards mid as well. You can see 2 players angling in that direction. Of course, they do have Cypher over towards A. And so, again, BU Esports, they're loving these retakes. It's what Emerald have been doing, it's what BU Esports have been doing. They both feel more comfortable going for the retakes and going for initial defenses. And, well, that's a good start. CPTT taking down Buddymeister. They avoid the paranoia completely and actually just back out. They get that kill and get it for free. Bozo has just found 1 more member of Emerald as well.
Spikes at spawn, so I think they plan to go for the kill here for the side of Emerald. And I don't know if that's actually a wise choice, because Bozo right here takes down Max, who's basically walking with, unarmed. And Bozo here was able to spot out the Sova. And Omen here, waiting for a thing. Odin! Kill coming in from Lamy though, and this is going to even the odds out.
Lamy Snacks, there you go, 9-9. BU Esports have done it. They've evened out the scoreline. That's 4 rounds in a row now. And Emerald, I mean, these pushes just don't seem to be working. You can see BU Esports going for initial peeks and pokes all over the map. They're getting those kills, and they're going unanswered as well. They're so focused on taking that mid control. And even now, you can see you got 4 players over towards that A site, 2 players again to push up towards mid. But how can you gather all this information? Because if you're so focused on taking these spots, once BU Esports start to go for their pushes, they have the information to where you're going.
Nice smoke coming in from CPTT right there on to the garden to A short, because that can basically deny Queen there. Oh, it's not, actually it's Risu who did the smoke. Sorry about that. And look at this. A drone to be sniped away. Misses the shot here. Forces to reposition. Leer and a lot of utilities are used against Queen. Hunter's Fury to be used as well. Max will be taking down Bozo here on to site. Again, Risu uses the smokes right here to get some cover here. But look at that. Cypher's ult was able to detect members of BU Esports. So again, another cover to be used. Look. Plans to go inside. Looks like he will be doing the attacking here, but Titicorn will deny that fact from Risu. So with only 11 HP left, he has to at least take it with caution whenever they try to enter here. But Maestro, however, is into hell. So with the spike being planted, they all have the luxury to just basically wait for someone to defuse. Max will be taking down CPTT and Raflane for Titicorn, and that's going to be a triple for Max right there, 10-9.
Took them a little bit of time, but Emerald finally able to get their first attacker side map. But still, it's not looking as solid as BU Esports' defense, and they've got plenty of money in the bank now. So there's still so much for them to work with.
Yes, plenty of
cash rather, should I say.
In the bag, yes, plenty of cash. Yes, and look at this. I think they're trying to utilize Lamy once more with this operator weapon here, since we did see from the previous matches that Lamy was popping off with this. So, you know, I think confidence is also here at play, but a bit of an early shot coming in from Lamy there onto market. But luckily, though, they have an Omen as Raflin smokes the middle side. So this basically denies vision from Lamy here, forces out to go into heaven and just wait for someone to peek there at this point. But looks like Cypher and Omen already made their way, but informing the members that it's clear. But Risu here takes down CPTT onto B, which means B is basically free. And just like that, look at how the Sova just goes around very far, but pretty worth it since the rain is going to be there to guard him anyway on to mid lane. See, told ya.
Well played there by Bozo as they start to push their way in. That spike is still not gone down.
Killjoy here is gonna wait for someone to at least go out of the smoke, but only to be first by Risu right here. That's gonna be 3K, but it's gonna be denied by Bozo. Bozo's gonna regain a little bit of health here with the help of his skills. So Buddy Meister here is going to be blocked in some visions by Thiticorn, and Thiticorn tries to make his way into side. Take note that 2 people are in boathouse, so refrags can happen. Buddy Meister just waits for this cover to go out. They're trying to defuse here. Bozo with the 3K goes in towards the smoke. Maestro goes for the kill. And Bozo here doesn't have any vision whatsoever because of the smoke that Thiticorn has. Waits for it to actually go out, but they're just basically buying time. And look at this though. Maestro inside the smoke takes down Bozo. And this is going to be an 11 points now for MRALT.
I mean, consolation prizes, guess what? You both go down with me, but at what cost? You're now 2 rounds away from winning this map. BU Esports are 2 rounds behind. And MRALT, they've got a couple of rounds here in a row now. 2 rounds in a row, haha. And, you know, they're making this work. They're now super close to the end here for BU Esports. You can see how close they get it every single time. Lamy stacks on 21 kills. Again, always at the top of the server.
This is interesting. I mean, in my opinion, they could have gone for the save right here, but I think they planned to during the match. But that's very risky. So if they could have went for the save here, at least they could have better weaponry onto the second one if ever MRALT wins this. But going back right here again, another split positions from both sides of our team here for MRALT and BU, and Bozo right here just places himself onto A. Meanwhile, CPWT takes down Maestro here on to A short. So this depletes at least 1 agent away from MRALT. And look at this. Both the Jet and the Reyna are making their way towards A main, with only Killjoy watching this area here onto Winery. And look, I think this is basically a moment for Killjoy, for the Queen, to actually take them all out. If the positions are in Queen's favor, so they're slowly making their way towards inside. Now this is information now for Team BU. Was able to spot out the Cypher, takes down 1, make it 2 here. So that's gonna be a 3K for Queen right here. As I said, the position is in his fingertips, and the shock darts to be used right here. Risu forces to dash away. Lamy taking Risu down, and that's gonna be a flawless fight here. 2 digits now in for BU.
That's so well played by Queen. You can see the small spray reset there in between each burst was perfect. And the the crosshair placement, as well as the fact that his muscle memory was right on point. You can tell how much this kid plays. And so, really good job there by Queen. 14 kills to his name at this point. Everyone at BU Esports are really trying to contribute. It's 11-10 now. BU Esports have put MRALT back onto Stingers and onto Spectres. And it's going to be a straight B rush yet again, which means they need to be careful about the retake as Queen manages to catch Risu on the way in towards this B side.
Alright, shock dart to be used onto Marketplace to delay any pushes, but the Swarmbot is gonna make the price to pay here for the side of MRALT, as this is another flawless fight for B Esports, evening our board here. So they are really proving that this map really belongs to them.
Yeah, they're fighting as hard as they can here, and the fact that MRALT lost the second game, I think that's a big problem for them, because I feel like that was their map pick and they expected to win it and it just didn't happen. And so the fact that they're straight back onto Ascent after we've seen how good BU Esports is on it is a difficult fact for MRALT to have to grasp.
True, and again, another attempt for MRALT to at least make some fiasco here onto aim while they make their way through mid, because this is a difficult position though for MRALT, really placing themselves very linear onto catwalk, but of course BU Esports not really guarding up onto mid link can be a factor here as well. So early Riflean being taken down by Queen, this is not a good sign for MRALT at this point. So CPWT just waits, I think, someone to go down onto mid, but they're already making their way to A side. Plants the spike right here near Hell, and a lot of members of BU are in Heaven. Uses the Hunter's Fury to at least lure out some members of Emerald here. Buddy Meister, though, will be taking down Queen, who's been doing so well earlier, and 4 versus 4 to even the odds out. Buddy Meister was detected, though, forces himself to place it. Hell, and Tedicorn will be taking that judge kill. Thank you. But Risu will be denying that fact. Lamy, though, for the trade. And CPTT is going to take a double kill there. And the game match point basically to be Esports.
How have we come here one more time? I cannot believe they managed to do this again. That's match point again on Ascent. This is as close as it's ever gotten. 12 to 11. We've gone the full distance here. 24 rounds. It's either BU Esports end things now, or Emerald bring this into overtime.
Indeed, and here we have it. Lamy again. We did mention it, and we will mention it again, being one of the most consistent players all throughout our matches, and this takes a lot of work, because usually the fourth game can be a bit draining, but the fact that BU was able to hold things out forces everything to be evened out. Even them going into limits and forces a match point is really commendable for them. But this time around, Emerald has to be very wary of their actions here. They can't go for any more cheeky pushes at this point, since this is, once again, 12 points for BU. Any mistake at this point can be very fatal for Team Emerald.
That spike is rotating through spawn over towards the B site. And right now, they just have the 3 players basically hovering around that mid. They don't want anyone to get those flanks going anytime soon. Mech's actually catching Queen, getting way too aggressive, peeking in. And I mean, not way too aggressive, of course. Peeking out of Garden is sort of safe. But without any kind of assist, to go for that peek by yourself can be such a risk. Thiddecorn playing up close with this judge. None, actually, as Maestro finds a double kill on the way in. And this is looking like overtime already, because how do Bozo and Lamy pick up a 3k and a 2k or an 8? There's the first kill, looking around, cannot find both. Actually does find Buddy Meister, as Bozo unable to do it. We're going into overtime.
This is the closest fight that we can get right here, Jaeger. And whoever wins this, either if Emerald gets it, we are forced into game 5. If BU gets this, this is going to be their game. So, ooh, I mean, I'm getting jitters all over. I mean, this is very competitive. If I were in this position, I'm like, oh no, I'm shaking. But they're pro players, and I'm just a caster for a reason. And yeah, and here we go. Emerald stack themselves up onto A. BU still dispersed and split in terms of positions that they have. Economy is pretty even, or cash rather, is pretty even, since this is endgame. Both teams have equal money in their hands.
Well, here we go. It is going to be the push into the A site. The spike still sitting up towards their spawn. I mean, Emerald have really adopted this sort of slow defensive approach to their attacker side, because they know how much BU Esports love to hide, as Risu will catch Bozo. And Bozo really needs to do more here, because look at that. Emerald just steamroll over BU Esports.
Can this be a game number 5? Lamy will taking down Risu down, again utilizing those shock darts and the drone as well. Maestro will be planting down the spike. And look at this, easily destroyed drone right here. Was able to detect the Cypher, but to what cost? Low HP, only 11 to boot. Was able to take down Maestro onto A main. Tries to wallbang someone from boxes here. Queen has to be very careful. Peeking, Reflene shuts it down. And this is going to be the game for Emerald. Game number 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, just so you guys get to see the entirety of the defeat symbol there. And Ascent yet again. And look at us.
We're basically visiting, paying a visit.
There you go. And yeah, well played there. It takes them 25 rounds to take Ascent away, but they seem to have learned their lessons. The difference of putting Buddy Meister onto the Reyna and Rafley onto the Omen seems to have made a big difference. And so, really well played there. You can see that they're actually a learning team yet again. Emerald it took them a bit of time to get into this game, but they're starting to get warmed up, and we're seeing it get closer and closer every single game. So now the question is, what is our final map going to be? Are we going to split? Are we going to see another Ascent? It's going to be a Haven. Well, it remains to be seen. If it's going to be another Bind, perhaps we'll see the difference be made. But MRALT, they're getting the momentum back this time. That start from BU Esports, you know, from 2-0 to now 2-2, we saw them make that comeback. They got to match point first. You know, they're probably kicking themselves in the head right now, wishing they'd taken it there. But that's going to be it from us for now as we go in for the interview.
We have our next interview now, and I think this one's pretty cool and important. When I think of pro gaming, only one name really comes to mind, which is Jonathan Fatality Windle. This guy's career has spanned over 20 years. He has done it all. He has won international tournaments. He has won prizes all over the world. And so I couldn't think of anybody better to bring in at a time like this than Jonathan. I will bring him in now. There he is, Jonathan Fatality Windle. How you doing, John?
Hey, Scott. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. So right now you're in Las Vegas, right? Tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah, I'm here in Las Vegas. I've been living here for about 12 years. Originally from Kansas City, Missouri, but moved the Fatality business out here to Nevada. But I've been enjoying it here, and the airport's very close, so it's easy to travel around the world.
Yeah. Now I wasn't trying to fluff anything or make any sort of outrageous comment. I really do tell people when they talk to me about pro gaming that in my head there's only one true pro gamer out there at this point, which is you. You've been doing this for 20 years or over 20 years, and is one of the most accomplished pro gamers in esports. What would you say is the most memorable event that you ever played in?
Well, I mean, I competed back in the 90s, a lot, and then obviously through the 2000s at the Cyber Athlete, back when it was CPL, and obviously won a lot of tournaments around the globe. Basically competed on every continent besides Antarctica, and the biggest one was the $1 Million World Tour we had in 2005. Just playing Painkiller and being kind of the underdog in that fight, and able to come out and have that kind of like behind, coming from behind kind of victory story and winning the World Tour that year. That was the most phenomenal moment in my life. Cashing in over $231,000 that year playing esports and gaming, but definitely helped the bank account.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and elaborate on that just a little bit, which was when we did that World Tour, that was the first gaming event that was actually staged for television way back in the day, and that was done with MTV. Now, that had tell just a little bit about that experience. That had to be pretty cool, as a gamer, which back then esports was really not a hugely known thing, to be working with MTV and on an MTV stage.
Yeah, I mean, we, obviously I competed in CPL since 1999, and every tournament we went to, you just try to go out there and win the money, and for about a decade or more, I was the highest earning player in esports, but in 2005, that's kind of when we got, it just seemed like it was bigger and just, traveling the globe and competing all around the world. But, obviously having MTV do the film, 60 Minutes did a whole feature on me and told my story of being a professional gamer, but also doing business. And CPL was highlighted in that. And then obviously TRL had me on MTV the next day. It was just kind of like a surreal moment in esports. And we had over 90 countries tune in to watch that finals match. So it was definitely the beginning of kind of like, oh, people want to watch esports, around the world. And, 6 years later or however long it was, Twitch came around and really proved that point, and obviously had a great exit to Amazon. So it was just amazing to be a part of esports in the early days and be a pioneer in that space. And obviously working with CPL and Cyber Athlete throughout the years, and kind of gave birth to me as a profession to make a living playing video games. So I loved every second of it, and loved competing and beating the best players in the world.
Well, that's great. So I appreciate you being on. So any advice for these college players? You're kind of an ambassador in the United States for a lot of the college esports stuff that's going on right now, and you're working with a bunch of different groups. Can you give any advice to these collegiate players in Southeast Asia?
Well, it's a lot of practice, practice, practice. Is what I always kind of tell everyone. But I think being very well rounded. I think you still need to work on your fitness and so forth. You have to be sharp. You have to have that killer instinct to win and compete. But it just comes down to the determination of the practice, practice, practice mentality. Like even when you don't want to practice, you got to practice, and just never give up and go for your dream. And this is your shot. This is your chance to kind of show the world that you have it. And if things don't work out, you got to have a backup plan. But right now, go for it.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for coming on, and it's always good seeing you, my friend.
Hey, nice seeing you too, man. Good luck.
All right, that was Jonathan Fatality Windle live from Las Vegas. We're going into round 5. Good luck to both teams, and we'll see you on the flip side. Thank you.
Well, you just saw the head-to-head there for that last game, and Lemmy Snack still so far ahead of the curve despite losing that game, and Emerald really coming back to life here, 13-12. That's as close as it gets, really, and unfortunately, for BU Esports, they don't get to experience what the other side may have looked like. They may have had a better attacker side there, who knows? But regardless, super well played there by Emerald, and now we're going on to map number 5.
This is pretty interesting because this is the deciding map about the entirety of the finals, and I'm pretty excited how things are going to pan out. And this is also not just a test of skills, basically, but again, we see the staminas came in. Of course, guys, you got stamina. Of course, playing multiple games at the same time consecutively is very draining. So. Yeah, mental fortitude is at play as well, and still keeping tilt-proof mindset here, and just being in sync with your team is also very essential at this point. So both of our teams, I'm pretty sure they're worn out here. It's basically like at war, and this could be there's no more another rounds to this. This is the final match, the deciding one at that. So both of our teams really have to go all out or never at this point.
Yeah, this is a very rare occurrence. How many Valorant tournaments have you guys watched where it goes the full 5-game distance? This is probably the most balanced finals we've had in just ever, really. I've never gone full 5 best of 5.
It only means that both MRALT and BU deserve their spot here in the finals, because they managed to really push their way all to the top into their spot, and who wouldn't want to really get being held the champion for the CVCI, right?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, right, at the start of this entire day, everyone was assuming Emerald were going to have an easy time of it. We even had a caster, I think, from Macau that said it would be a 3-0 for Emerald, no challenge. And BU Esports, they heard that and they were like, we're going to make it a challenge. Make them go all 4 maps and into a 5th. And now it's up in the air. This could be anyone's game, because we saw how close that game got. It's so rare to see that Thailand and Indonesia, that being a finals, and seeing how competitive Thailand can be. Thailand are really representing their name here, because in terms of international experience and how the past generally goes, Thailand only seem to win tournaments that are in their home soil. Otherwise, when it comes to international tournaments in Malaysia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, no matter where rather in Southeast Asia, they seem to have a hard time unless on their home turf. But these guys, they're out here, they're doing their absolute best, and yeah, Emerald, they're not having an easy game, and they need to keep on top of their game going into this final match of the day. Again, Rathleen switching over to the Omen, Buttermeister onto the Reyna. That little change has made all the difference in the world because they've now turned this completely back on their heads. They can still get that reverse sweep, but BU Esports, remember, they started off this day with a different Jet player. They may switch back with this last map, and this last map is going to be split, so we have nothing to draw from here.
And of course, guys, for the viewers out there, do note that we are giving giveaways here. All you have to do is just go to Twitch and, of course, into the CVCI, what do you call this? .tv?
It's
Cyberathlete.
twitch.tv/cyberathlete.tv.
There you go. And all you have to do is basically listen to the keywords that we give you. And we basically have our third winner. Is this the third winner?
That's right, third
Okay.
winner. It is third? Yeah, I guess it is third. I don't think we had for a fourth, but there you go. Sharonst20. You are the proud owner of $100.
Indeed.
So just wait for the message to come in from the staff from Cyberathlete, and you'll be enjoying yourself a bit of cash to go along with your home quarantine.
Of course. And this is also very fun for the viewers as well, because we're already basically giving hints too.
They're the most obvious hints. Like I'm just repeating things over and over again, you know. So you know, if you hear me say it over and over,
okay, so
you
pretty
should have an idea.
interesting. Our final match is going to be at Split.
Yep, we don't have any information based on both these teams in the past going into this. We've seen them play against lower tier teams. It's going to be not indicative of what to expect here because both these guys are the best of everybody, the lower bracket and the upper bracket. And so here we go into the game. Starting off on the defender side will be MRALT. And we're seeing for the first time today, 5 maps in, a Sage pick and a Raze pick.
Okay, this is a very nice shake-up for both sides of the team. Just a trivia though, our good friend Jaeger doesn't like this map, so yes.
It hurts my soul.
Yes, and here, let's see how things are going to plan out. And Emerald being the defenders here for BE Sports, they will be the attackers. So quick entry coming in from their Jet, and Mex is going to take a little bit of damage there coming in from the paint shells. Knowing that BE Sports really likes to go in smokes, probably one of them is going to go in there anyway. So look at that, Say goes in, was able to blind out Mex right there, and Lamy will be taking that kill. This time, Lamy is going to be the duelist. If you guys haven't noticed, Lamy has been the SOA for all of the previous matches that we've had.
You can see retake trying to make its way in from Emerald, but look how aggressive BU Esports are being. They're pushing into heaven from behind. Tage has gone down. Risu switching over to that Reyna. Let's see how much damage he can do here inside the site. Taps the spike, finds the one, tries to get away, but so low in HP, it's not going to be the case, and it's going to be BU Esports. The first round on the board here for Split. And it was convincing as well. We're seeing a level of aggression here from BU Esports that we don't generally see from a team that takes the site. Normally what we see is that fast take into the site and then they anchor down. What we're seeing here from BU Esports, they're pushing into the site and then controlled takes towards CT and towards all the locations they can peek in from.
True, and this kind of worries me a bit because True shaking things up a bit with Risu as the actually she's been a duelist, but with a different agent this time around, having Reyna up on their grabs. Let's see if that also creates an impact for Emerald right here. So paint shells to be used at a back here, pinning down Mex right there into a back. But this time around, look at this. Queen is planting the spike right now, and with complete members of BU Esports. Raflin here goes in towards the smoke. Did not catch anyone from a back, but here we go. Let's see, a little bit of jiggles coming in. Goes jump up and down, but it's not going to work out since there is gun difference. And of course, as usual, they will be abusing that fact as they take the second round.
I love the way you say gun diff. You know how like when you're playing in sort of just pug games, people are like, oh, Ranger diff, oh, Phoenix diff, and you're saying gun diff. It makes sense, and it's way less disrespectful as well.
Yes.
And remember, guys, the Thai team is trying to teach you guys at home a lesson. Be you. Be you. Okay? Here we go, round number 3. And we still have the Spectres.
To put it in.
I've been like sitting on that for a while and seem to get it out there, but there you go. As it will be yet again the push towards the A side, but this time it's going to be the spike sitting in mid, and that's in the hands of the Killjoy as well, with Sage looking towards mid, and Queen finds the kill.
A lot of utilities thrown out right here onto A Heaven, and they're making their way towards Vents on the way to B, but Raflane is gonna catch up into their boards, uses the satchel to at least get an impression that they're being followed here, as I'm pretty sure that the raise from Emerald's gonna make a big turn here from their spawn, and oh, okay, there's a bit of a blackout coming in from our sides, but yeah. Okay, was a bit of a blackout from us, but going back right there, at least the Rays knew when to retreat and, you know, reposition himself right there.
Yeah, Third, I'm not sure if he survives that bout. He had 70 HP remaining. He had a Spectre to work with going up against a Phantom. He did manage to get the Spike, which means they're committed to over towards the A site. And I'm assuming the defenders won. Oh, look at that. I'm so right.
You're so right.
Not like I saw it on the other monitor or anything. Oh,
Cheating.
just such a good analyst.
You just saw it on the monitor. Hump, hump. I'm exposing you. Hump, hump.
Oh, I'm being called out.
I kid. But, yeah, I mean, it is a hard, you know, anticipation to work with, especially if you don't have any visuals to that. I think we've been paranoid by Omen right here. We kind of lost our vision back there, but, you know, no worries. You did mention that Emerald was able to win that fight, though. That's good because at least they have better weaponry right now in this round. So Tay dashes in, not anticipating Max to be there in the area, was taken down. But look at this, Raflane will be taking 2K, forces a 3 versus 2 fight. Forces now BU Esports with only the Rays and the Reyna to work, but take note, these are their duelists. Anything can happen at this point. So Lami will be taking down one, uses the satchel to go away, but not enough, as Maestro will be taking down Lami mid-air. And 2 versus 1 right now. The spike has been planted, though, uses the paranoia, forces her position at APAC. Did not see Buddy Meister back there, and this is another game for Emerald.
Thank you.
Was expecting the push to come in from elbow despite the paranoia coming from window, and so bit of a misread there coming in from the Reyna, but regardless, it's going to be 2-2 Emerald on this defender side. They are doing a good job, and BU Esports, they're getting it very close, right? They brought it down to a 1 versus 2 that could have easily gone their way. Again, these two teams, they're so closely balanced. And we're seeing now, instead of that big bunch up and one player going for a fake over towards the site, we're seeing a big split up instead. 2 players over towards A, 3 players over towards B, the spike in a safe position, with the defense being exactly the same as well.
Cash is not in favor of BU Esports right now, as they are hovering up the classics here, which is very tricky because, again, gun difference can be a key towards this. Emerald has the upper hand since they have their respective rifles. Tay takes the orb, goes for the Blade Storm being hovered up. Raflane this time around is being a bit of passive at this point and just waits for someone to be coming in from A. And look at this, though. Thittercorn still sticking towards that Judge gameplay. Takes some shots, but you know what? Doesn't really work out well, as he didn't really manage to get a bit of damage toward the side of Emerald. Uses the stage wall to block out B Garage here, which is a good call coming in from Maestro. This time around, look at this. Raflane stays onto the sides, gets a bit of an off aim there, as Queen will be winning that fight here, as the Swarm Grenade is going to be used to delay anyone who can come in from screens, which is basically Maestro, as you can see. Goes in towards the smoke this time around, but the Maestro takes down the Queen, looks and up onto Heaven here. Thittercorn, a bit of a gun difference there, but Thittercorn still manages to go and get that Judge kill. Risu will be having a trade here, as well as Mex. Spots out Thittercorn, and Mex will be going for the cover. 2 versus 1 this time around. Lami can force this with a 1v1. The clutch is happening here as the headshot comes into play, and this is the round for BU Esports.
How often do you get to see, I mean, Lami Snacks has all day long been on that Sova doing so much damage. Now we don't have a single Sova in the server, and we get to see Lami Snacks on a duelist. And there you see it, just with a Sheriff finding both kills. That first one was absolutely nutty, but the fact that Mex couldn't find the kill there onto Lami Snacks is such a blunder.
Definitely. And again, classics on the board here for Team Emerald this time. Actually, this time we'll go for Sheriff. So come on, I'm jinxing everyone around right here. But look at this Maestro with that Sakura Vandal. Ooh, someone's in love with that Sakura Vandal. Anyway, someone is already destroying that wall on a 2 mid. Basically, it's going to be, it was either the duelists for the side of B Esports. So right now, they are going to reposition themselves here. Gets a heal from there. Of course, aiding your teammate is basically essential at this point. So Risu here with that Sheriff tries to hover himself up onto A with the Killjoy just basically on standby there. So has to be very careful when Risu tries to peek. Goes in. Was able to spot at the Killjoy, but Queen still gets that shot, takes down the Reyna. So this is an opening for them to go and get A, because look at how they're setting it up. They're going towards the sewers. Gives the spike to CPTT, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's Tay rather. And I think there can be a point where it smokes all out the entrance from heaven or screens, then dashes in towards the side. Take note though that ult coming in from Buddy Meister is there, but you know, was denied. Uses the showstopper, did not get anyone. Maestro though will be taking Lamy. That's gonna be a 2 coming in from Maestro here, taking down Queen as well. Forces a 3 versus 3 fight. Tay is now planting though, uses the slow orb, repositions towards side, spots out the Ticorn, but the Ticorn is going to win that fight here, make it a 2K, and to be shut down by the Cypher. 1 versus 1 here, and the spike isn't planted. Does he have time here? 2, 1. Oh, he doesn't have time anymore.
That's such a nice try there as well. Try and go for that fake, try and get it down, and still gets the kill as well. BU Esports, they've been brought back into a 3-3, and I mean, were we expecting a close game? I'm not sure. I expected it to be a very one-sided affair throughout this entire day, and just time and time again, BU Esports, Emerald keeping this game so close.
Very close indeed, and this is very different from the previous match. I mean, I keep going back on them because basically this is supposed to be what Emerald's performance could have been during the first match. But you know what? BU Esports really proving us wrong here and keeps up to the challenge. And look, speaking of challenge, all of them are stacking up onto A. Pain Shells to be used. I'm pretty sure a lot were injured at that point. Tay, though, will be taking down Risu with a stinger. Jaeger with a stinger. And going back right here, just had to repeat that. And going here, Queen will be planting the spike here as Lamy just sprays onto Heaven, so no one will dare peek. Maestro, though, was able to spot out one from A back. A lot of them are very crowded here, so this could also be very dangerous in terms of positioning themselves. But you know what? Otherwise, look at this. The turret's gonna be down here. That could have been entry for Queen, but nonetheless, Showstopper will be taking down Maestro. 1 versus 4 this time around. Next right here still has to wait for the lockdown before going in. So go into the screens. Mex go, still not sighting out one. Basically outnumbered at this point, wanting to sandwich this up. Mex, ooh, a lot of sprays happening, but the Unicorn will still take down him with a stinger again.
By the way, sting is not a keyword, just throwing that out there. She's just putting emphasis because it's the gun I loathe the most. The fire rate to the cost just doesn't make sense. But, I mean, well played there by BU Esports. It works because it's broken. But the fact, there's one question I have in my mind, which is why is Maestro being the one that has to enter into the A site? You realize that's your healer with an ult, right? You're allowed to go in first. She still had an ice wall to work with. You get a slowdown, whatever else. You can get a res that's an extra life for you to work with. But instead, it was the Sage leading the charge. Battle Sage ready to go.
I was about to say Battle Sage, but you beat me to it, and I dislike you because of that. Anyway, Risu did a pretty good job starting it off with the Sheriff kill, but was easily traded out by Bozo and Buddy Meister. Close call. Good thing he didn't peek right there, or else that would have cost him his life and an opening for BU Esports. So going back into the ball game here, 4 versus 4 into the fight. They're trying to make their way towards mid here since they place themselves on the ramp. This is a nice wall coming in from Maestro, at least. That is information, to say the least, that, okay, someone broke down my wall, so I think it's either they're going up to vents or rotating to sewers, and that's basically what they're doing. Luckily, though, that Rufflin is there, but with only Classic, that's a very difficult fight to actually go with.
Now you can see, yep, all 4 players making their way in towards the A site. It's completely open. This timing,
30 seconds.
always everything, but of course, Thidicorn always there to catch the peaks. As Maestro gets taken down, there come the paint shells in towards the site, but the spike's already gone down. How much more damage can we do from that position as a spray through the smoke? Bozo has just found Rafleen, and now 2 versus 3. Can't pick up the Vandal, takes a bit of damage from the Swarm bot, and there it is, picked up. Another one thrown out, throws it out over towards his teammate. And Rafleen, what more can you do here as Mex wants to lead the charge, pushing through the cage, makes a bit of noise. There's Bozo to find Mex. Bodymeister finds a double kill. It's a 1 versus 2, but Bodymeister's low. 22 HP, and in the back of the site, there's going to be the paranoia. No, it's going to be a smoke coming out, tapping the spike. It's going to be a fake, pushing into the side, but Bozo's just way too fast. The flick comes out, a 4th on the board, and it's going to be a 5th for the side of BU Esports.
That's a quad coming in from Bozo too, and this is just looking all good. He already made his way up, being the 2nd fragger for his team, which usually is a different feat for Bozo, since we did notice that in Haven he was struggling a bit for the few rounds that we had there. But nonetheless, this is looking good for BU Esports right now, since they're starting to get their footing. They know when to hold and they know when to let go of a site and just go for some rotate, which is good because mind games can be applicable here that they can use against MRALT.
Now we can see, again, this heavy presence over towards the A side. And look, there's no one challenging towards mid, which means Risu and Maestro, they can get that information, call, hey, you know what, we've got mid control, we can start to push our way in, find some information. They're going to find that B is clear, and they're going to start to position players over towards that A site. Unless they don't push in towards Ramen, in which case they won't have that pre-information that they so rightfully deserve. Out comes the smokes. Thidicorn, no way expects this. Out in the open, there it is, Risu, perfect timing. Had no idea that Thidicorn was going to come from there. As the push in towards the site, great position from Rafleen, but Bozo is 1 quicker as it will be Rafleen going down.
And Bodymeister to take down Lamy as well, but Mex has one taking down Tay, and this is just a better round for the side of MRALT here, because we did see that at the very start it was BU Esports popping. Now they're just basically, redeeming what they have lost during that earlier rounds. And this is, I think the previous round was way more cleaner for them, to say the least. But here, weaponry, very even for both sides of our team. So far, their cash is in play with their hands, and and in terms of their KDA, even ground actually. It's not far off for both sides.
Yeah, they're all in the same ballpark, it seems. As up comes the ice wall and immediately gets broken down, which is what I like to see, because you take that down, it doesn't limit your opportunities anymore. Of course, Risu taking that first kill will start things off on the right foot for Emerald.
Alright, well detected though, and let's see. I love the patience coming in and just waiting to peek at the right moment to take down Maestro onto Heaven right there. Uses a smoke alongside with the paint shells to delay any pushes that can come from spawn. So Mex was able to spot out the Jet, but Lamy on her feet was able to take down the Cypher. So both of them now are in very good position onto Rafters. Buddy Meister though, I know that he saw that, and also with the Jet going down. So that's good aiming coming in from him. Showstopper to be used, Satchel again into Rafters. That's going to be a kill, but that's a 3K now for Lamy. And Buddy Meister to end it with also a 3K, and the round goes to them to even things out.
It's a nice shot from Buddy Meister, who's back on the Omen again, back in home territory, and they bring it down to 5-5 now. How do we have 5-5 in a game that's gone 2-2? They're just keeping this as close as possible.
Working wonders.
And no one's money has really broken so far, but now looking at the side of BU Esports, it looks like they are going to have to force the issue here, investing everything they can into this round.
I mean, basically that's what you'd want to do. Invest everything, your skills, your money, your sets, all for this one deciding round, one deciding map. And this is pretty interesting. I expected like a bind pick, to say the least. But you know what? What better way to decide everything with the classics, with the El Clasico map, right? So this is also nice. Getting to go back into your, so-called basics and whatnot. But that's a very good one-way smoke, though, coming in from, this is Buddy Meister. There you go. And They are making their way onto the ramps right here. Risu to use the Leer. Not gonna block vision by anyone. Right there. Another second attempt, but they're just basically gonna hide onto that wall. And Risu being a bit patient, but it's not gonna pay off as Tay takes it down with the Blade Storm here. So 4 versus 5. Uses the smokes right now. And here, Buddy Meister to use the Paranoia onto Heaven, maybe for later, hovering it up. Okay, now has been released. I'm not sure if that hit, but I don't think it didn't because it was out of range. So Raflin is still waiting onto A site right here. Meanwhile, Tay and the Rays making their way towards the vents onto Heaven, basically onto B site. And this could be a call now for Emerald to go and rotate. But Maestro is in the vicinity, uses the slow orb right here. Buddy Meister to use his ult coming in from B garage. And that forces them to go back to A again.
I mean, if you're fluid, you know, it can be a big gesture, because how can you catch something that's fluid, am I right? Well, I say that. Raflin, Maestro, and Mech seem to have cups as they caught a couple, but it is going to be the 2 versus 3 on the retake into this A side. The spray down comes through, but Mech's only good for 1, as Bozo's good for 4 in total, and they will take a 6th round on the board.
I love it how B Esports just utilized this map to play mind games. And using the vents to that. I mean, they could have fortified that area all the more and not being too reactive, because if you'd notice that only the utilities were used in the area and just playing with the audio cue onto the ropes. And forces Buddy Meister to use his ult right there onto Garage, hoping for that rotate, but you know, it didn't really work out. And that's one of the beauties that BU had really to offer there.
Smoke up towards B Heaven.
Here.
And they really actually have no defenses on the inside. All they can do is have a paint shell thrown out. As you can see, Raze, Raflin jumping down into the site to try and make a bit of space. As that smoke goes down, that's a perfect smoke.
Alright, okay, so slow orb again to be used onto Garage right here. This forces the other members to go back to Rom, and probably gonna go sewers here and rotate to A. Because usually BU really likes to play with the map, and abusing the fact that split is very compressed and easily can easily rotate either from spawner to vents. It's just a thing that you can keep in mind, that little detail, since they know how to work around with the map.
You see, that initial push into B, it's led Emerald to believe this is going to be a straight up fake, and they've just made their way straight back into the B site.
True. And the thing about Emerald this time around is their capability to adapt to what BU Esports is trying to offer, because we've seen this, you know, them really responding to a fake rotate showstopper to be used, but in the in the nick of time was able to actually position herself. But look at this though, Titicorn will take down a clean here. A little bit of whipping to be seen by Buddy Meister here as Bozo takes down our Omen there, and Maestro here, only the remaining player alive for Emerald, goes in towards Ali, spots out the Reyna, who's on Empress mode, takes it down, replaces the gun by, is this a Vandal? Yes, yes, it is a Vandal. Alright, I thought it was a Bulldog for a second, and swarm grenades to be used, but the Titicorn is going to kill Maestro back there, and this is going to be a 7-5 favored for BU Esports, and this is already the second half of our game.
Now this can be a little bit scary for Emerald. Do keep in mind, BU Esports, we've seen such solid defenses from them again. Emerald, they managed to overcome that in the last map. We saw them, it took every ounce of their skill to get that 13-12. Now, they're going with BU Esports, who are already in the lead, which means they're going to have to get 8 points on this attacker side against a team that's good on the defense. It's not going to be an easy case for them, and they don't have Buddy Meister on that Omen anymore. It's now their Jet instead. Raflin here on the Raze has to do a bit more damage as well, and so the fact that they've taken Buddy Meister off of a duelist, let's see if that's going to be a problem for them on their attacker side here.
Alright, early covers coming in from the vents right here, which is good, but Lami is going to take down Risu very early, which is nice because they took out one of the duelists at play. So Omen here with a half health was healed by the Sage. Again, another cover to be used by Team Emerald right here. Oh no, actually, yeah, Team Emerald. And Tay here tries to go and be sneaking off onto the backline. Max will be spotting it out though, and the dash is going to happen here. And wall to be used over there, and a lot of trades are happening. 3K for Citicorn, make it a quad, you know what? And that's going to be a game for BU Esports.
Not a single headshot as well. Thitticorn just going for the body shots, and it works out well. 8-5, BU Esports take a pistol round that MRALT really needed, and they can now extend that into 5-9 or even 5-10, depending on how MRALT use their economy going into this round. And I'm already seeing a Sheriff out in the hands of one of these players, and that one plays down to 1-1, which is not enough for a full buy in the next round. So MRALT, this would be a gamble if they spend past 1-5 here.
At this point, it's basically essential to save your cash here and just go for some classics, because at least they have better weaponry onto the next round, because you would really want to secure your wins. And if your money or if your cash doesn't really complies with it, better go for the save. Better give off a round rather than just forcing the issue. So right now, they are the ones going into suicide here. A lot of bodies into play, and that's going to be a triple coming in from Lammy here, with only Risu taking it down. So that's a bit of a misplay coming in from Emerald. You do not go as aggressively and very linear there, and the price is to paid by getting barbecued by Lammy, to say the least. But going back right here, Tay in a good position into the vents to go and rotate alongside with the Reina for a bit of a trade that can happen. Paranoid to be used, blinded, but Risu still wins that round, and for that help as well. So this is good. Alright, Lear to be used, easily destroyed, spots out one, gets a bit of a whip there, and look at this. Tay was able to take down Risu there. And, oh, that could have been a game for Queen, but Max still gets it, and Tay, for that refrag, still manages to pull through. And 5-9 in favor of BU Esports, slowly closing in to that gap and taking home the cake.
And that's still some really good damage done by the side of Emerald as well. They brought it down to a 2 versus, 1, 2 versus 2. And that's just on the back of the pistols they had. Now they can fully buy up. They've got the Phantoms. They've got the Vandals. Now they can start to get back into this game, and they need to do it now, because BU Esports, they're on the verge of double digits. And when they hit double digits first, well, according to history, they've always won it out. And so Emerald, this is now their time. This is their time to get into this game, because if it doesn't start now, it's not going to start, period.
Like you said, BU says BU Esports. But
Oh my goodness.
But you know what they say? Look at that. Lammy for that judge kill, but to be shut down by Reflane right here. Another satchel spots out the Reina. A lot of peaks coming in through and through. It uses the satchel to go into the Rams area. Tay for that one, make it 2. 2 versus 2 now, and Maestro to shut down Tay with only Queen remaining into our battlefield here. So right now Reflane is working towards their way to go and get the spike. They can go for rotate at this point. Queen spots it out and already knows that they might go for rotate or just go for fake.
Yeah, there you can see it. They're like, okay, let's go this way, let's go this way. Okay, then stop, let's come back, let's come back. You can always, you can just hear it as Maestro probably waiting for the HP to get a little bit closer so that he can heal his teammate, who is much lower than him. You can see it's just a sliver of HP left. As Maestro has only 20, but there it is. The heal comes in, giving them the best chance they can. An ice wall there would be great. Missing the timing though. Queen with a double kill. Long range with a Spectre. And just like that, BU Esports up to double digits. And Emerald, they needed that round. That's a 1 versus 2.
Not looking good for their cash too. And you did say if BU Esports says BU, you know what Emerald would say?
You're not an emerald, you're a diamond.
Not a diamond, but an emerald. What do you mean? Oh no.
I guess
Jaeger.
That's fair. But
Oh,
isn't a
no.
diamond more valuable?
No. But go and base themselves on their name, Jaeger. Oh my god. But anyway, going back, this is already 2 digits coming in from BU Esports, looking good. And they're attempting that similar feat again. That's already 1 head for Lammy, taking down Reflane. Uses the utilities once more for the paint shells to corner out Maestro there and Tay for the kill. And a lot of utilities to be wasted. But at this point, look at this. Only Tay and Lammy can contain. And that's a 3K for Tay.
You see Tay so hungry for kills there, just trying to pad his stats there, pushing forward with a classic, and By the way, Tay is not a keyword. Yeah, I mean, 11-5 now. BU Esports, they're looking very convincing here on Split. This is the biggest gap we've had all day.
All right, this is pretty interesting, but I told you I shouldn't jinx stuff, but then again, here we are. And the thing about what we see a little bit of how do I say this? A bit of lacklusting for MRALT is it's like they're going back into first match. They're not looking at the angles and they're basically rushing in again. So this is a bit of a risk for MRALT at this point, since this is a compressed map. Any rotate is possible at this point. So this is the good one. This is the good thing that they should do. Peek, take the kill, go reposition, repeat. And that's just basically what they're doing right now. So 2 versus 2. Reina is low. Bozo for the 3K. Uses invisible. Oh, almost whipped right there, but still managed to pull through. And Buddy Meister to secure and really cover for Rafleen there. That is the gameplay that MRALT basically needs right now. 6-11. They still can go for at least 11-11 at this point, but you know, again, this is similar to, if I'm not mistaken, the second match, because they still need work to do. They have a lot of effort to put in, because that's basically a big gap.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds in a row with BU Esports with that much momentum, but I did like what they did in that last round. They get into good positions and then they wait for the peak to come in, because BU Esports just can't help peaking. And so what does BU Esports do immediately after that round where they're getting aggressive and trying to get that information? They start playing passively. They sit back, they get into forward positions, but they don't push. They wait for the pushes to come to them. You wait for the kills to come to you, and it's going to give you a big advantage once those peaks start to come in. We've got no presence over towards the A site. We've got a tripwire just in case someone tries to push, and a camera. Out comes the peek from Risu. Just has to walk out, and it's going to be a headshot onto Bozo.
Okay, so this is looking for Emerald. Satchel's in to use it. Showstopper denied by, who was that? Who killed it? Reina. And going back here for the 4 versus 1 right now. Queen, though, will be taking Consolation, taking down the Cypher. The spike is going to be planted, however, if I'm not mistaken, this is on the corner of the alley. Buddy Meister already has a thought there, and to end this round off. 7-11. Ooh, Kombini. And here you go. Again, a lot of effort to be put in, but MRALT just a little bit more, and you can go back into your footing.
So now you can see MRALT. Oh. Oh, they're not going to go for the A site. You can see them just hovering around spawn there for a minute. BU Esports, they're not making too many adjustments in terms of their positioning, of how many players they put into each position and whatever else. We're seeing instead, like, it's just the same thing, basically, over and over again, but they're switching out agents. That's fair enough. You got Bozo to be the first point of contact in towards that B site. You got 3 players over towards A, and it's the spike over towards A as well. Bozo doesn't have to move. Thankfully for him, the boom bot runs out of steam before it gets out of the tunnels, and after that brief period of shooting, they now start to rotate over towards the A site, which means on to Thitticorn to do as much damage as he can. He's been pretty deadly so far here on Split with whatever weapon he's been given. Let's just see if he can keep up that level of success right now, as he goes for a bit of information. Now he's definitely aware that there are players making their way in as the smokes come out, just to try and delay those pushes coming in. There's the headshot. He's going to find the one. 4 bullets remaining. There's the follow-up. Great crossfire coming in from Tay as well. Buddy Meister good for 1 and only 1 as Lammy with the knife. It wasn't necessary, but 12-7. It's going to be match point for BU Esports, and BM as well.
Okay. All right. That's I think that was for good intentions. You know, no ill will, or to say the least.
I hope not.
But let's just hope it's a friendly thing between them. But going back right here, this is looking pretty good for BU Esports. Take note, this is match point, so any room for error cannot be made for MRALT at this point if they still want to race towards that end game. And going back here, Buddy Meister to use his ult right here to position himself onto Ali. very careful to peek on the stairs right here. This time getting Lammy out of the board, who's been a large threat against them. Look at this though, Risu to wait for that Shadows, utilizing it in their favor. Takes out Tay Maestro to resurrect Raflin there, going back into a 5-man stand. And Risu here onto bed, spots out the record and goes down as well. So they can get this game onto an 8-12. As I mentioned, they have no room for error at this point.
2 versus 5, and I mean, can still heal up to full at this point. They're the Reina here for BU Esports, but it's so unlikely that they get this. Do they still go for this? You can see,
unless a miracle happens.
Reina just sitting inside a vents room,
See?
as well as Queen finding the first. I mean, there the legs and shot out from underneath her. Maestro taking it down. Queen goes down as well, and it will be 8-12. The Queen and the Empress both unable to beat the Sage there, and so 4 rounds remaining for MRALT to bring this into overtime yet again. Can they do it? I don't know. I'm not starting to believe just yet, but there is the potential. As you can see there, they haven't really been successful at stringing together rounds.
I hope that they're not gonna go for classics here for the side of BU Esports, because this is their final match and they can go for it, but it's quite understandable though. But still, for the side of Emerald here, it's like they're going all out because again, aside from they have no more error to spare, they're basically fighting for the end game at this point. They can't leave any casualty for their side, instead inflicting one on to be Esports. So they are on Ramen, was able to get the heal from the Sage, goes into the garage right now and smoked it off. Take note though that 3 people are stacked onto B, so it's quite pretty tricky if they go for the commit, and the Queen is just staying there onto Ali for any potential flank. Buddy Meister though will be taking down Tay here, who was deliberately trying to flank from their spawn, and this is a good show coming in from them, and they're rotating now from their spawn towards A. This gave now Theticorn some amount of time to at least place some covers up on their sleeves. Leer to be used out to block some vision as well as Paranoia. Was not able to see that edge though, as Risu will be taking down Theticorn here with only 7 bullets. Peeks out on to heaven here as Lammy with a close call. Low HP to add to that. Was able to survive. And now Buddy Meister here, and as well as the Maestro, will be positioning themselves onto ramps. I think it's planted for a main and heaven, if I'm not mistaken.
They're not going to go for this. Look at them. They don't even want to leave their position. They're just like, just hold on to what we've got. We can buy in the next round because 3 of us are alive. And for the remaining members of Emerald, I mean, that's as efficient as it gets, really. As they have found themselves yet another round here. They're 3 steps to go after this round to bring it into that overtime. And, I mean, they're doing it. Emerald, slowly but surely, they're abusing these little holes in BU Esports' defenses. They're winning out these aim duels, which is really important. And they're working together as a team, pushing together, making sure that they're covering all the bases. And that shouldn't have happened, because Queen is going to have reduced money for saving after that round ended.
True, and again with this, cash isn't really in the hands of BU Esports right now, but they managed to save the operator here, but with Lammy only having a half armor, bit of a tricky there. And alright, Theticorn to use a, okay, I thought he was gonna use a Bucky, but you know, Judge wins games, I guess. And like this, 9-12 this time. Lammy again go for another attempt in peeking, finds no one. Basically they're stacked up at B garage and onto Rama, not peeking just yet. So at least Lammy repositions, not gonna spot out anyone. But look at this, Risu is moving forward, and it's pretty tricky if an operator goes into a closer combat. Uses the Leer. Was able to take the shot though, taking down Risu here. And this forces out now for Emerald to go into the sewers and just rotate at this point. But I think they will still commit onto mid. Pretty tricky. Has to be careful in positioning themselves, so they don't want to repeat what happened to them earlier when they only got taken down by both Lammy and Tay.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
It's a miss! I cannot... Oh, never mind. Wait, I'm not even sure what happened there. I'm not sure if the rocket went straight past or if it hit, but Raflin now trying to pre-fire every single corner because he missed so much utility. No, there's one inside the side. The boom bot catches Queen as they now start to pour into the site. Lamy missed the opportunity there for a kill with that operator, and I think they've got to bail on this one as well.
They do, because again, you don't want. I mean, they're still in a good position though, since they only need one more round to win. But forcing the issue is a double-edged sword. But look at this. Bozo takes down one. Make it to Raflin for the trade. And Tay uses the smoke as he starts defusing. Buddy Meister stealthily goes in. Blammy though will be having that judge kill. Takes down one, but that's going to be a 3K. And I think this is it. BU Esports is our champion.
Well, there you go. No one, well, I say no one. 4 people expected it. Aristotle was one of them. The Mr. Dapperman, as well as what's his name? Dog Bro?
Dog Bro.
So, I like Dog Bro, by the way. Great name. But there you go. The Thai team, they're your winners for CVCI. In an almost reverse sweep there from MRALT, they win 3-2, and they definitely deserved it. So well played across the entire team. At one point, it was like 11-5 or something. And that kind of a score difference really tells you just who is the better team. And you can see MRALT, they were trying their very best. They're working their way back into it. But at the very end there, a great reflex shot there from Lamy. He was being a consistent star throughout this entire day. And to keep up that level of consistency across 5 maps in a single series with no breaks in between the games, it's not an easy feat. And so, seriously, GG well played there to BU Esports and MRALT. Very close second, and a very deserved close second, and it could have been their game any other day of the week. You never know. They were so close, both these teams. And for the Thai fans at home, I'm sure you guys are going to be proud of them. Make sure you guys are supporting them, because I'm sure they'd appreciate it, and they get to take home a nice big lump sum of money. Can't tell you the exact amount because I heard it in pesos and in baht, so I can't tell you in dollars. So it's like $1,000 or something. So, yeah, there you go. And remember, we've been doing that giveaway throughout this entire time. So if you've heard any of those keywords, you guys can win yourselves 100 USD. I think we'll have one more winner. But we also be having the head-to-head coming up. And, of course, an interview coming up very shortly as well. And
that is it for us. My name's Sayan with me, Zieka.
Okay. Is that how we're supposed to end it?
I don't know, maybe. I just stated our names because you didn't mention it all throughout the duration of our games. I
mentioned that at the start.
Oh, right.
But yeah, there you go. I think they've got a replay going on as well, so if you guys want to see that, let's look at the clips. Just kidding. We're not done just yet. It's going to be double eliminations for Emerald because they went through the entire tournament completely undefeated. BU Esports is really the only team so far that's managed to take maps off them. So they do get, because they came from the upper brackets, they do get a little bit of an advantage going into this final best of 5. So we still have a match to go for the side of Emerald for the double elimination as well. So do watch out for that as we. Yeah, we're not going to be finishing off these highlights because it's already looped. So there you go. As for what the final map is going to be, I have absolutely no idea. We've seen basically their performance across every single map that's currently in the pool except for Icebox. And so Split, Ascent, Haven, Bind. We got like a basic idea of what to expect from both of these teams. But Emerald, they've not been showing up as much as we thought they would. Obviously, every single one of the casters
anticipated.
Expected to be Emerald taking this, but BU Esports, they're now up 3 versus 2. And so Emerald, because of how well they did leading up to this point, they've got themselves another chance to dig themselves out of this hole. Because I think if BU Esports take the next game, that is going to be it. I'm not entirely sure exactly the overall arcing rules, but we're going to be casting them all regardless, and I'll be updating you as I learn more. So yeah, do please keep that in mind.
Okay, so if I heard it right, this is still going to be a best of 3s. All right. Okay, still. So it's race to 2 basically. And yeah. We if I'm not mistaken, we're still proceeding with the giveaways, right? Or the okay, all right. While waiting, yeah. We were just kidding, guys. I mean, come on, a little bit of icebreaker.
Yeah, try not to leave the stream just yet, as it is not the end. You still have to see whether your Thai team or your Indonesian team will be taking this crown. Apologies for confusing you guys. I was slightly confused as well. I mean, just kidding. So
all right. So okay. As for the giveaways, guys, I think that was it throughout our best of 5 series, and we will proceeding now to the best of 3s. Again, the match between Emerald and BU Esports, and this to me, I do apologize for the confusion, but at the same time, the rally between both of our teams is just at this point, anything can happen, and I don't want to predict anymore.
Yeah, true. You don't know where the curse is going to go. Keep these guys, fair game up to this point. I mean, that was such a dominant win from BU Esports in that last game. We saw even a knife kill count, which is not a common occurrence as well. That's probably the first knife kill we've seen in that entire grand final. And well, for the last round of the giveaways for the 100 USD, our winner is QQ60404. The most creative name we've heard today so far. But QQ, congratulations to you. 100 USD is going to be going your way, and you'll be able to take that home and spend it on whichever you so well please. If you guys want to know what, because I think we're not doing any more giveaways. Should I reveal the keywords or?
No.
Yeah, we'll keep it a secret. You should know what they were.
Yeah, I think at this point our viewers already know what the keywords are, and you deliberately emphasizing them. It's just not hard to notice. So
it was the most blatant keywording you're gonna hear. So it was fair game basically up to that point.
Yes, and while we just wait as the start of our best of 3s come, it's hard. Basically, we're just going to see similar sets of agents at this point. Only the maps are going to be different, and the only shakeup that we've seen so far is the Raze and the Sage, who appeared into the last game of the best of 5s. And as usual, in terms of basically how they do their strategies, both of them really do have some similar feats whenever they're both attackers or defenders. It's just that patience wise, I think BA Esports has the upper hand into waiting, because we do tend to see MRALT being a bit too aggressive at that point that they can be barbecued in the long run. So they do have to watch out for that as well. Have a quick guess of what our map would be for this best of threes?
We've seen 2 Ascents. I feel like a Bind is going to be coming up next, because there's a big space in between each of these maps that we saw played. That Bind, I feel, makes the most sense. And so, yeah, I mean, remaining to be seen, but hold on for that. And I mean, so far the guests are looking good for the four people that that guessed it was going to be BU Esports. Mr. Dapper, of course, feeling extra good about it as we head into the final of the double eliminations. And you know, it's hard to guess where it's going to go on Bind. Again, we don't want to make the predictions at this point, because either of these teams can take it. They're so closely you know, matched at that point. So are we taking a break? Or okay, well, give us a second, as we'll be right back for the potentially last game of the day. So do stick around, as we will be right back.
One, two, three, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. I don't have any favorite, just give me any kind. Even if it hurts a bit, I think I will be fine. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. Perfection. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. Some sort of an addiction. They all have a prediction. I think it's just some fiction. That I have an addiction, baby. That I have an addiction. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. My lesson. 24/7, all I do is procrastinate, procrastinate. Perfection. 1, 2, 3, I don't know who else to be. 4, 5, 6, like they say I can't be fixed. 1, 2, 3, your attention's all I need. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip. 4, 5, 6, don't let it slip.
back again to
A line.
finish off
A
our
line.
our best of 8, so to speak. We actually got an award from Cyber Athlete. Thank you very much. The best online recovery award.
Told you
If I
guys.
could give you guys awards, it would be the most dapper awards, and you would
Dapper.
deserve it because just such gentlemen, absolutely. And again, thank you for the the opportunity and for not slapping our wrists for that one. But thank you very much. And yeah, we're heading into a final best of 3 to determine who is going to be the winner here, because you have to keep in mind that Emerald, they were the upper bracket, so they do get an advantage going in. And so that first best of 5 it puts BU Esports on top, obviously, but Emerald. They have now the chance to bounce back here with the final best of 3, and here is where it really comes down to the fact that if you have not just a deeper map pool, but the most resilience, then you will be the one succeeding here. And the map we're going to be going into first for this best of 3 is Haven.
Basically, this is one of the maps that Emerald really did win out, so they can utilize this into whatever remaining energy that they have left here. Because I'm not gonna lie, best of 5 games all dished out right now this day, and you know, really getting all of that really takes a toll. And the fact that Emerald is apparently twice to beat, again, this can be you know, their redemption factors here, utilizing whatever maps that they can get. Agents can be changed at this point for them. You know, I'm not going to be surprised for any more cheeky picks at this point, since Sage and the Rays were already dished out by both teams, to say the least, during that split. And right now on Haven, they can use it a lot. And the fact that Buddy Meister as Reyna and Raflin as the Omen really had an impact towards Emerald, that can really change the game. If they decide to return it for this best of 3s, it could work, since it kind of changed the momentum that they had, or the momentum that they were lacking during the first and second matches that we had during best of 5. So them returning that can be a potential win for them. But for the side of B Esports, since they did win the final game for that best of 5s, momentum-wise, it can be in their hands. Now, checking at the map pool, they're back to basics. They're back to the first and second match lineups that we've had.
Yeah, that's
Mex being the duelist this time around.
Okay, all right. Starting to feel it. I'm assuming at this point. I mean, not what we're used to seeing. This is normally the Sentinel for them.
Okay, so Risu still with the Jet. Okay, Lamy is back with the Sova, Tay with the Jet boat. Okay, so basically, BU Esports did not change in terms of rules. For Emerald here, a lot of shakeups is happening. Maestro for the Sova, and this is Buddy Meister again for the Omen. And I'm guessing that the Cypher is who was the other one that I was? I could do this. Raflin, thank you so much. And here you go. With this shakeup again, I'm pretty interested to see what kind of performance can Emerald do. Since at this point, we're starting to see that they're very versatile. They can go multi-roles at this point with each individual on their hands. So it's just a matter of how effective they are in here towards our best of 3s.
There you go. The unpause, sorry, has been called, and
oh.
Congratulations to Emerald and to BU Esports, the 2 winners of CVCI.
Both of them are winners. I think that was check ping. You know, that's just basically giving us a little bit of, what do you call this?
It was like suspense being built up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just a bit of a teaser.
Cliffhangers, there you go.
Maybe that wasn't their actual picks. Maybe Mex is not going to be sticking to the Reyna. If it is, then I'm excited to see what would be happening. Otherwise, you know, it is what you expect to see.
But I'm also, I'm not gonna be surprised at this point if they are to hover up a Sage, or if I'm not. I think Sky is not still available to use here, since CVCI did start without Sky on. So, and yeah, a bit of a shake-up here. I not also surprised if we see a Breach or a Phoenix come into play, but speaking of comfort, I think they'll still stick to their stones and just change their roles whenever possible, because B Esports still being consistent with the roles. Only Lamy is the one being replaced as either a Sova or a duelist, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the Breach or the Phoenix pick would be nice. We've not seen any pop flashes all day long. And it still seems to be that it's just not going to be the case. We're still seeing the exact same lineup. And so, again, back into Haven. And those picks that you saw the first time around, I think that is accurate as to what you're going to be expecting to see when we head into the game.
But I'm pretty sure Buddy Meister could utilize that Reyna, and Raflin will go for the Omen because that worked for them during the matches that they have won in that best of fives. And I think the thing that you have to change for the side of MRALT is basically their aggressiveness, because sometimes it's a little bit of lay back which in case gives Lamy or any duelist from BU Esports the opportunity to just go and barbecue them away and to completely deplete their agents. But yeah.
Yeah, Raflin is on the
Cypher.
Okay, so that's what happened. They were on the wrong side. That's why they had to switch sides.
All right. So this is, again, my analysis earlier is still correct. Mex is going to be pretty interesting with this Reyna pick right here, because this is the good thing when your teammates are very flexible in terms of roles, because any start of play can really do good. And just like that, look at that double P coming in from Raflin and Mex with that frenzy. It really worked with their favor right now. And still, even though Raflin had a little bit of injuries, it was worth it that they were able to take at least the side. So Lamy here, walking towards it, gets a little whiff, but still works it through. Buddy Meister, though, will be taking that trade. Was detected with the recon ball, but never mind. Maestro planting the spike here. Swarm grenade, not gonna get anyone here. Mex onto Hell. Has to be careful with the angle, though. Mex goes in towards it and abuse that fact. Jiggles, but not enough as 3K goes to Mex.
Well, now we see why Mex was on the Reyna. He's feeling it. Perhaps after that last game, he started getting confident. He's like, you know what? I don't want to play the Cypher anymore. Can you give me a duelist? Can you take my place? Raflin, you're not playing as well as I am right now, and I'd like to be the one to make the impact kills. He's doing it. 3K in the first round. And you can see that the patience as well, making sure that every shot is going to hit. And now, MRALT, they're up to the Spectres. Still a couple of Ghosts to work with. Going up against Sheriffs, Frenzies, and 2 Classics. We're going to say it normally now. As they make their way up towards the C site. And their first point of contact is going to be Killjoy's turret. And now having to back away because they have to go for the retake into the C site.
True. And again, this is a quick take of Emerald here for the side here. Maestro already planning it for C long. Queen, though, is still staying on to the garage. Bozo as well. They have to be very careful in man up because gun difference is there. Risu will be taking down Bozo. Lamy for the trade with that chair. Uses the Leer to at least blind them out. Next, though, is going to spot out Tay. A bit of a jiggle there, but still worked out in the end for him. And Maestro, though, used that drone. Was able to spot it out. And look at all of those casualties, making it a 4-0, and it looks like Emerald's on a roll right now.
Okay, Emerald, death.
5-0. Look at that. No deaths at all.
Yeah, Mex is having quite some impact in these first 2 rounds, and Emerald, they're starting to look a lot more cohesive on this attacker's side. Now this is the best of 3 they know that matters the most, and they're putting themselves into a really good position here. Starting off these first 2 kills, they've picked themselves up a Phantom and a Vandal. They've got the full armor, and they've got enough money to buy in the next round as well. Tay doesn't even have full armor.
But at least it was good for them to at least get a decent amount of weapon range. So next again, goes for the peek, takes down Thittercorn, who was making some noise here. Has to be very careful. Invincible here, but will be taken down by Bozo. I guess that's a little bit of misplay coming in. Bozo, though, will be taking a double, making a triple here onto a long with 8 bullets left. Okay, that's good enough to go back away. Risu, though, will be taking down Queen. And there's a choice now for Buddy Meister to go and commit a long or just wait for Risu. But unfortunately, Lamy will be taking it from the behind here. So Bozo now in a good position to just wait for Buddy Meister. But Buddy Meister here, though, I guess knew that Reyna was there. wrong angle there, and as that kill will be into the hands of Buddy Meister, he knows. So at this point here, uses the shadows to cover up Heaven. Plans for A-Long. Will probably stay at A-Long at this point, but no. Actually goes in towards the tunnel. Takes a peek. Takes down Lammy, but the trade is going to happen to Tay, and this is going to be the round for BU Esports.
And that's the one player without armor as well. Of course, it has to be the one player without armor. And I was like, oh, they're going into the disadvantage. Oh, Tay doesn't have full armor. That's going to be a big problem. Nope. No problem when you're just one-tapping like that. And so there's the first round on the board for the Thai team. Emerald now, they still have the money to buy in, and they've got rifles on every player now, not just the two. And so this is going to be more representative of what to expect for the rest of their attacker side once we see how this round starts.
Could have been better if Buddy Meister just stayed onto A-Long, wait for that fake diffuser. Audio Q goes for that kill, hides again into A-Long and waits for Tay, since Tay, as you mentioned, didn't have armor and he could have had that advantage. But going back right here, that's the passive move in the future, uses the Leer, dashes away for Tay, places himself onto A-Link while going in for some smokes. Meanwhile, our attackers here making their way to through the mid garage, probably going to go to C right here if they are able to get the utilities of Killjoy. Tay is going to be spotted out by that drone here. Let's see if they are to spot out Mex as well. Yes, indeed. And that was a bit of a commitment back there. But Mex here is still going to stay in place before going in towards and reposition himself to garage now. And this is looking pretty good. Swarm Grenade's not going to get anyone here, but no one has planted the spike yet. So Buddy Meister places himself onto the box here. Oh, makes it, repositions him here onto garage. Uses the cover to delay any pushes here. But BE Sports has to be very careful when entering such, because they are known to do that. And look at this though, Mex abusing that off angle from Bozo and just gets him off the board. 4 versus 5 now. BE Sports very careful indeed. Was detected by the recon bolt, but they have an idea are on the garage. Tay there will be taking 2. Thiticorn as well. Dwindles it all into a 2 versus 4. Tay going for the defuse. Recon bolt's gonna be used. And a lot of sprays happening by Maestro. I think they will stop it. Oh, they actually stopped Tay from defusing right here. And Locklin as well getting down to the corn. And Queen here gets the defuse. Has to be very careful. And that's going to be a clutch play. Takes down Raflin as well. Tying up our rounds.
See how important Omen is there. With that one smoke, manages to find the full half defuse. Manages to hold for the final defuse as well towards the very end of it. And that's actually a very stolen round there. From that one smoke, Queen managing to take that round away by herself in the 1 versus 2. Regardless, Emerald now, they've been basically broken back down. Are they going to invest? How much can they invest really at this point? Buddy Meister down to half armor and a Vandal. That makes sense. You save 1-5, you can buy in the next round. Everyone else, perhaps on the Stingers, on the Spectres, to try and just damage their economy as much as possible, because Emerald don't want to fall behind. Not anytime soon. Mex, great shot. Starting things off with a 1 sheriff onto the head of the jet.
Might get his gun for later right now, but was able to spot out one on C-Link. Not enough though, as Queen will be taking down Mex with a Vandal. Bozo as well taking down Risu there. And 4 versus 3 onto the board. Buddy Meister making his way onto sewers. Take note that he is the spike carrier, so a bit of a peek here. It's very dangerous as he gets the headshot here. Already know Bozo gets that spike carrier now. Raflin though making his way into there, but only to be spotted by Thiticorn, and down he goes. Maestro here is going to be sandwiched by both Thiticorn and the Reina, and this is another round for BU Esports.
Remember, this was the map that Emerald finally won and started their comeback into this game, but BU Esports seem to have learned from that experience, and now they've taken the lead back, and they're looking good doing so.
The thing that I've noticed for BE Sports is that they're a bit of shaky in terms of their attacker side, but in terms of defenders, they're like an iron wall at this point, because they know when to take their retakes, they know when to let go of a site and when to save. But the thing is, their trades are very polished at this point. So right now, as you mentioned, them learning their lessons, it basically means that they know how to hone their defenders' side. And so now they are going to run towards A. Thittercorn was able to spot out that recon ball, but for Buddy Meister to just take him down. So Mex here uses the Empress and the Lear as well onto sewers as well. And here, both of our Reynas on Empress mode here. Bozo will be taking down Rafleen onto sewers. So let's see how things goes. Queen, though, will be spotting up Mex onto Hell. And that could have been at least a good effort for them right now. So 2 versus 1 here. Maestro with the spike. So now I think he is trying to leave an impression that he went for the rotate. But take note, they are 2. The turret has spotted him now. So it's basically just patience at this point. Whoa! No.
Whoa! What?
It turret damage plus Queen peeking and went for the kill.
I didn't see where the peak came from. I guess from the other side of the box, but nice shot there. And 4-2 now. BU Esports. They've definitely learned from their last mistakes here, or have they learned, or is it just the fact that Rafleen is now on the Cypher and Mex is now on the Rain? I mean, obviously Mex is doing some damage, but really it's teamwork that matters. It doesn't matter if you've got more kills now that you're a duelist or whatever else. What matters is you're getting that damage done. Maestro and Risu need to do a little bit more work here. That teamwork has to come through. And BU Esports now double the score of MRALT, and they're starting to get away with this as well.
And right now, look at this Jet on half here for the side of Risu again. So Lam will be taking down Maestro here, as well as Risu, making a 3K onto the window here as he takes down Rafleen. So that was a bit of a questionable pop-up onto window, because you already know that there are 2 casualties. Why go outside then, right? Like, you could have went back to your spawn and go for the rotate alongside with Reyna. But you know what? Buddy Meister will be taking down Queen on C anyway and replaces his basically. But Bozo will be taking down Mex, who's been doing awfully good for the side of Emerald, remaining only Buddy Meister here, who's walking towards C Long. Take note that he was already spotted, but Bozo was taken down. So the spike is still there. So a lot of time for our defenders to just cloud this up with a number of people. Uses the shock dart and the paranoia as well. Goes inside the smoke, gets the spike, goes back to C. Has to be very careful when meeting. Ends right here with a low brink of help right here with no gun to equip. And Thittercorn will just end this round. 5-2.
Well, I mean, from the very start of that, right? Lammy Snacks with the triple kill, just starting things off, and that is the way to do it. As now it's 5-2 Emerald. Maybe they're starting to get a little bit tired. Maybe it's starting to get to them. And, I mean, you'd think they'd be a bit more confident after their last win. And they definitely seem to have some confidence, but it's not winning them these rounds. And as you said, BU Esports, it's their attacker side they got problems on. But if they can get a big enough lead on this defender side, they just need a little bit more work on that attacker side, and they can be shutting down this map.
Alright, so again, the smokes are going to be used onto City and onto site as well. And here, we do see that they're very crowded again for the side of Emerald here, going into site from C Long. So Rafleen goes for the plant here. Risu places himself into near the garage. So Defender Killjoy uses the lockdown here, forces them to just stay on C Long. Is it planted on for C Long though? Yeah, it is planted for C Long, which is good. But this is a good opportunity now for the smokes to go in. See, Thittercorn now does that on C Long because they know they just huddled up right there. And Risu will be taking down Bozo, who was potentially trying to flank at that point. Hunter's Fury to be used. Will be taking. Actually, no, Risu updrafted in time, and look at that sidestep coming in, and the defenders would still win nonetheless because of the lockdown forces them to stay on to C Long.
You can see that they were marking it on the map, trying to tap straight towards it, and unfortunately, you can see Jet sitting just far to the right side of it, and them unable to hit. And plus, even with the updraft, there was another smoke on top of the spike, and so that's some ingenuity coming in from BU Esports. They were not expecting that kind of Emerald were not expecting that kind of a defense for that spike defuse. They just basically dogpiled on it, and the defuse finishes. Emerald, they get to keep all their guns, but they're now down 6-2.
All right, this is okay. Bozo takes down next here for leaving 4 members of Emerald right now. Tries to wall bang here, and as well as to use the shock dart. Risu a bit of committed into fighting that turret there, and Queen just goes for the peek and kill at this point. So Maestro, nice job using the shock dart to lure away Maestro. Just go for the peek and kill again. So this is the thing. MRALT's being way too reactive with the utilities that B Esports is using. If you notice, the turrets is there and they're for the kill. Shock dart is there. Lamy for the kill. Citycorn here goes for the peek, takes down the spike carrier. Goes in and tries to see whoever peeks onto the shadows just have a flawless fight. So basically B Esports here in general really knows their footing.
Yeah, they've got some next level map awareness at this point, and now 7-2. It's a very convincing lead so far. MRALT, they've got a chance to get this up to 7-5, which would be absolutely stellar for them, but they don't really have the money to properly invest into this round. But we're seeing them do it anyway, as it's going to be half armor and a sheriff. Risu not buying anything. It's going to be armor and a classic. Going to be the ult coming out. There you go.
Alright, okay, so Onyx with that Blade Storm rushes in towards the updrafts in, spots out Tay, takes it down. That's a very smooth play coming in. Was not able to see Thittercorn onto smokes right there and was basically shut down. Now Thittercorn still inside the smoke, waiting for someone to arrive here towards a link. So the spike is planted, however, and Bozo just takes basically 2 kills. I love the patience that B Esports just but Raplane is gonna shut down Bozo right now, and the ult is going to be used really detecting the members of B Esports. So they already know that they're in the respective links, both A and C. So while Queen is defusing here, Thittercorn takes down Maestro, and now Queen is going for the defuse, makes it a 3K here, and the patience from B Esports is just so surreal that they're just basically getting a lot of points at this hand. 8-2, you do not really want to place yourself in here.
Yeah, this is looking more and more grim for MRALT, and you know, like, this is their 6th game in a row, and they have not slowed down, not one bit. It just goes to show, these guys have a lot of potential for the future. Any one of these players can make it into a pro team in Thailand, and they'd probably do their country well as well, because you're seeing a level of professionalism. Obviously, we saw a bit of BM before, but you know, sort of happens every now and then, and it wasn't too unprofessional. It wasn't like something that happens every single round. It was just a one-round thing. It might not even been offensive. It might have just been a joke. But regardless, you know, you can see 6th game today, and they're up 8-2. Emerald, however, they seem to have slowed down just a little bit. Just like that, Buddy Might's taken down. Raflin, good kill there onto Bozo. And they have brought it into the 4 versus 4, but they're ready for this A push.
Alright, so right now over here, Raplin is going to plant the spike here, but it's denied basically by the members of B Esports, and only dwindling up down to 1. Only Mex, as the remaining member alive, tries to go and spray some above heaven to at least get a better ground. Updraft comes Tay just to go for some audio cues, and look at this, they're going to finish popping off here, the members of B Esports. Even though that they don't really have that magic of, you know, switching some rules, the fact that they're very consistent and all of the teams are all the players from B Esports are being highlighted by their performances is something that really is commendable for them, since this is already 6 games throughout the day, and they're not their perseverance is just really fortified at this point. They really want to win this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're 4 rounds away from winning this, and I mean, does it get much closer than this? 9-2, you've got a chance to get a 3rd Emerald. That's all you can get on this half. Then you have to have a good defense. Otherwise, this is not happening.
Okay. And you have to commend Lamy here for just really utilizing his skills on ground, as well as Queen. That was a whiff coming in from Risu here as Queen takes down the Jet there. But look at this though, Maestro and company was able to dwindle it all up to 2 remaining members for their side. So they have to win this eventually, and that is what they're doing. Maestro will be taking down Bozo, who tries to flank. Thittercorn here is onto City, just going into those angles, waits for someone, and this is the good part. Basically at this point, Emerald, just wait for C-Long, wait for that, and that's also a good job, Mex, for just using yourself with that Empress to take down Thittercorn. Patience, basically, could be the name of this game here for the side of Emerald.
I was wondering what Thittercorn could have done in that position. Perhaps put a smoke over on top of the spike and then uses ult to get inside the smoke and then tap the spike. But with Mex being so close, that wouldn't have worked. And so that was a good round from MRALT, but it was one of 3 good rounds for them. And so BU Esports, now they're on the attacker side. This is the one that they consistently have problems on compared to the defender side. But let's see if they have anything up their sleeve here to shut down this map. They only need 4 strats that can work.
No more charges.
Emerald, they have a long way to go. 6 rounds behind.
Now.
That can dwindle very quickly. BU Esports do have to be careful, but for now, they have a bit of a buffer to give themselves some space.
We did notice during their round in Haven during the previous matches, Emerald still needed that effort to work around with in order for them to even the odds out. But this is the thing. With them slowing down a bit, this could be one of the reasons where they can really falter at this point. So Maestro was able to take down, if I'm not mistaken, that was the one who's at A-Long. Who was that again? With Tay.
Queen.
There. Thank you. And right now, they're still taking control of A here, but take note, the spike carrier. No, it's actually Reina. But anyway, Lamy will be taking down Maestro in the process. But, look at this. Tay also takes down Mex there and forces Buddy Meister to be the remaining player. Takes a peek. Oh,
Spike planted.
That could have been a shot for who is that? For the Sova at this point here. So takes the jiggle and Queen goes for the kill. That's a very good double peek coming in from B Esports. Now in to 10 points.
And Emerald, they can't keep losing these pistol rounds. How are they now 10-3? As they have 3 rounds to go now for the side of BU Esports. Emerald, they're 7 rounds behind and they have so much work to do.
Alright. Thundercorn with the Bulldog this time. I am not seeing him use the Judge here in Haven, which is pretty interesting because he knows how to really use his weaponry at this point. But we're having a quick buffer here, but based on how BU Esports really performs, they're basically on the momentum here. They can snowball this. You not remind me. Anyway, and all right. Basically for BU Esports, they can have the capability to snowball this. You know, use like you mentioned, Emerald slowing down. They can use it to their advantage here. So yeah, at this point, basically it's about patience for the side of BE Sports. Just keep doing what they have been doing for the past few rounds. And for the side of Emerald, they need to at least take down Bozo and Lamy, and as well as Thiticorn, who's basically becoming a threat to them whenever they try to at least push a site or whenever someone tries to flank.
Yeah, I mean, with Emerald here on this defense, what we've seen so far, Mex did excel as a Cypher, and now that they have now that they've switched over Rafleen to that Cypher, who I'm not sure how often Rafleen plays on that Cypher, but I'm pretty sure Mex has been playing consistently with that Cypher, and so there are high expectations. And now we're looking at the scoreline. It's 11-3. There's 2 more to go for BU Esports, as away Bozo already spotted a player in the back of this A site, and that spike is still sitting in mid, but they can already make that push in.
Alright, speaking of push in, that kind of let Bozo take him back by just a bit, because I think they plan on actually taking B side instead. But take note, Mex is in the vicinity, just staying there into that corner of window, hoping for someone to go and for the peak. But right now, look at the angle coming in from Thiticorn, spotting at that corner, taking down Mex. So basically the plan didn't work for the side of Emerald right now. So Thiticorn will be planting down the spike, planted for B window basically. He's getting gunshots, but that's really not a bother for him at this point, since he was able to do his job here and still survive the long run. Teda will be taking down Risu here onto A lane. Was able to detect though, that's going to be the trade. But look at this. The way that they double peek each other, not hesitating for one to be sacrificed, because they know that they'll just get them anyway whenever they double peek. It's just there's this trust that they really grant onto each of their players. That's where they're playing so good at here. Basically, this is match point now for the side of B Esports.
Yeah, I feel like Emerald at this point, they must be so demoralized by everything that's gone on today. And 12-3, that's just, I mean, it's the second to last nail in the coffin.
And look at this, they are already hovered up to C. Long here with Lammy uses the recon bolt. Queen very early takes down next, who's supposed to be one of the initiators for Emerald here. And look how they dwindle up the numbers up to this point. Forces a 2 versus 5. Take note that the Reina can easily regain health once he gets a kill. And here Titicore planting the spike onto C. I think this is planted for C long. And Tay hovered up the Blade Storm here. Buddy Meister is just hiding into that box. Gets one, but is going to be taken down by Buddy Meister with the help of the Blade Storm. And that is it. B Esports gets this game number 1 in our best of 3s.
There you go, 13-3. I mean, we've had some very close games all day long, but that was pretty convincing, to say the least, from the guys from Thailand, as BU Esports a 9-round lead. Sorry, a 10-round lead over Emerald. And Emerald, I mean, they just looked so demoralized at that point. They didn't even want to go for those fights. They were just taking fights through smokes and just getting completely obliterated. Ults were coming out. There was smokes all over the place. And at the end of the day, you know, it's a tough call for them. And so now we're going into the second map against a BU Esports that not only looks, you know, just as good as they did earlier, but a formidable BU Esports against a demoralized Emerald. Emerald now, I mean, technically this is their last chance. They need to get this game. Otherwise, that's it. And that huge win streak they had completely goes to waste. And to think that BU Esports even ended up in the lower brackets somehow, it's so crazy to think. I can't imagine which team beat them to get them down there. Perhaps it's the same team on the rematch right here, Emerald. And I mean, I don't have the bracket like right before me, but you know, you guys can take a look at it, of course, thanks to CVCI, or rather to Cyber Athlete. But yeah, I mean, BU Esports, they're just playing like a team. They're winning fights through smokes. They're peeking together. They're winning their aim duels. And they've been consistent with their agent picks as well throughout the entire thing, which can also be, you know, it can lend credit to how they've achieved this much so far. To be that consistent, 6 games in a row, it's not easy.
True, and to think that, as you mentioned, they are consistent in terms of gameplay and their agents. By now, at least Emerald should have at least read the patterns that initially had, or initially how their playstyle is supposed to be at.
Right, well, there you go. We'll be taking a short break before game number 7. So do stick around, as we'll be right back.
You walking head high and you keep on saying it doesn't matter anyway. But when it's turning dark and it's getting late, you tell me that you wanna stay. So you call me when you're getting lonely. Yeah, you call me when you're getting lonely. And I'll be there, 'cause you're not the only one. No, I feel the same as you do.
apparently, we have another winner.
We have another winner for our giveaway, guys. And of course, the winner of the giveaway for $100 is
Maple Mark 0429. So to Maple Mark 0001 to 0428. I'm sorry, you guys are out of luck, but Maple Mark 0429. Congratulations to you. You were a lucky winner. I'm not sure if it's still the same stuff or if you guys are getting one of those Razer headsets or whatever else, because the Cyber Athlete guys have been very generous, giving away a lot of stuff. So they care about you. They always have.
I wish
They always
to
will.
have that Razer headset too. Since
Yes, go to their Twitter. It's
Yes.
twitter.com/cyberathlete big O, and then
Gee.
retweet their tweet. It says something about a Razer headset, and it has my name and Zaya's name. You guys will probably win something, and not us specifically if we get 1,000 retweets. So, just do your thing, and we'll
I'm
we'll
in need.
appreciate
I'm
it.
in need. I streamed too, guys. anyway, you know what? We are going to head on to the next match of our best of threes between BU Esports and MRALT. Take note, guys, that if BU Esports win this, let me not jinx it, but they will be the winners. But if MRALT wins this, they can still,
They got another chance.
force a game number 3. And of course, as you can see, guys, the game is going to be held at Bind. And Queen this time is going to be the race. This is pretty interesting.
Oh, Tay is on the Reyna now.
All right.
Queen is on the Raze, yeah, as you said. Bozo has switched from the Reyna to... Because that's fair enough, because
True.
Bozo just hasn't been getting kills. And you need to be getting kills, otherwise Reyna is completely useless. And
Yeah,
so
true. I agree. And the fact that Bozo is also utilizing his Leer basically to just use it as a support, and that could have been better, because I think he is on a better ground as a Sentinel this time around. So let's see if it will be working out for them, because basically Queen is just getting all the kills intended for them to get that clutch. But speaking of that, Risu will be taking that as first blood here. Rafleen, make that that is just basically both 2Ks for both of them, making it a 4 versus 1 fight. Thiticorn here doesn't have to spike, and actually they're the defenders here. Thiticorn here is on the elbows, already predicted by Mex right here, and that's gonna be their first round. And
whoa,
ooh, this is the glitch pop skin, if I'm not mistaken. I wish I had the glitch pops.
I've never seen that before. That's so cool.
Now you know.
Looks straight up. Oh, they've left the spike.
No,
There you go. It has to go
Thiticorn's
back for
gonna
it.
get it.
Yeah,
No,
Thiticorn.
not Thiticorn.
I know, yeah.
It's Buddy Meister.
Yeah, Thiticorn's on the
Yeah.
Esports. No, guys, sudden roster change. Thiticorn switched over to MRALT.
Oh.
Kidding.
Oh.
Okay, well, it's going to be the Spectres. You're going to see a Frenzy still in the hands of one of these players for the side of MRALT, and they'll try and do as much damage as they can. And meanwhile, for the side of BU Esports, they had a bit of extra money in their pockets they can use to find some kills. And Thiticorn unable to track the movement there for Risu, but it is going to be the paint shells coming in from Queen to shut down Risu. There's Mex trying to do a little bit more damage. The spray doesn't transfer completely, so Tay's going to be there to shut down Mex. And now it's a 2 versus 3, but a lot of damage has been done as another kill comes in. Great shock dart there coming in from Rafleen, and Bozo in the 1 versus 3.
Another
And what can you do?
highlight, I have to cut you off there, Jaeger, because look at this. Emerald's already utilizing Maestro as the breach here, and we did notice that we haven't seen any pop-off flashers all throughout the entire game. So this is actually a good feat, because having a new agent, or not really new agent, having another agent to be utilized here, especially in these crucial games, can be a bit of a pacemaker at this point. And Maestro, we did see that he's really doing good in terms of his aim duels and using his utilities. It's just that this time around, I think they are going to heavily control a site more with the help of his concussions, his flashes, and of course the Rolling Thunder to boot. And this is also going to be an advantage for them, especially come the second half. I'm highlighting this because it's very effective onto Blind.
Yeah, absolutely. Buddermeister starts things off. Unfortunately, Thiticorn caught with his pants down there as he goes for the swing. Risu as well doing a bit of damage. The Judge doing its work. And, well, just like that, it's a 3 versus 5. Emerald, this explosive style of gameplay is doing them some favors, but it will be brought back at least a little bit closer as kills still coming in, though, for Mex. as made his way in with a couple of charges. Bozo not going to find anything else. It's going to be a third on the board for Emerald, and the first gun round goes in favor of them as well. BU Esports so far, their defense, which they've so far exceeded at, not really ringing true so far.
And even though if ever Bozo survives that feat with Maestro, the fact that he's basically sandwiched by the Rays and the other means that could have been also a game for Emerald here, so basically no escape. But now, Emerald here showing us good stuff, momentum right here. It looks like with the Breach pick and not having any Reina pick here could be the shakeup for them. And look at this, they're already hovering up towards Showers, dashes in and looking at this here. Queen will be able to take one down as well as Lamy, but the trade here, Buddy Meister takes two down. Bozo here for the trade, 3 versus 2 now in the hands. Buddy Meister will be taking down one here and before planting the spike, which is actually good discipline here because he would want to deplete members first before committing into that site. And Rafleen here just takes down Bozo, who attempted to flank or coming in from B rather, as Tay uses the Leer here to Showers. They will be crossing their paths here onto Showers. Take note that they can go for some trades here. Was able to spot out Rafleen onto Showers now, and Tay to reposition, goes onto the boxes. Did not anticipate Buddy Meister to be on Showers as well, and that's going to be a quad for the Omen.
Ooh, okay, Buddy Meister. I mean, he is the one that got BM'd earlier, so it's only fair that he gets a little bit of revenge. As now it's 4-0, and Emerald, they're looking very formidable so far on this attacker side. It's just been nothing but aggression, and it's been panning out time and time again. But now we're seeing BU Esports investing into the rifles one more time. And let's see what more they can achieve here. As their defense, it has to solidify at some point. Tay being switched over to that Reina is granting them a couple of kills, but Thitticorn, after that amazing performance on Haven, has suddenly dropped off the map.
Revealing area.
All right, okay. So here they are stacked up onto Hookah once again for the side of Emerald here. Paint shells to be used, forces mechs to back away for now. Just sprays to actually at least reposition themselves, right? And to shove the members of BU Esports into hiding. And that's actually a good thing. Paranoid, good thing mechs didn't go out during that paranoia. They're else he's done for at that point. Repositions here, release the showstopper, not really the best position here, but you know what, it works for him anyways. Next though, we'll be taking down Bozo. That's gonna be a 3K for Risu.
Some fast rounds coming in. Suddenly Emerald just pulling this out of the gate. This kind of aggression could have done so much more for them earlier. And is it the addition of the Breach that's rewarding them so much? They don't have a single Reina this time. This is a lot more of a professional lineup that we're seeing here. This is something that you see at the highest level of the game, where Reina is no longer that effective. And it seems to be the fact that without a Reina, these guys are doing some real damage. BU Esports, they still can't buy. They're still on pistols, they're still on a single judge. Emerald, they could easily get 0 and 6 here.
Could be, since I think they find it a bit tricky whenever they try to use Reina. Look at this, Lamy though will be having that judge kill here onto Hookah, completely trying to attempt that eradicate. But you know what, Buddy Meister's gonna shut down Lamy to getting that 3K, and of course Spike is going to be planted towards B. Long here, Risu spots out the Reina Bozo for the trade onto Hookah. Breach, however, was a little bit whiffing there, but still was able to get that kill. Thitticorn here with Sheriff, not enough to get that headshot. Oh, all right.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Oh dearie me.
All right. Okay, but 6-0 in favor of Emerald. This is basically a different feat that we have in comparison with the previous matches that we've had. I mean, initially we thought that Emerald was a bit slowing down, especially into that Haven fight, but right now they're just dominating here, and I believe that a change of agents could be their key to actually getting this second game, forcing it into a game number 3.
Yeah, Rafleen has probably played the most agents today, switching from a Cypher, a Reina, now a Sova, has been an Omen as well, and it seems to be that this seems to be the way they play, as Thitticorn still finding Risu and Rafleen as well, and now teleporting away, but that's already made a lot of space for the rest of his team to rotate over towards the safe side.
Lamy will be taking Buddy Meister here as well. Next here, nice satchel, but was shut down by Lamy here, and Tay to finish it up with a flawless fight. So this is basically the new game plan for MRALT here, to take out the Ticorn, who's weak looks exemplary performance onto that operator here, and as well as I think Bozo, who's also starting to pop off with that refrags and trades as well. So for MRALT here, we're starting to see again a bit of aggression coming in whenever they try to attack, and that's their problem. Whenever they do a rush, a push coming in from a site, they tend to be in a very position wherein they're just basically being barbecued at a certain point, which they basically have to avoid. They're already avoiding that for the past 5 rounds. Why stop there? I mean 6 rounds rather. Why stop there, right?
I mean, yeah, it was sort of, I mean, when MRALT sort of fall into this hole of one-dimensional pushes, it can look pretty scary for them. And now that all that aggression is disappeared. They're now slowing down, which means they're going to be getting kills taken off them versus Queen and Lamy, both finding kills. Queen and Tay just cleaning up, and MRALT, why the sudden slowdown? Like, that sort of a performance that they had where they were getting aggressive and they were looking for those kills was so important.
I was about to say do not BM, but nonetheless, okay, Buddy Meister's gonna take down Queen anyway. Forces a 2 versus 1 now. Reina, take note, is low on health, so a clutch is doable here. Goes for the peek, takes down Tay here, forces a 1 versus 1, and now he's going to plant the spike. Planted on Hookah. And I think he is going to place himself. Could be on B-Long as well. But you know what? I think it's also going to be planted for Elbow here. But they might meet at both ends. Citicorn here just looking at the angles, right? Has to be very careful, though. Of course, he has the operator, but the angles is just off. And that's going to be a 3K clutch for Buddy Meister.
7-1, MRALT. After giving BU Esports 1 round, they take it straight back. And there's just no mercy at this point. It feels like MRALT have almost been toying with BU Esports up to this point. Suddenly they're like, okay, guys, let's start shutting this down. And they're doing it. And this is BU Esports on their defender side. This has been consistently their best side. And so now, it's all thrown into question. Like, what's going on here?
I don't want to predict anymore. My curse is not going to be lifted up anytime soon, you know, and that is a very nice recon ball coming in from Lamy there. All the way to the open ceiling and onto Hookah here. So Paranoia to blind out Risu, not going to get a capture there, but oh, make it Ticorn taken down. Next Maestro for the trade. Risu will be taking down Bozo, updraft, and goes for the Blade Serve, takes down Tay, but that's going to be an operator kill coming in from Lamy onto Heaven. That was good anticipation coming in from the Sova. So Queen will be utilizing the paint shells and the boom bot as well for any information gathering whatsoever. A little bit of whip there, but still manages to take down Maestro. 2 versus 2 now, and the spike is planted, however, so they have to act fast here if they want to go for the defuse. Satchel in, goes for the showstopper, was not able to see the Omen there, but you know what, still gets Refleen onto a short. Buddy Meister right here, still hiding onto the shadows, takes down the Rays here, and now Lamy is forced to go into that spike with the operator. Take note, fake defuse on Q. Takes a rifle here off angle there as Buddy Meister pops off, getting another clutch. And that's already 2 consecutive rounds.
You can see how confident they suddenly look. They're spraying right after the kills, like spraying down their sprays with bullets.
I'm starting to think that MRALT was just basically having the intentions of reaching it up to these long games.
Yeah, they just wanted to play as much as possible. It's like, come on, guys, let's go the full distance. And I mean, this would be forcing out an 8th game, which
see, yeah, this also emphasizes how the change of agent can really be a big of impact towards your team here, because Breach is basically heavily utilized at this point, as well as the Rays here on the side of Mex, and I think them letting go of the Reina is a good risk that MRALT really had. Showstopper is hovered already. Go and okay, they already killed where the showstopper is supposed to go. Bozo though for that trade, but Maestro will be taking down Bozo. Plant the spike inside Tin Can. So basically you have to place yourself in a position wherein it's open for you, or you're not going to place yourself onto B long or right elbow. Just stay in there if you want to push it all out. So look at this. Maestro uses the concussion and the flash as well, waiting for that right timing to get into. Uses the flash, was able to spot out the Omen. That's information. Another flash comes through. Jiggle to go back, and that Maestro takes that shot. Risu again to finish off Tay, and that is another good game coming in from Emerald.
9-1. It's such a big score difference now. This is what we saw from BU Esports against Emerald on the last map. This is insane. From 13-3, now it's 1-9.
13-1 can be for the side of Emerald here, but I don't know. If ever my greatest verdict here is if Emerald wins, my curse is lifted. If not, then I still have the curse. That's just basically it.
Well, seems to be the same game plan. Just play as aggressively as you can over towards one side. Get as much information as you can as to where these players are.
Rolling Thunder.
Look at all the utility they're using at the very start.
I like it how the observer suddenly changes that face from the side to the DN to see a better angle. And look at this though. Tay was able to get that 3K right here, at least getting their points, denying that 13 back. And this, take note, however, this is the last round before them being the attackers. And we did see that they're a bit shaky in terms of them, but still manages to work out. Now, if Emerald tries, at least gets a hold of their defenders for at least 4 rounds, they can get this game number 2. Is my math right? 10, 11,
Yep.
12. Okay. I'm right.
Well, Spike is ready to go over towards Hookah, and you got 3 players over towards the A side for BU Esports. It's going to be the Jet to try and gather some information, and perhaps try to go for the fake as well. And as you can see, because of the way Emerald have been playing so far, BU Esports can't afford to be aggressive. They can't afford to go hunting, and so it will be the fact that Emerald get all the map control, get all the information, BU Esports get nothing and have to play on basically whatever they see as it pushes their way in, and they have to get lucky with that push coming in as well. And so that spike has made its way in, but it's just been dropped, and just like that, they can all rotate their players over towards that A site, which means it's now up to Emerald to retrieve that spike and get the kills, as a whiff, couple of sprays there. Tay, Thitticorn, and Queen all finding kills each. And it's all down to Rafleen, who's so far away in a 1 versus 5 against, against nothing, because it's going to be Queen taking him down, and it will be 3-9 going into the second half.
Switching sides.
All right, again, so in terms of momentum, for the first rounds, to say the least, Emerald had the upper hand, but with this shakeup, I'm expecting that Emerald will be having this defender side, since number 1, they have the breach to fully control the site, and for flashes that they essentially need. Number 2, they have the Sova, so any information could be he can place a recon ball either onto B long or to A short, depending on where he positions that. And they also have the Omen for the smokes here. I'm basically just stating out any possible initial plays that they can do in terms of using their utilities here, since they are defenders. They have the luxury to wait for peaks.
Yeah, you can see they've spread out across the map here, BU Esports. They play their attacker side like the defender side.
Ooh, I like that recon ball. I'll try to use that. I'll try to use that, or maybe tell our friend.
One day you'll Sova.
Yeah.
One day.
Yeah, one day I'll Sova. But you know what? I'm pretty sure that Lamy really took a lot of time really utilizing the Sova to really get a hang of those recon bolts, but nonetheless was able to spot out Rafleen, forces him now to at least reposition himself. But here they might be eyeing out for a B take though, as they gather themselves up onto Hookah. Max here for the paint shells to at least delay that fact, which is a good thing, because at least if he gets 2 kills, he gets another set of paint shells, so kind of works.
Now comes Paint Shells behind Mex, has spotted a player jumping into the cage, and there damage is being done. Rafleen will be finding Queen. And now it's a 3 versus 3, keep the numbers even, but Tay gonna do one better.
Alright, really abusing that fact as
30 seconds
Max
left.
used Satchel to reposition, but not in the
Last
favorable
player
one. So
standing.
Tay will be having a 3Ks. It's going to be a quad now. They managed to spot out Bunny Meister. He goes for the jump and gets the quad kill. Reminds me of someone who uses that, you know? And this is looking good for Tay, at least regaining a bit of a footing here for the side of B Esports.
Jumping right clicks non-stop. Tay, a 4K. And, well, 4-9 now. BU Esports, they found the first round, but can they make it stick? They've got a long way to go still. They need to find 5 more rounds to bring it back into this game. And how are MRALT responding? We're seeing a shorty coming out, but not really that much investments being made into this round because they want to have a proper healthy buy going into the next. They want to finish this as quickly as possible.
Of course, but Bozo here will be taking down Max very early in the stage, in the phases of our game, which is good because they basically denied an initiator away from MRALT. Of course, the Jet is still there, but of course, it's still better if there were 2 of them. So now Risu here with the shorty just waiting on to be long. Cypher has to be very careful here. The camera is to be used. This is a nice use of utility because it kind of denies him from pushing and basically his life on the line. So now they are slowly walking in towards a short here. Kind of open since the Breach and the Omen rotated at least at earlier stage. So now uses the Leer, not gonna find anyone. So now it positions the Reyna to go into U-Haul. They will be watching the doors right. Ooh, that's gonna be a 2K coming in from Tay. I told you not to place yourselves in a linear way. But anyway, look at this. Rafleen with an off angle. Lamy will be taking that flawless shot. 5-9, slowly closing in the gap right here for BU Esports.
Well, I mean, they're 4 rounds distance. It's not so bad. And BU Esports, who we keep praising for their defender side, seem to be doing it on their attacker side now. But MRALT, I mean, they've got rifles to work with now. And for the side of BU Esports, they still have this bonus round going forward. And so, can't be too easy heading into this game. Into this round, rather, for BU Esports, because they need to find a way to utilize these SMGs against these rifles, and they're waiting for pushes to come in. And you can see Emerald actually trying to get that map control, pushing into Bathroom. They got 1 player playing passively inside of U-Haul. The other 2, it's a crossfire from Elbow to Cubby inside of the B site. So it's a sort of mix. It's a mix of aggression with crossfires and defensiveness. As for BU Esports, they don't want to move. They're just holding tight. And Emerald, they're fine to not go for that map control.
Take flight.
Alright, so the usage of drone is to be placed here on TV. Long goes in towards the cage, spots out the Cypher, basically going to detect him at some point. And I like it how Rafleen doesn't contest that because, again, they're defenders here. They just have to basically wait for B Esports to be aggressive. And this could have been a good opportunity for them to go and barbecue them in return. Because look at this, they're all stacked up onto Hookah. A flank could have killed these 3 off the bat. And Risu here takes the orb in return. Rafleen goes for the recon ball. The Leer is used. Will be spotting out Queen, who is low on health as well. Probably going to use the shock dart onto site here, as well as the entrance to Elbow to deny anyone who tries to push him in, which is good. Unicorn here is going to plant the spike mix to use the satchel and going to actually take down Tay there, but with the cost of his life. But again, defenders are going to win this, and it's going to be a 10 points for Emerald.
There you go.
Oh, 3 rather.
Yeah, they've found themselves in the double digits. BU Esports, they lose the first gun round, but now they have the chance to strike back, try and bring this back into a 10-10 game. As it's 5 rounds behind, but they've got rifles to work with now. We saw some glimpses of what to expect and what they're capable of on this attacker side. Bozo not going to have the full armor, but of course he's a Cypher. It's not too big a deal. He's just there, the anchor, and he can bait for his teammates as well. Really, it comes down to BU Esports having their duelists find those kills as they make their way in. That Spike is going to be sitting in mid. They're not too concerned with taking that much map control, but this time around, Emerald getting aggressive, trying to go for that map control, and they're going to get punished for it because BU Esports on their attacker side are so defensive.
You know what? This is pretty interesting. We did see that Bozo was using the duelist earlier, right? wasn't popping off. Now that Bozo uses the Cypher, usually gets the first blood. This is just
Typical.
This is your typical day of Valor, right? And look at this, Buddy Meister was able to evade those utilities that were used up against him. Risu will be taking down Tricorn, who's trying to flank out towards Showers, which is also a good thing, but also retreating back into A side to deny anyone who tries to get this. Take note, however, B is open while Mex here attempts to go for the flank from the behind. Hey, this is my usual highlight. Anyway, going back into the game here, Mex understandable that he's going slow since he wants to check angles and corners as much as possible, but this left B side open now, and because that happens, this is going to force the other members to rotate from elbow, and that could be a predictable move coming in from MRALT at this point. So Max here makes his way to Hookah. He already knows that there is someone from B side because the spike has been planted at this point. Checking the corners this time. I like it how cautious he is at this point. Uses the paint shells probably towards inside tin cans here, which is usually done. Takes down the life of Queen, but Tay is going to take down Mex anyway. Maestro is going to the defuse right now. Let's see if it's going to work on. Oh, okay, that is good. Defenders will be winning this time around as they get 11 points.
11-5, BU Esports. They're starting to falter now. They don't really have the weapons to work with in this round, which means they may be forfeiting a 12th point to Emerald, and that will be one step closer to a third map, or rather an 8th map for these guys today.
Indeed, and man, I mean, at this point, it's just basically who gets to be tired first. But look at this though, Tay doing a pretty good job being the top fragger for the side of the Esports. Meanwhile, Reese, who also doing some hefty work for the side of Emerald here, which is also doing fine. And yeah, as mentioned, I think it's just a matter of them who gets to be tired out first, who gets to peek first. And speaking of peek, Maestro will be taking down one to cover up Risu. That's just actually good feed at this point. And Thiticorn will be taking down Buddy Meister in return. But Rafleen takes down Tay on to that middle side here, while Thiticorn watch out for any flanks here. Spike is in A short, and Rafleen just uses his shock dart to distract Bozo and gets the aim done. Basically what Queen and the others were initially doing during Haven, this time it's just being thrown back at them. Maestro, Jiggle peeks here, makes some noises, and as well as flashes in towards it. This is a good opportunity now. Him with only the Sheriff here. That's going to be a 3K for Maestro. Match point.
What a difference a pop flash can make. As we're now up 12-5, 3 ults available for Emerald, and the ults for BU Esports are very situational, except for Razes, of course, which is basically, you know, you've got a one-hit kill. But for everyone else, the Reyna has to find kills with it, and for Cypher, they need a kill before they can use the ult, as opposed to the side of Emerald, who they've got Rolling Thunder, they can deny a plant, they've got their own Raze ult, and they also have the ult from their Sova as well, so early damage possible here. So this is going to be a very difficult round for BU Esports if they make use of those ults, and if BU Esports continue to play the way they've been playing, as it will be Tay finding the first kill. That's a good start.
And looking at this though, boombots and paint shells are used. Only Maestro to be injured back there, and right now, BU Esports has to be very careful whenever they try to go for a side. Look at this, Maestro makes it a 3K here onto Showers. And take note, it only takes Maestro to take down 3 members of BU Esports. And Hunter's Fury just really placed in a perfect manner. And that's just gonna force our final game in our best of 3s.
I mean, 8 maps, that's what you get, guys. Congratulations. As a Cyber Athlete have provided us 8 whole maps just for you guys. And so we've had Haven, we've had Bind. Guesses for the last map.
A lot of time to get.
We've had 2 Ascents already, so I'm guessing this is going to be split. Yeah, it makes the most sense, doesn't it? Could be another Ascent, who knows? But, well, there you go. Well played by Emerald. They look like a completely different team. The difference they made when they had a breach on their side, they had a raise on their side. It seemed to be like they were playing in their typical lineups, and they looked just completely unmatched. You know, it was such a, especially for that first half, their attacker side was insane. Their defender side, there were a couple of holes in their defense, but they made it work, and they managed to shut it out in the end. And it all comes down to, you know, Maestro peeking in, getting a 3K, well-placed utility from all of these players. It's so hard to play against that kind of a performance with that utility. So we'll be taking a short break before map number 8, so do stick around as we'll be right back.
Woo.
And we're back for the final map of the entire day, map number 8. And it's going to be the decider of all deciders to decide who is going to be the decided winner to decide CVCI decide.
This is the real deal. No more jokes, okay?
Yes, this is
Okay?
decided.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is decided basically. If ever we have another best of two, guys. No, please no. But this is the deciding factor. And you know what? I'm seeing on the side of my screens that we are going to Haven. But before that, let's announce our giveaway winner of $100.
That's right. Congratulations to Jessica Lynn 2000. So all the Jessicas up to 1999. This was a joke that she said offline. It wasn't just me. Sorry to you guys, but to Jessica Lynn 2000, congratulations to you, as you will be the proud winner of $100.
If you would have changed your name to 2077, someone would have been so happy. But anyway, let's get on to the game and the map. The deciding map for this best of threes in our twice to be grand finals here is to be at Haven. And in Mobile, we are going to see them. Oh, okay, here you go. So, similar lineups. It's very nice that MRALT finally uses the breach right now. Oop, Risu forgot that recon bolt right there onto Sewer. It was detected though, but still gets 1 kill off the boot. And Tay's gonna get a 2k there. Tricorn with a kill of his own. Maestro goes for the shot.
Enemy remaining.
Wait, isn't this the map that BU Esports got a 13-3 against Emerald on? Let's see what they've learned in the past, because this is their third split of the day. As Thitticorn goes down, there's an attempted follow-up. 1 bullet remaining, can't get it out, and it's going to be Queen shutting down Rafteen, and it will be the first on the board for BU Esports. And so the Thai team, again, holding on to that first pistol round here on Haven, and really just being the team that, they've been the better team here time and time again. Let's see if Emerald are going to be falling into the same mistakes.
Hope not, since the thing is, if they really want to have that redeeming values here and to remain undefeated for the whole season of CVCI, they basically have to do the similar gameplay that they did towards Bind. So now look at this early paranoia coming in from Thitticorn here as they make their way towards C Long. Take note that Thitticorn has the spike, so this is going to be a good fleet coming in from them. So now Thitticorn's planting it towards C Long, while sprays are happening all towards City and Garage to delay any push. So here we have the jet onto boxes. Thitticorn near the spike. Alarm bot is to be notified here, but Queen will be taking down Buddymeister. Thitticorn has that 2k. Lamy for another 2k off of their team. That's going to be a flawless take coming in from BU Esports.
Both of these teams seem to have some sort of unbridled aggression that they can make use of whenever they need to. And we're seeing it time and time again. I don't know if it's just the map pick that's making all the differences here, but like so far, BU Esports, it feels like they've got a deeper map pool. Emerald, they were absolutely smacking on maps like Split, on Bind earlier, but BU Esports, they've won on Bind as well. And it's so strange. I don't understand how this momentum keeps shifting between these two teams.
Basically, both of our teams are just this good to be on equal terms at this point. And right now, let's see, utilities were used by both sides of our teams, but I like it how BU Esports suddenly transgressed to being overly aggressive, to really holding off their ground, waiting for someone to peek on their side, and just committing a site. So right here, Risu stays onto the sides right here. I'm not sure if he was spotted out, but spot out anyway. Takes down 1. That's a whiff right there, but he was able to take down 2 in that long run. Lamy here for the shutdown. 3 versus 3 now, and I think that could be a call for the other members to go and rotate and help their friend in need. But speaking of that, looks like they will be taken aback and not pursue any further and just go to window here. Uses the leer out, but that's also a signal for the other members to just patiently wait. Since this is a 3v3, one can take site each, and for the attackers here, they really have to stick together at this point. So they're making their way slowly towards the sewers here, and Buddymeister is angled towards a long, but has to be very careful not to be spotted out at least. So at least he can get better footing here. because 3 of them are here and he's just, you know, outnumbered at this point. So 10 seconds on the clock. Spike is going to be planted. Lammy here is going to take down Buddy Meister. And again, for the recon bolt, will be detecting. That was the reach, right? Okay, so Bozo is going to take down Maestro as well. So Rafleen here is forced to go for a clutch. This is doable, but up to what extent? You're already anticipated that you are going to be on to this alley here. Uses the turret. This got destroyed. That's going to be a 3K for Lammy here. 0-3 in favor of B Esports. Similar scenario to what Emerald did on to Bind.
Okay, well, BU Esports, very solid start so far on this attacker side. It's like all history that I gather from these guys, from BU Esports, okay, these guys are really good on the defensive, they're not very aggressive, even when they're on the attacker side, they like to play defensively. And here what we're seeing, it's just aggression, pushing in, they're not afraid to go for these pushes. Bozo back again on the Reyna, just going for all of these fights. It's like they don't want you to think anything about them prematurely, they want you to just take every game at face value, because it looks like a different team every time.
Look at this, Sojicorn already getting 2K right here, and Maestro just went for the shutdown. With the frenzy at that, but Queen is just going to really avenge his fallen comrade here. Rafleen takes that Bucky kill onto Bozo. Now get an opportunity to replace his gun. Risu hovered up the Blade Storm onto Windows here. Now let's see, Tay is making his way on to A site. So basically the others will follow in a bit, but this is a 2 versus 3. Numbers are in favor of BU Esports. Basically they just have to do what they did similarly onto the previous round. Lammy once again will plant the spike with this one-way smoke. That was really helpful for the side of BU. And here we go. Alright, so Rafleen makes his way onto A long, at least to flank them out. But look at here, 2 members makes it 1. That's gonna be a double coming in from Risu here. And you know what? Rafleen's just gonna help him all out by securing Tay right there. And the spike is going to be defused now. That's gonna earn at least a point for Emerald.
It's a bit of friendly banter there between the 2 remaining teammates. Emerald finally getting a score on the board. It takes them 3 players, but they managed to find all 5 kills, and now let's see if that leads into any more points for their side. Obviously, not too much damage done to the economy for the side of BU Esports, as they've had 3 rounds in a row that have looked pretty convincing. Buddy Meister and Mex, the 2 players that have both had opportunities to be duelists, right now have 0 kills. And it's like they're taking turns almost as to who's going to get the kills on what map. And so here we go, aggressive defense here for A long. They want to take immediate control there, full spray down through the smoke, and it's still forcing the issue. Risu, calm down. You've still got a minute and 30 left in this round to try and find these kills.
But you know what, luckily it was detected, so that kind of made Risu reposition a bit to try to be as calm as possible. So right now, he already made information that they're already heading towards A long. A lot of sprays, a lot of utility was being used, so basically just bunny hops to reposition here. Maestro will be taking down Bozo onto sewers, uses the flash. That's gonna negate the pushing potentials of B Esports from A sewers and long. So look at this now. They're already making their way towards B onto mid. And Titicorn with the spike has to be very careful though, since he still doesn't have the ult to work with here. Flash Tay right there goes into hiding as Risu at least take at least an amount of damage against Tay here. So now they're still working on to A here for the side of B Esports.
30
Maybe
seconds
they're just
left.
playing the mind games here as to have the impression that, oh, they probably rotated. But take note, the Omen and the Killjoy from Emerald is on standby. So any rotations that come up can be notified by them. So right here, look at this. A lot of smoke utilized by Risu goes in towards them. As well, takes down. Actually, no, the Nickport takes down Risu in return. Lammy for that, as well as Queen here forces down a 3 versus 2. Hunter's Fury should be used. Queen's gonna take down Buddy Meister. That's gonna be 3K for Queen. All the more securing their 2nd point. Oh wait, that's actually 4th point.
BU Esports, they're on the offensive as Queen sends out the ultimate and finds a 3K with a couple of bursts. And Emerald, I mean, their way back in did not look clear. It didn't look safe at all. And unfortunately, I mean, BB Sports just bombarded them with what utility they had remaining, which is really good to see. BB Sports saving as much utility as they can once they get into the site. That is how you keep the defenders from making their way back into the site. And so now they're forced back onto those pistols. BB Sports, they can extend even more here. That 5th score on the board, definitely possible as Bozo catches Buddy Mighty getting aggressive.
Questioning how you go straight towards C long with only a sheriff to utilize with. Bozo will be taking down Raplane here. That's all already forces A2 versus 4. Now Reese takes down 1. Lamy for the trade. Lamy spots out the soul, but he goes for the jump, and that's going to be another win coming in from BU Esports, making it a 5-1. It's just amazing how the momentum suddenly transfers from Emerald to BU and then BU to Emerald.
What I'm confused by is the fact that Tay is consistently at the bottom here. Both the duelists have been consistently at the bottom for the past 4 maps. It looks like they've really taken a toll from having to be so aggressive all the time. You know, they're starting to burn out some of that potential. Meanwhile, look at BU Esports. Lamy is already on max money, 8-6 to his name. That's a ridiculous amount of money to work with.
In 8 games, Lamy has been very, very consistent all throughout our games. May it be him being the Sova or him being the Raze. It's just the amount of verticality that this player has just really commendable. Like I would can someone give me his social media? But anyway, going back into the game here, Lamy
He's in college, please.
Oh,
I mean,
come on,
university.
I am a fan here. Don't think of any other ideas here, Jaeger, okay? Going back into our collision finals between Emerald and BU here, Jaeger. Looks like BE Sports really knows when they learn their lessons, they really know how to apply it quickly right here up to this point. And there's some plays coming in from Emerald that are in question. Like example, Buddy Meister suddenly goes in towards C, only a sheriff at hand. Did not really anticipate that there could be a lot of members onto C long, but again, going back to he takes out Mex. Buddy Meister will be taking a 2K this time around onto B. Whips a little bit, but still gets a 3K from Tay, and positions himself with the Shrouded Step. Queen, however, will be taking down Risu as well. Now goes in towards, actually waits for the smoke to pop off. Was not spotted, but look at this though. Maestro still is enough to take down Queen here, and that's going to be another point coming in from Emerald, denying that 13-1 potential. That's always a good.
That's always a good thing to have. The absolute assurance that you're not going to lose 13-1. Emerald, perhaps they got a couple more rounds in them here on their defender side, but what I'm excited to see is their attacker side, because we've been seeing this different level from them. That pure aggression we saw on Bind, are we going to see that again here? That's what I'm curious to see. They've got the breach to work with. That's why that attacker side could be so deadly.
Very deadly indeed. Look at this, how they really populate up the middle area. They don't. This is the good thing about BU Esports. When they go aggressive at times, even though that their duelists aren't really top fragging, the fact that they go together and just basically have that trust to go for refrag their trades is really one of the good traits that they have right now. So Shockstars and a lot of utilities are used to try and deny that fact, but they already know that someone's in that window here, so they just basically have to calm down as much as possible. So Buddy Meister, in a nick of time, was able to spot out that killjoy, but that's information coming in. And look at this though, Bozo was able to get Buddy Meister, but Rafleen for the trade, so this is good. And that's the interesting thing. Rafleen was able to take down Bozo onto A, which I'm kind of a question why they're still making their way towards A when they already know that Rafleen's in the area. But you know what? I think that could be like their insurance at this point, but not so much, as Maestro and Rafleen denies that track away from them. Uses
One enemy
the
remaining.
concussion once again. That's a 3K for Rafleen right there. Really good at positioning himself. Maestro to flash Thiticorn onto the side, and that's going to be another win coming in from Emerald.
You see Thiticorn there. He flicked to the left to try and avoid the flash, and he actually did manage to avoid it, but before he could turn around completely and reset his aim, the peak was already there from Maestro. So that's really well played from them. Emerald now within 2 rounds. This is really good for their defender side, because I think if they can get up to 5, 4 or 5, I think that they may give BU Esports a hard time.
True, and rifles all over. And in terms of KDA, there is a certain amount of even ground Esports ahead to 1. And look at this, Bozo here spots out Risu, but Risu dashes away in time, but at a cost of only 31 HP remaining. So Buddy Meister uses the paranoia to actually negate some vision away from the Esports here. Now Lamy, this is a good call, using the shock dart at least in the corners. That's insurance policy there.
Well, this crossfire, is it going to amount to anything? No, it's not. They're backing away. They've decided to go over towards another site, and perhaps it's going to be the C side as they've completely ignored mid-window. And there's been no presence towards C long, and the turret hasn't gone off, and so I wonder what information they have to work with about the C side.
Alarm bot, basically, for the Killjoy right here. So looking at this though, Killjoy is slowly making his way towards C. With the spike. Meanwhile, the others are basically making a fiasco onto dashes in. Was able to spot out Maestro, but Maestro can take down Tay. And Buddy Meister, I think, has quick gist. Oh! Was not able to spot out Lamy there though. This could be very tricky. If they don't look at their behinds, Lamy can just easily take them down onto City, which is what he's doing right now. He's making his way towards there.
Last player standing.
It might all be gone by the time he arrives, though. I mean, look, that spike has yet to go down, and well, I mean, every single one of his teammates failed. And that's so unfortunate because this position from Lamy was everything.
Lamy takes down 1 here, but I guess it's not really essential to peek at that point since the game went to MRALT right now.
Oh, the ping. Something to BU Esports. Oh, never mind. It just spiked for a second there.
So, MRALT was able to close up the gap right now. This is very different from the previous ones, because usually we see BU Esports really having a dominant first half, then that's where MRALT at least gains a bit of a point come the second. But this time around, this is getting a bit more even at a certain point. If they are able to go for 5-5 here, this is basically going to reset everything. But look at this, Tay though, was able to spot out Risu here, takes the kill. Tay just jumps off and to try and save himself, but you know what, Buddy Meister's going to deny that. He uses paranoia, but Bozo was able to flick him down.
That's such a good, that's just a blind spray that comes into play there, and Bozo just right crosshair placement at the right time. And now 3 versus 4. MRALT, I mean, they can still do this, but BU Esports, they definitely have the advantage, and they have the utility as well. As Rafleen, what can you do from this position? Having to check over towards the C side, I'm going to find out that it's still completely clear. Say again?
Maestro I thought Maestro initially tries to hunt down the Killjoy here, but the turret is giving a signal. Was destroyed here. This is nice. Repositions himself, but does not look at his behind. Queen will be taking down Maestro here. Queen for the trade, but Bozo's going to be the 3K over there, and that's going to basically get their game again.
There you go. 2 rounds left in this half. MRALT are behind by 2 rounds. And they've got 2 ults to work with. There's 3 on the side of BU Esports. But this defense, it can't keep crumbling like that. Giving players 1-by-1 fights, if you're going to get aggressive, you have to do it with a teammate. Otherwise, you're just going to have to hold and not take that map control, which I feel like MRALT, they're just used to doing, but BU Esports, they're already expecting it. They're already expecting those pushes to come in, and they're reacting so appropriately to every one of those backstabs as well.
True, and again, a lot of you used earlier right here. Look at this, Risu was taking down Tay, and again, hovering up that blaze run here. Was detected by the recon vault, but at least it's enough for Risu to go back. And a lot of trades are happening, but went in the favor of MRALT here to forcing a 4 versus 2 fight. Now, Queen right here was able to spot down and was not able to control the sprays this time around as Rafleen takes down Queen. And with the help of that operator, that could be also a thing for them here. And to end it all off, Risu here just patiently waits and takes down Lamy, who could have done a clutch there, but you know what, numbers do matter, and I think he was basically trying to go for that window peek and try to kill people there, but I guess that's not gonna be an issue. But this time around, Mex though with the operator will be placing himself towards garage. They can even this out for Emerald if they do a similar game style for the previous round.
Thittercorn sitting on a bulldog and still a classic in the hands of the Jet, who's going to have to use the ult as we just heard it happen. Get out of my way as Risu spraying through the smoke, barely surviving, survives on 10 HP and manages to escape, but that HP is going to be a big factor once they start that push in towards that A site, should they choose to do so, as Spike is still sitting outside of mid window.
Bladestorm is over by Tay right here onto A long, waits for this shadows to basically be gone before trying to enter, but take note that Risu is in the corner, so very important to go around for some peeks. Mex, however, will be able to spot out the Omen, which was in sewers. And Rolling Thunder to be used right here. Not gonna get anyone though, but Thittercorn will be taking down Maestro here and uses another shadows to cover up the one near the alley. Tay as well will be paranoid down, uses his lads to go for some cover, and Tay gets Mex down. And look at this though, Buddy Meister will be taking some hits. Okay, spots out. Tay right there takes one. Oh, Shrouded up. The timing is not in his hands as Rafik will be having that trade. That's going to be a 3K for him. And wow.
Oh. You see, he just stands there for a little bit, you know, just basks in the glory of having clutched out the round. And there it is, a 6th on the board for MRALT. And that, I'm not sure if that spells trouble for BU Esports, or if MRALT have yet to fix their problems with their attacker side here on Haven.
This is the second half of our game, alongside with Classics. And oh, this is very interesting because BU Esports will be using Ghosts all over for their team. So basically they're planning to go not basically all out, but to win their aim duels at this point. For the side of Emerald, they got Frenzies, they got Classics, so I guess better weaponry is what they're at onto the second round, if ever they win this 13th round. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it does promote sort of a aggressive play style. Smoke goes down, and out goes the turret. Smoke straight down onto it means that doesn't have to worry about the teammates. Meanwhile, Lammy, was that through the smoke? Yes, it was. Just tapping through, gets a lucky shot there onto the Jet. And that's quite unfortunate. But now 4 versus 5. The spike is down. Emerald, this aggressive style of play. My goodness, Tay, you should have been getting that kill every day of the week, as Maestro and Raphaeline both finding the kills, and now in the 4 versus 3. Low HP for the Omen and for the Breach, as Buddy Meister, great peek out. Mech's going to find one as well, and Queen is on 10 HP, and what more can you do at this point? We'll find the 1 kill, so not too bad a start, but you're still up against 3 players that know exactly where you are.
Probably notified the other members that Queen is already low on HP, as you mentioned. So right now, look at this. Maestro using the concussions, and that's going to be a kill from the behind right there. Basically, Emerald here really doing good stuff right now for their team. So if Emerald is able to continue this momentum for them, this could be game. But as mentioned, since they did win the round earlier, they have better weaponry now. And for the side of BU Esports, they are forced to at least go for some Classics, and for Tay to just go with the Sheriff here. Maybe going for potential headshots at this point. But yeah, they're opting to at least give up this round so that they have better guns for the upcoming round here. So look at this. Dark cover sprays on Heaven and flashes as well.
Oh!
But that is going to be a headshot coming in. Sheriff kill rather coming in from Tay. Not the best way to die, but okay. Buddy Meister is going to plant the spike onto sewers here.
Tay's found another one.
Oh, whoa!
These
and
pistols.
Citycorn with the shorty as well. Buddy Meister to basically blind Queen there, but the trade's gonna happen, and just like that, a thrifty round for the side of BU Esports. Man.
7-7.
See, I
BU
told you.
Esports. That's the first time they've taken away a second round there. And, I mean, what can you really? I mean, you can't really draw conclusions from that, especially for Emerald, because basically Tay got a fast headshot with a Sheriff. How often does that happen? And found a follow-up as well.
True.
That would have been the difference if Tay misses that first shot. Is there are 2 extra players for the side of Emerald against all of these pistols, and you've got the Spectres. You've got the gun difference, as you say. So, you know, it's rounds like that. They happen, and they can be a big game changer. But Emerald, I still think they've got it in them to bring this to the end, because their aggression playing these rounds together, they've looked so scary.
Look at this triple P coming in from Lamy right here onto Windows. Very much concussion coming in from the breach. Risu is already detected going into Garage. He goes in towards the smoke, blinded by it, but Tay will still take down Risu. And Queen also takes down Maestro. Take note, a lot of utilities used against them. Lamy, though, will be taking down Rafleen, but he Maestro for the trade. Forces now a 1 versus 4, and look at this. A 3K from Tay, and this is just looking too good for being BU Esports. But still, not discrediting Emerald here. I think they just need to work on their timing this time around.
Yeah, I mean, like, they did everything right there, right? They push into the site, they avoid the recon bolt coming in from the Sova. The flash comes into the other side, but even though flashed, there was the bailout basically from Queen sitting in spawn. Sorry, not Queen, from Tay sitting in spawn. So, you know, it was all the right things, but there maybe an extra smoke would have made a difference. Perhaps being less aggressive or updrafting instead of dashing around the box instead, just to force a different kind of fight.
All right. Okay. Bozo will be taking that Risu next for the trade. That's going to be a 2K coming in for Max with the Sheriff here, so he has plenty of time to get those guns. Rafleen, though, ooh, that animation. So Tay is going to take down Rafleen, but with a slimmer of a health. So right now, Max right here uses this drone, sees Tay there, but you know what? Maestro's gonna end his life away there onto Ali. Lamy there for the trade as well. 2 versus 2. Take note again that Max is only with 21 HP. The drone is gonna spot him out soon. Oh, actually no. Spots out Buddy Meister instead. So the Hunter Spear is going to be used though. And Queen will be spotting out Buddy Meister. Not your likely feat. And Lamy to just peek onto sewers. And Queen go for the defuse. That's just good trade for BU Esports.
I mean, decent effort there. If that Hunted Fury had waited just a little bit longer for the defuse to come through, perhaps could have done a little bit more damage. Of course, they would have been hunting for him. So really, in that situation, there's not much you really can do. But I don't know. There are 100 other ways you could have played that round, and perhaps in one of them you win. I think the best in the opportunity. 7-9 now. BU Esports 2 rounds ahead. MRALT, they've still got the potential there. They're only 2 rounds. I mean, it's not a big lead, as they do seem to be focused on this A site for now. And let's see if they can find it, because it is going to be the split coming in. You've got Bozo watching down from long. And actually, he's just left. Instead, they're just going to leave long open, as there was a smoke that's just gone down. Instead, they're going to be pushing through from sewers. As Thidicorn is going to find one. Meister's going to find the refract immediately. That's actually forced the rotations coming out every single other player on the other side of BU Esports. And unfortunately for MRALT, they don't really make those calls where they say, okay, let's just rotate out. Let's just stick to it. And Tay and Lamy both going to find all 3 kills as they push their way into the side. And just like that, BU Esports, they're into the double digits. And if they're going to be playing like that and not making those mid-round calls, MRALT are not going to be finding any more rounds in this attack aside.
What a change of pace, because normally earlier Emerald had the upper hand. Now it's just BU Esports turning things around, and this is the dangerous thing whenever you try and give BU Esports the opportunity to have momentum. It's just gonna go all out at this point.
Well, it looks like it's going to be the push in towards Garage here, as there is the spike in hand, but they don't actually commit to the push just yet. Instead, just going to be waiting outside the Garage with Killjoy watching for a flank, because for some reason they're afraid the BU push is going to be the case. And, I mean, you can see the way B Esports are moving, right? You can see they've put 3 players over towards that C side because they expect it's going to be the C hit. And they want that initial defense, but now there's a push coming in towards B. There's 3 players there, and they can still pincer that because they've got 2 players inside of A and 3 players over at C. Really, Emerald, they need to be spreading out first, finding a couple of kills, making a bit of space for themselves. Tay needs to be doing that, I suppose. Acidicorn finding a double kill for himself. And we're looking at 11-7. This is such a difficult scoreline to work against now, especially with the money going down. It's going to be Lamy taking down Rafleen, and it will be 2 more rounds for BU Esports to take away this series.
Combini is the name of the game. And
11.
and now Rifles are still across the board with BU Esports having a good amount of cash right here. And it would have been best for Emerald to at least go for the save at this point, but I think they're pretty confident, especially to those who are using some Spectres. And here, Emerald at this point, if they want to at least even out the odds, they shouldn't really lose any more rounds. Yeah. So.
I mean, there's not much to say at this point. You know, they're gathered outside of A long. They're waiting for pushes to come in. It looks like they've run out of ideas because every time they try, so basically here's the chain of events. They pushed A short, they got shut down. They pushed down B garage, they got shut down. They tried to rotate over towards B site, they got shut down. They tried to go towards C, they got shut down. So now they're just like, okay, wait for them to peek us. But BU Esports aren't that aggressive. They don't push that often, except for Tay. But when Tay pushes, he knows how to isolate those fights and knows how to win them. Now, every single member of Emerald, they're sort of stuck over towards A long. So no matter what happens here, if they push their way into this A site, Bozo's going to get the information. There's a smoke down in towards Sewer. The retake will come in from the remaining players from the C and B site. They've already got the information. There's the paranoia. And luckily for Maestro, he knows exactly where to put his crosshair. Out comes a good amount of utility, and they just have to back away. Is this going to be the rotate? Is this going to be a good mid-round strat call? Because this would be great. They're rotating out. There's the spike picked up. And there's going to be the ult to teleport over towards the C site as Spike's going to go down there. Rafeen's going to escape unscathed.
And this Spike will plant in time here. So Shrouded Step to be used. This is planted for C long basically. So they just have to wait for someone. But take note that since Thirtycorn is not alive anymore, there's no room for smokes at this point for Team BU Esports. So this could be a potential game for Emerald. But again, I don't want to jinx it. Going down here, Queen will be using the lockdown this time around. And look at this, Maestro's going to at least have that smoke kill. They haven't destroyed the lockdown yet. Too busy, as Tay will be abusing that fact, takes a 3k onto their hands. Mex, however, will be taking down that Recon Bolt, and Lamy will be taking down Mex. Rafleen is now forced into the issue, but they don't have time. So Rafleen will be taking a 3k in return. That's going to be an 8-11.
Well, Emerald, they still have a couple of rounds in them. That was some inspired gameplay there, but they can't repeat that. They don't have an ult left on their Omen. But that idea of pushing all together towards a site, doing a bit of damage, and then rotating back towards another site, that can work, but they need to repeat that. They need to sell those fakes. And they also have to make sure that BU Esports aren't reading those fakes and keeping players in those other sites.
True, and now we do see that
Get out of my way!
they're starting to hold ground. They're not the ones being too aggressive as they were during the previous rounds here for the side of Emerald, and they're just basically waiting for at least one member or two from BU Esports to peek, take the kill, or take the shot before anything else. But unfortunately, Rafleen will be losing that fight against Bozo, who's in sewers. Goes back to A and reposition, but the placing or the setup of Emerald right here is just on opting for mid control at this point. They're slowly making their way towards garage. Maestro will be using his utilities again onto window, but not gonna get anyone there. Queen has to be very careful, but look at this, they didn't see from the behind as Queen is just into the corner. That's 2k. This is going to be a match point for the side of BU Esports.
Now that's a problem that's been biting Emerald in the ass all day long. They've not been meticulous enough to check those corners. It takes a second to peek into that corner and just completely shut down that kind of a defense. Queen has gotten away with it so many times as well. How many times have we seen Queen get a 3K, a 4K, a 2K just by hiding in a corner that they just completely overlook? Emerald really need to check these corners, because just like that, now again, they're going to have to fight their way back with 4 rounds to go in a row with BU Esports. Again, the momentum swings in their favor. They're going to try and probably sell a fake over towards the A site. As you can tell, you've got the spike sitting at the back of Sewer. So they're still prepared to make their way over towards that C site. So once they expose themselves over at A, they're hoping that they're going to rotate a couple of players over. But Emerald, they're not moving. Sorry, rather BU Esports aren't moving, although as I say that, now they're making their way in. And the Spike's made its way in as well. Bozo just has to play around the box. There's the first kill. And making his way out and surviving as well. It's a 3 versus 3.
Meanwhile, Lammy will be taking the heaven side there. All he has to do is basically wait for that shadow to come out. Shock Dart to be used onto A long. Let's see if there's going to be casualty. Actually, there's none. So the spike is going to be planted now. Hunter Sphere to be used. Finally taking Maestro down. And that the spike isn't planted just yet. Oh, that's actually good spray control coming in from Buddy Meister right now. So the spike is going to be planted here. Ooh, a close call as well. Lammy will be taken down next, however. And look at this. Uses the shrouded step to position himself. Now he has an idea. He has a clue to where he's at. Goes down. Waits for the shot. Unfortunately, there's a smoke, so he doesn't see it. Goes and tries to jiggle away. He uses smokes to cover. Just buy some time, but that's going to be a 3K for Lammy. Does he have time?
He has so much time. He's just showboating at that point. There you go.
There you
GG's
go.
been called in the chat as well. And 13 to 8.
Is it safe to say it now?
Across 8 maps, they have won 6 games. And so, sorry, not 6 games, 5 games. So in a best of 8, they got 5, and well, they're going to be the winners. Your winners for CVCI.
Right? Yes, this is safe now. No more jokes. We have your champions for the CVCI Collegiate Invitational, and yes, yay!
Congratulations once more to BU Esports. This Thai team, they've held on all the way till the end.
And I like it still. And I'm proven wrong, and I still and forever will have my Cassis kiss.
There you go. Makes sense.
There you go.
And
Makes sense.
for our final giveaway winner, it does go to Rodin1638. Congratulations. You are the final CVCI giveaway winner for $100 for you as well. So congratulations to you. And congratulations, of course, to BU Esports, as well as the guys at MRALT. Those guys were basically undefeated up until this point, and really it took BU Esports all 8 maps to pull that out of the bag, and so seriously well played by that team, and they are your winners for the CVCI. They take home a big fat bag of money for themselves, and they can be proud because they're still in college. You know, this is the potential they have once they graduate. This is their starting platform provided for them by Cyber Athletes. So you know, you may be seeing these names yet again and again and again in the future.
True, and who knows, maybe one of our players from our whole season from CVCI would basically go into the professional scene, and we'll be seeing them at one of the major tournaments of Valorant.
That's right. But I think that is going to be it from us. We do have the head-to-head for the final game still to come up, so do anticipate that, because there's a decent amount of information you can gather from that. Obviously, we weren't really paying attention to was at the top of the scoreboard there, because everyone at that last game was really starting to contribute, and everyone was warmed up, and they were all doing their own thing. Playing 8 games in a day at a pro level is not easy.
True.
And so the fact that they managed to hold on to the very end and still managed to keep up that level of aggression and that level of professionalism is quite surprising. So to that end, you know, we're just waiting for that head-to-head. You know, it's making its way. It's coming over. As I mean, if you want to break down the entirety of the games, you're looking at the fact that MRALT, last time we saw them, they were a team that they know how to peak together, they know how to play together, they know how to shoot together. BU Esports, they were playing against their countrymen. It was KU Esports they were going up against, and they struggled a little bit across all the maps. We were seeing basic mistakes being made. Today, we didn't see any of those mistakes from BU Esports. They were a very, very intricate team with really well-meshed teamwork and team play, and they knew how to reserve their utility. They knew how to attack, they knew how to anchor, they knew how to post plant position. They were learning at the same time as well. And MRALT, they were making mistakes that we hadn't seen them make before. And so there you go. That's basically the breakdown of everything that happened there. And so this has been Jaeger, this has been Zaya, this has been CVCI, and this has been us thanking you for watching.